Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
Well, good morning to you. There is a winter storm warning that is in effect right here in Middle Tennessee. In the coming hours, we could get the most snow and sleet that we have seen here in years. And that's why we have saddled up early, and we are joining you early here at 3 o'clock this morning. Good morning to you. If you're awake, you're wondering about this weather. A lot of us woke up during the course of the night wondering when it would hit. So it's a delight to be with you.
Glad to have you watching. We do have team coverage for you this morning. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville, where the ground is covered with sleet. Photojournalist Nikki Jennings is on the move in Mobile 4, checking road conditions for us. And Paul is live in the 4-1 Weather Center as the storm continues to move across the mid-state. We begin with Paul for the latest on our 4-1 Weather Alert. Paul?
That's right. Winter storm warning in effect. This is looking like a really big sleet storm, actually, but there's going to be some other stuff as well. Let's take a look first at the snowbird report. It is President's Day, but there were some schools that were going to be in session that have closed for the day, including Williamson County, Lincoln, Barron County, Kentucky, Cumberland County, Kentucky, and Pickett County also on that list. So you see a lot of gray shaded counties. Most schools were going to be closed today anyway, but the ones that were going to be open have mostly called in to cancel for the day. We'll keep you updated. The whole list, including private schools and daycares and all that kind of stuff, that is at the bottom of your screen. Let's check out the weather headlines for this forewarned weather alert morning. Winter storm warning in effect all day into tonight. We're talking about the potential of sleet, snow, and ice. Mostly sleet, but the farther north you go, a little more snow. The farther south you go, more ice, specifically in the form of freezing rain as you head farther to the south. Metro Nashville along I-40, we're going to be on the line between snow and ice. Checking the forewarned live radar right now, it looks like a lot of snow, but the reports that we've been getting in say that this has been mostly sleet, including up around Clarksville, and then more of a transition over to some freezing rain in southwestern Middle Tennessee. We'll zoom in this direction where you see those brighter white colors. That is where you're seeing the heavier accumulations of sleet already, and this is going to stick to the roads pretty much immediately. Reports from our west overnight as this moved into their neck of the woods. West Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri showed some very significant icing problems on the roads within minutes of when the precipitation started across the area. So we head through the day. We do expect the snow and sleet to add up. Here's your snow and sleet forecast through tonight. The pattern overall shows heavier accumulations to the north. And again, we're lumping snow and sleet together in the forecast because they both accumulate and it'll be one on top of the other, kind of a layer cake effect. Less farther south, but that's where you have a greater potential of ice adding up on power lines and tree branches. We're talking about around 4 or 5 inches of accumulation near Metro Nashville. I think that's going to be predominantly sleet with a layer of snow on top of it. More snow the farther north you go, which is where you're going to see those heavier accumulations, talking about nearly a foot of accumulation in southern Kentucky. So as we head through the day, it's going to be cold all day. Temperatures stay just below freezing. We go from sleet to a little freezing rain mixed in, eventually changing over to snow. It's going to be messy regardless of what type of precipitation you're going to be seeing. We'll go through the timeline. We'll show you some computer models. We're going to take a lot of time and look at a lot of stuff as we head through the rest of the morning. I'll be back in a few minutes to keep you posted. Anne's here keeping an eye on traffic for us.
Yes, I'm in for Jennifer in forewarned traffic this morning. We do have one accident to report. First off, this is in the Nippers Corner area on Mount Pisgah Road. 2 people hurt in this crash. Apparently the car is in a ditch right now, and I'm working to gather some more information on how that happened this morning. We want to talk about the weather. We're not seeing snow in the metro right now, but we're anticipating it. And so here's some good advice for you today. Stay home if you can. If you can avoid driving, Tennessee Department of Transportation is just telling you, please stay off the roads to help them out today. Do not speed. Go the speed limit or under when you start to see ice or snow coming down. And this is a big one. Do not slam on the brakes. Try to just drive slow and avoid slamming on the brakes because that can cause you problems. Let's take a look outside right now just so we can kind of check it out, see what it looks like. I-65 at Dickerson Pike, as you can see, nothing coming down right now. It's just very cold outside. And let's go up north and check out Vietnam Vets at Conference Drive. Again, clear at the moment. Back to you.
All right, thank you. And well, sleet in Clarksville is the big story right now. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is joining us live with more on the situation there in Queen City.
Hey, Holly, we are on Wilma Rudolph, just off exit 4 near I-24, and we're seeing kind of a snow-sleet mix at this point. Earlier we saw sleet. Right now we're seeing snow. Started about half an hour ago, but underneath all that beautiful snow, like I said, is sleet. It's a layer of sleet, and you can see it right here. So this is what you're going to be seeing if you head out the door. It's on the sidewalk, on the roads, bridges, overpasses, and it's icy because it's so cold. And we're talking temperatures below freezing right now. I think I looked at my phone and it was about 14 degrees right now. This is slick. We were walking over from the gas station, started to slip as we were walking through the parking lot. And so that's why you really need to give yourself some extra time this morning if you do have to go out. If you can, stay home. That'll be a great thing for you. But if you can't and you have to be out on the road, you're definitely going to have to give yourself some extra time. Also very cold out here. And so for those people whose homes may not be warm, heat may not be working, Clarksville has opened a temporary shelter right now. Burt Cobb, Franklin Street. It's going to be open at least through noon tomorrow, so that's the good news. But again, you really kind of want to stay inside. I mean, there are very few cars out there right now. You can see there's a truck moving. Everybody is moving slow just because of this layer of ice that you're going to see as you head out the door. If you do have to go out, not to worry, keep it here. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the roads and let you know what you can expect as you head out the door. For now, live in Clarksville, Adrienne Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, Adrienne, thank you so much. Photojournalist Nikki Jennings has been crisscrossing the streets in Mobile 4 as well.
Hey, good morning to you, Nikki. So what's it like out there? Tell us where exactly you are.
I'm on I-40, Holly, just coming around the city. I've made a loop around the city. Everything's clear. All the roads are clear right now. I've seen, I guess, about 3 or 4 bigger TDOT trucks, Tennessee Department of Transportation trucks. I've seen a couple of smaller ones. All of them, some are parked, some are moving. I guess just anticipating what is to come.
So far, looking pretty good. I know I saw at least 4 salt trucks I passed on my way in.
You come from that side of the town.
Right, so they are out in full force certainly this morning.
All right.
Thank you, Nikki.
We want to see your winter storm pictures if you've got them, videos as well. This is quite a happening for Nashville, Tennessee, and also for this entire mid-state area. Just send it to pics@WSMV.com. We'll be sharing them throughout this morning.
All right, now we're going to check back in with Paul for the latest on this 4-1 weather alert and what we can expect today. A lot of folks just now waking up.
Yeah, you can expect a lot. We're going to actually start with the snowbird map and show you those delays that are happening or the cancellations that have come in. Again, most schools were already going to be out for the President's Day holiday, but Lincoln and Williamson and Pickett counties have canceled for the day on the Tennessee side of the border. Then in southern Kentucky, Barron and Cumberland counties are out for the day. But again, most schools were already going to be out anyway. You can check the bottom of the screen and our website for daycares, private schools, and all that stuff. Let's take a look at kind of the overview, and then we'll get into some details, including what's happening right now. Overall, it's going to be a mess. That part we know. What was kind of up in the air heading into this was how would the temperature profile in the atmosphere set up? What would we see? Would it be snow? Would it be a mix of sleet and snow? Where would that dividing line set up? And it's set up to the point where we're looking at predominantly sleet across most of the mid-state, but we're in that transition zone. Snow farther to the north, freezing rain more likely farther to the south as we head through the day. The change over to snow expected by late this afternoon and this evening as the system starts to pull away from us. So we're going to get ice and then a layer of snow on top of it. The farther north you go, you're going to get more snow to begin with, and that's what Adrienne Flores is reporting, a mix of sleet and snow right now in Clarksville. And we're zooming in that direction, and the radar is painting this all as snow. It is a mixture, at least, of sleet and snow, if not just plain old sleet. Some of the heavier returns just starting to move into metro Nashville right now. So you see we go from gray into those brighter whites in Cheatham County to around Fairview. That's the heavier sleet and some snowflakes mixed in there as well, which is why when I show you the accumulation map, it's both for sleet and snow. There's no way to kind of separate those and, you know, sift them through a flour sifter or anything like that to separate the accumulations. The pink shaded areas, that's where you're more likely to see some freezing rain, which can cause some problems, including the potential for some power outages. So be prepared. Make sure the flashlight has batteries, and if you have a wood-burning fireplace, that's not a bad idea to stock up on that. Quick reminder of what we're talking about with all these different types of precipitation. When it's all cold air from where the precipitation starts in the clouds all the way down to the ground, that's when it falls as snow. So there's no layer of warm air in between to melt anything before it reaches the ground. What we've got this morning is a layer of warm air, though, about a mile off the ground. So it starts as snow above that, falls into that layer of well, warm air is kind of overselling it a little bit. It's above freezing. It's warm enough. That snow melts, but there's a deep layer of cold air, that deepest mile of the atmosphere, basically the lowest mile of the atmosphere, and it refreezes. Those frozen raindrops are sleet pellets. If that layer of cold air near the ground is a little bit shallower, like it's expected to be in southern Middle Tennessee, then it doesn't have time for those raindrops to freeze into sleet pellets. They freeze on impact. That's freezing rain. So that's all the things that we're talking about. It's going to be a complicated scenario either way you sell it. Looking downtown right now, and traffic moving okay in Nashville. We'll get some sky shots for you later on. 26 degrees in Nashville right now. Everybody is below freezing, so it's going to stick. 20 degrees in Clarksville, where it is sticking. 19 in Hopkinsville. Those heavier accumulations and more snow, more likely as you head farther to the north. It's a very, very tight gradient, a very tight transition between where you're going to see a little bit and where you're going to see a lot. When it feels like 6 right now in Hopkinsville and Clarksville, 16 for the wind chill in Nashville, so that's a factor as well. As we go through the day, temperatures are going to drop down into the low 20s, and they're not going to warm up a lot as we head through the day. Keep an eye on the temperature pattern here, and as we head towards midday, around 30 degrees, but that's still below freezing, and you're still right around freezing in southern Middle Tennessee. So even if that layer of warm air above the ground is enough to melt it into raindrops, it's still going to freeze on impact. And then as we head through the afternoon hours, most of the mid-state, especially along and north of I-40, stays below freezing, and then we drop off tonight. That's when that transition back over to snow is going to occur. So let's talk about the timeline. When this is going to happen. Between now and 9 o'clock this morning, we're talking about a lot of sleet mixed with some snow farther to the north. So the farther north of I-40 you go, you're going to see more snowflakes than sleet pellets, but it is still going to be that mixture. From noon through the afternoon, I still think we're talking about predominantly sleet, but freezing rain in southern Middle Tennessee, and then more snow in northern Middle Tennessee and in southern Kentucky. So it's that real mix that's going to happen across the area. Everybody should change over to snow as we head towards late afternoon and the evening. More snow north of I-40, more of that freezing rain and sleet to the south of I-40. Metro Nashville right on the dividing line. Regardless of what type it is, though, we're talking about significant travel problems. Another look at the forecast map, and again, of what you can expect. And you can see it's a very, very tight gradient between not very much accumulation at all along the Alabama state line, and then the transition zone is right over the mid-state. We're talking about quite a bit of accumulation of mostly snow in southern Kentucky with some sleet mixed in. Mostly sleet, I think, for Metro Nashville, but that 4 to 6, that's a lot of sleet, and that's going to cause some significant issues. Still putting the finishing touches on the 7-day forecast. We're talking about some record cold temperatures later this week as well, so there's even more stuff headed our way. We'll take a look at that coming up in a few minutes.
Alrighty, we're checking out forewarned traffic for you on this Monday morning, and luckily we haven't seen too much severe winter weather come into the metro area yet, which is really helping us out. But we're checking out our TDOT cameras right now for you. This is I-65 at I-24, the North Loop, and everything looks really good. And we don't see too many cars outside. This is that was the west side of town that you just saw. It was very dark, hardly any cars going, and that's exactly what Tennessee Department of Transportation is telling you to do. Just try and stay inside if you can today. Also, some driving in the snow tips for you. Again, stay home if you can. Do not speed as we start to see the snow and sleet come down this morning. Don't slam on the brakes, and it's just those kind of common sense rules. Don't use cruise control when you start to see snow coming down this morning. We do have one accident. It's the only accident in the metro area in Nippers Corner right now at Mount Pisgah Road. This is not weather related. The car is in a ditch. 2 people are hurt in that crash. We'll continue to check in with Tennessee Highway Patrol and Metro Police and bring you any new accidents we see.
All right, Ann, thank you so much. Pump your brakes. That's always the best thing. That gives you a sense of what it's like underneath the traffic and such, so pump them.
Yeah, leave extra early, certainly, if you do have to get out. Hey, as we take you to break, another live look from Clarksville. Live pictures from Montgomery County this morning. We'll be checking back in live in just a couple of minutes with Channel 4's Adrian Flores, where it is sleeting and it's starting to accumulate there. Stay with us. Much more Channel 4 News Today on the way.
Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Good Monday morning, everybody. We have Channel 4's Thomas Davis out and about, Nikki Jennings out and about in Mobile 4 for us this morning, and he actually had to stop and pull over because the ice was starting to stick on the windshield. So that's what we're waiting on. He's trying to get this to thaw out so he
scrape it off, yeah.
Get that
keep the heater on.
I noticed that too on my way in. Everything started to freeze on the windshield, so
See,
that's the
I
danger.
came from the other side. I came further from the south, didn't have anything yet, so that was fine. But that's what he's got to do. That's the kind of a day we've got to look forward to. It's kind of a roller coaster of things, all of which are not very pleasant to be a part of. So we'll see what happens.
All right, we're at 3:15 for you right now. In Montgomery County, the sleet is really coming down this morning.
Stand by.
Is indeed. This is Channel 4's Adrian Flores, who is live in Clarksville, and I can even hear in the background the sleet or whatever hitting on the ground and on your microphone and everything else. That's not very comfortable out there, is it, Adrian?
No, actually it's not. Thanks for noticing, though. I appreciate it, Rudy. Yeah, it's cold. It's hitting me in the face right now, hitting me on the ear, and right now it seems to have transitioned back to sleet at this point. You know, the last time it was a snow-sleet mixture. Right now it feels like it's just sleet, so it's kind of stinging at this point, and that's what you're going to see on the roads as you head out. We saw it starting, I'd say, within 15 or 20 minutes on our trip up here halfway to Clarksville earlier this morning. Right now, what we're seeing on the road is this. It looks like snow, but it really mostly is sleet, which means it's slick. And you can see over here on the sidewalk, all of this is ice. That's why I have 1 foot on the road and 1 foot here, because it's too slick to stand on at this point. So you really just got to be careful as you head out the door. Definitely give yourself some extra time. Not a whole lot of cars out here right now. We're on Wilma Rudolph, exit 4, just off of 24. And normally we'd see quite a few cars, even at this hour. Right now it's like a ghost town because a lot of people are just heeding the warning, trying to stay off the road. Snow plows, they are running, but it's going to take them some time to clear all of this mess up, even with the brining they did in preparation of all of this. Going to take some time to clear up. So if you do have to head out this morning, again, just give yourself extra time, but better yet, if you can, stay at home. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Yeah, hopefully folks will heed that advice. All right, Adrian, thank you for the latest there. Now, with heavy snow headed to our area, the city of Nashville is on alert this morning. The Emergency Operations Center was activated just a few minutes ago. The city will be working with the Nashville Rescue Mission and other partners to help keep the homeless out of the cold for the next few days. Through Tuesday, they will have more than 1,000 beds available. Now, other divisions of Metro are gearing up to help during these conditions as well. All right, if you have to be out today, there are some important phone numbers to remember. You can always dial 511 for road condition updates from TDOT. If you get stranded, you can call and reach the Tennessee Highway Patrol by dialing star THP. And of course, you can dial 911 in an emergency. If you run into trouble, crews say you should stay in your car until help arrives. Something to remember.
And if you're thinking about or need to have information about flying, the Nashville International Airport is currently open right now. However, dozens of flights have already been canceled. Passengers are asked to check with their airline for all flight information. Make sure to allow extra travel time, obviously, even just to get to the airport due to the road conditions. So a lot of people involved in a lot of these different decision-making processes, but it is awful slick out there, and you've got to be careful and take that extra time, certainly.
Keep that in mind. All right, 3:18 for you right now. We're checking back in with Paul for the latest on this winter storm warning. Paul?
Yep, predominantly sleet. It's going to be moving through the mid-state this morning. There's going to be some freezing rain in parts of the mid-state. Farther south, a little more snow as you head into southern Kentucky. It's going to be a wintry mess regardless of the specific type of precipitation. We'll take you through what's going to happen, where and when. Flags whipping downtown. Those winds over 10 miles an hour making it feel even colder than what it actually is. Forewarned weather alert this morning into the rest of the day. We'll have details coming up after a quick break.
Good morning to you. This is a picture from off our roof cam here at Channel 4, looking towards downtown and the haze that you can see and sort of the calm before the storm. It's starting to head into Nashville, but this weather is treacherous. It is northwest of here and is headed in this direction with a lot of different mixtures of things going on in our entire community. So a lot going on this morning, a lot to be careful of.
Talking about freezing rain, sleet, snow, what you need to know, how much, where. Let's check in with Paul for the latest on all of this. I know you've been tracking it. You've been up for some time already this morning.
Yeah, but that's part of the gig. It's interesting to try to keep track of exactly what's falling where because it transitions back and forth. Adrian is reporting that from Clarksville where it was sleet, then there was a little snow, and then it's back to sleet. It's going to be like that for much of the morning. More snow the farther north you go. Let's take a look at what's happening, what you can expect overall, beginning with Snowbird Report. Now, it's President's Day, so a lot of schools were going to be canceled regardless, or we're going to be out regardless, but these were supposed to be in and now are not. Williamson County and Lincoln County, Pickett County, Cumberland County, Kentucky, and then Barron County as well. We're going to be open. Not anymore as the winter storm is moving into the mid-state. Okay, let's take a look at what you can expect, the overview first, and then we'll get into some details here. Forewarned weather alert because of the winter storm warning. Mostly sleet, more snow to the north of I-40, more freezing rain the farther south you go. Significant accumulations of sleet, snow, and ice across the mid-state. That's going to be a significant player for us as we head through the day and into tonight. Travel is strongly discouraged today, tonight, and maybe even tomorrow. How far into tomorrow? That's still up in the air as well. Just stay home. That's the best advice if it's at all a possibility for you. Then we're talking about record cold temperatures later on this week. For right now, that sleet and snow is moving in to areas, especially west of I-65. It's lighter stuff. A lot of this to the east of I-65 is evaporating, falling apart before it reaches ground level. But now we are getting that sleet and snow mixed in, moving into Metro Nashville as we speak. I'm going to have to step outside here in a few minutes during the next commercial break and see what it's doing on our window because we don't have any windows in the studio here. The farthest southwest you go, that's where we're talking about the more likely scenario of some sleet mixed with freezing rain with the pink shading here of Decatur, Perry County, southern Lewis County, and down into southwestern Middle Tennessee. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this for you. It's going to be a back and forth transition as we head through the day. Looking outside from the weather bug cameras, nothing in Bell Buckle just yet. So we look towards the city of Clifton in Wayne County. That's where you're getting some freezing rain already this morning, and that is going to have the potential to add up. Freezing rain is really the worst type of winter weather because it accumulates and is more likely to cause power outages because it adds up on trees and those can fall into power lines. The ice can add up on power lines and those will eventually come down. That's more likely for areas farther to the south of Interstate 40 with those accumulations of sleet and freezing rain, more freezing rain than sleet in the southern parts of the area. And now we are seeing some stuff flying past the camera lenses as we look towards downtown Nashville as well. It's definitely cold, 23 degrees here at the station, so it's a deep layer of very cold air. So there's enough warm air above our heads that the snow melts to become rain, but then it refreezes into those sleet pellets before it hits the ground. Let's take a look at the big picture radar view. This is just a big old mess. You see the closest actual rain way down to our south in Mississippi and southern Arkansas. So this is going to be a winter weather event for us as it moves through. It's going to depend kind of county by county and even neighborhood by neighborhood exactly what kind of winter weather. The warmest temperature on the map right now, 29 degrees in Lawrenceburg, 3 degrees below freezing, and that's cold enough for that freezing rain to stick. 26 Nashville, 20 Clarksville, 19 in Murray and Hopkinsville. Deep layer of cold air near the ground, and it feels even colder. Single-digit wind chills in northwestern Middle Tennessee. So we look at Futurecast. Again, it has the same issue of trying to tell the difference between the sleet and snow mixed together and the plain old snow and then some freezing rain farther to the south. Either way, it's going to be a wintry mess as we head through the rest of the day. As it pushes farther to the east, there's a possibility you see some yellow. That is what the computer thinks is going to be plain old rain, but we're still going to be right around freezing. Your best case scenario farther south is that you get a little bit more rain with temperatures barely above freezing. I don't know how likely that is, though. That's where you could pick up some of those significant ice accumulations. Everything kind of winds down as we head through the evening and overnight tonight, and the last of the flurries will be falling along the Cumberland Plateau by about midnight or so tonight. It's going to be cold, though. How much snow? This is the computer adding it up, and it says quite a bit. The problem is that it mixes the sleet and snow together, and that kind of artificially inflates the snow opportunities. But look at the pattern overall. Looking at heavier accumulations as you head into northern Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. Different computer model. Has a little better handle on it because it doesn't produce as much around Metro Nashville, indicating that it's going to be more sleet than snow, but then a layer of snow on top of that sleet. The farther south you go, that's where we're talking about the potential of ice adding up. How much ice? This purple shaded area, we're talking 3/4 of an inch of ice possible in some portions of southern Middle Tennessee. But again, that other computer has a more northerly path, and it adds up the ice a little bit closer to Metro Nashville. Either way, south of I-40, that's where you really need to be on alert because of the potential of some significant ice accumulation. So again, we're talking about more than 1/2 inch of ice, and that's enough to really mess things up farther to the south. Sleet and snow added together, talking about generally 4 to 6 for Metro Nashville. And again, you can't really separate the two, so it's going to be a significant travel hazard. A little bit less in terms of sleet and snow the farther south you go, but more freezing rain, adding up to ice accumulations, a little more sleet and snow as you head, more snow really, as you head up into southern Kentucky. So a major winter storm moving across the mid-state. We will take a look at more details and we'll keep you updated as we head through the rest of the morning. Ann?
I'm in for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic this morning, and I want to take you to the map because we do have an update on that crash I told you about earlier on in Nippers Corner. It is cleared at this point. The crash happened around midnight. 2 people were injured. The car went into a ditch. Had nothing to do with the weather because we're not seeing any snow or sleet coming down in the south part of Nashville right now. So again, that crash has cleared. And we just want to talk today about what to do if you happen to get stuck out there when the sleet and snow starts coming down. So TDOT is telling you just to stay home if possible today. Again, speeding will get you into trouble, so just go the speed limit. Hopefully under the speed limit if you start seeing snow and sleet outside. Do not slam on the brakes. Rudy was mentioning it's best to pump the brakes as you drive through snow. And this is a big one you may not have thought about, but hills will get you into big trouble when we start to see ice and when we start to see snow. So don't drive on hills if possible. You want to stay flat if you can, and do not stop on a hill if you happen to accidentally take one and you get stuck there. That's the worst thing you can do, is to stop on a hill. Usually when you drive, you want to keep about 3 seconds between you and the car in front of you. Well, you should increase that to 10 just in case you have to stop all of a sudden and there's a car in front of you. So we're going to keep you updated on these tips throughout the morning as we anticipate the storm. Back to you.
Yeah, good info. Thank you, Ann. Okay, we've been talking about the snow and ice here, but folks in the Northeast are also getting hammered by snow in New England. This is shaping up to be a winter for the record books.
Over the last 3 weeks, 7 feet of snow has fallen in Boston, making this one of the top 3 winters there ever. Some 600 snow plows are on the move in Boston alone. The state of Massachusetts is utilizing 3,000 snow movers. The governor has called up hundreds of National Guards troops to help with the effort. They're also getting some help from 8 other states. Boston's mayor is asking people to stay home and be patient as the city digs itself out. And that's one of the beauties that we have to say what's going on in Nashville or in the Middle Tennessee areas, that schools are out, except for a few that Paul had already mentioned, and they've called it off. But thankfully, we don't have that to deal with as well. So,
a lot going on for sure. 328. Yep. Stay with us. We have more team coverage on this winter storm as it moves through the mid-state. It's all coming up on Channel 4 News Today. We'll be right back.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
Today will be a President's Day to remember. The mid-state is bracing for what could be the worst snowstorm in years. Several inches of accumulation are expected in some areas. And we have Mobile 4 out and about with Channel 4's Nikki Jennings, and he's saying the streets are starting to get slick, seeing bits of ice, freezing rain out there already. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Channel 4 News Today. Busy day ahead, certainly. 3:30 right now. I'm Holly Thompson.
Continually changes very quickly as we go from the rain to now the sleet, and then the snow comes in with Paul. A lot of things that could be confusing. We'll have team coverage for you all morning long. Adrian Flores is live in Clarksville, where most of this is coming through, and you're subjected to that, getting the brunt of things right now. Photojournalist Nikki Jennings is out and about in Mobile 4. We'll check with him in a few minutes. But first, let's go to Paul in the Forewarned Weather Center. Give us an update, Paul.
It is going to be messy, regardless of whether you're seeing freezing rain, sleet, or snow. Significant winter accumulations expected for pretty much the entire mid-state. Let's take a look first at the snowbird report, because there were some schools that were going to be in session today on President's Day that now have decided that that's not the best idea in the world. Cancellations: Williamson, Lincoln, and Pickett counties on the Tennessee side of the border, Barron and Cumberland counties in southern Kentucky. We'll keep you posted if the list grows in terms of the county schools, private schools, daycares. All that stuff is scrolling along the bottom of your screen. Let's take a look at what we can expect. The weather headlines: sleet, snow, and ice. So all of these in different parts of the mid-state. The farther north you go, you're going to get more snow. The farther south you go, you're going to get more ice. Nashville is going to be just straddling the line between that snow to our north and ice to our south. Mostly going to be a sleet event for Nashville. We're still talking about a few inches of accumulation of just plain old sleet. Forewarned live radar, and again, the computer program that decides whether to display it as snow or something in between, in the white or in the pink. it's not perfect. So most of what is falling out there right now is sleet, even though the radar's painting it as snow. Either way, it's wintry stuff that's going to stick to the ground. And we're talking about that now moving into metro Nashville as well. Farther east, a lot of that's evaporating, but we see the brighter whites. And that's where it is sleeting and or snowing at a greater clip. A lot of reports already from Facebook and Twitter of sleet and even some freezing rain farther to the west and southwest. Again, if you want to report this, the difference is sleet is pellets. Freezing rain is liquid rain that freezes and forms a glaze on contact. So if it's a pellet you can see on the ground, that's not freezing rain. It's already frozen and it's a sleet pellet. Farther to the southwest, that's where you're looking at the possibility of some icy accumulations, including on power lines and tree branches and all those things that can cause some power outages. So we got a lot of concerns as we head through the day. In terms of how much, it's the million-dollar question. The latest estimate that I've come up with shows this pattern where the farther south you go, you're not going to get as much sleet and snow, but you're going to get more ice. For metro Nashville, probably around 4 inches, maybe a little bit more than that. That's mostly going to be sleet, but then a little bit of snow on top of that sleet as things work their way through this afternoon, this evening. The farther north you go, the numbers go up pretty quickly because you're going to get more snow. Sleet uses up a lot of moisture, so you don't get as much measurable accumulation, but it's still going to be a wintry mess as we head through the day and into tonight. Temperatures will stay below freezing in Nashville. There's some hope that maybe southern middle Tennessee might climb briefly above freezing. That would help the icing conditions there, but it's going to be messy no matter which way you slice it. Winds not going to be too strong, fortunately, so we're not talking about blizzard or whiteout conditions, but still, travel is strongly discouraged. I'll be back with another update coming up in just a few minutes. Ann?
I'm in for Jennifer Herron in Forewarned Traffic this morning, and I want to start with a live picture outside because I know a lot of you are waking up and wondering if there's already snow coming down, but that's not the case at the moment. It is clear in the metro area, and I think, are we having problems with our camera? There we go, I-24 at Shelby. This is East Nashville, and from just having driven through the area, we're not seeing any snow or sleet in the metro at this point. We are in the clear, but up north in Clarksville, we're already seeing some snow and ice. So that's just a heads up for you just waking up this morning. Let's check out our map now. We have had one injury crash overnight. This was around midnight in Nippers Corner on Mount Pisgah Road. 2 people hurt in that crash, but the scene is clear. Just got an update from Metro Police on that. We're going to have some snow driving tips for you coming up. Back to you.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. All I know is that I brought 3 different jackets along. One is a raincoat, another one's a winter coat, and we've got things to do. The folks in Clarksville have been getting the early taste of this storm. Sleet has been falling, and there's a lot of stuff going on in the last few hours, especially.
Yeah, Channel 4's Adrian Flores is out in the middle of it all with the latest on the situation out there. Hey, good morning to you, Adrian. So tell us, what are you seeing?
This is actually what we're seeing. This is the sleet that's falling out here. Kind of looks like snow, as you can tell, but it's really icy. We did see a snow-sleet mix, but it initially started as sleet, and that's really what's making it so slick out here. That and the freezing cold. I mean, we're about 10, 14 degrees out here, so it's pretty slick, especially as you head out the door, whether you hit the sidewalk, the roads, bridges, overpasses, all of those things. Every single surface outside is going to be covered. So you need to keep that in mind as you head out the door. Definitely want to give yourself extra time. Definitely want to slow down. Like these guys here on Wilma Rudolph, you can see everybody so far has been taking it pretty slow, heeding all the warnings as they head out the door. Not a whole lot of people outside right now. The good news is because of the holiday, a lot of people are able to stay home so they don't have to come out in it. A lot of schools are closed today. But if you do have to head out, just know what you're going to be dealing with. A layer of sleet and ice underneath some of that snow that's going to be falling, which is making every surface out here really slick. So trying to get to your car, going to be a little tricky. Once you get in the car, you're going to have to scrape it off, get on the road. That you're going to have to deal with as well. So we will keep an eye out on the roads for you, let you know what you can expect as you head out the door. But if at all possible, just go ahead and stay home. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, Adrian, thank you so much. You can see that one car zipped by pretty good. You got to use common sense when you do this kind of stuff. Down hills especially, it'll be slicker, so just be smart when you're out there.
Go slow for sure, and just stay at home if you can. Right now, we're going to check in with Mobile 4. We have Channel 4's Nikki Jennings out and about for us this morning. So, Nikki, tell us, what are you seeing right now? Is it freezing rain?
Yes, that's right, Holly. It is freezing rain mixed in with a little bit of sleet. I see some ice bouncing every now and then, a little bit of sleet bouncing on top. But it got ugly real quick, got nasty. I was surprised how quick when it started falling, it started freezing on my windshield. I had to stop and start scraping it off because my defroster wasn't quick enough to get it off. And then I started just driving around in the city. I'm on Harding Road now, West End, heading it back into town, and people have considerably slowed down a lot. The ice has covered the road. I hit my brakes, I just slid. My anti-lock brakes started bouncing for me, which was great, but then I accelerated and I spun. I'm a snow driver. I can drive in the snow, but ice scares me to death. There's nothing you can do on ice but just slide around. And for those people that are flying by me, I'll just show you them later on when I get down the roads, all I can tell you. It's very dangerous out here right now.
Go slow for sure. All right, Nikki, thank you. And Rudy, as you were mentioning, pumping the brakes.
Yeah, you've got to do that. If you hit the brakes, you just slide and it'll just go forever. Pump, help you somewhat.
We haven't had a big snow in several years. A lot of people forget, oh, this is what you're supposed to do.
In some ways, you get excited. You think, hey, we're going to get some snow, we can slide. But this stuff in between, the sleet and the ice, that's no fun at all. So that's the tough part. Road crews will be working overtime as the storm moves across the state. TDOT officials say they have enough trucks, workers, and salt to go around.
We haven't had a whole lot of weather, really winter weather to speak of this year. So most of our bins, as you can see behind me, are practically at capacity. So we're in very good shape to handle this event.
There you go. Crews have been brining area roads since Friday. Workers took a break last night because they probably will be working nonstop today, and then all the salt trucks are loaded. They're out there. They're ready to go. And I guess that brine sits on the road, and then as the snow hits it and the ice hits it, then it activates and away you go. So keep on. You can trust Channel 4 to keep you updated on the weather throughout the day. We have team workers out there gathering information behind the scenes as well as all of the latest. Don't forget to download our mobile app for live digital updates. The Forewarn Weather Team is rated Middle Tennessee's most accurate forecast, and they are certainly the busiest. Paul has been at it here for several hours already trying to figure the pattern of this out because it keeps changing.
I know. We've had so many people wake up, Paul, wondering, okay, what will we see, you know, when we rise and shine this morning? And you're talking about a mixture going today.
Yeah, a lot of people were hoping for snow because that's the more fun type of wintry precipitation. But as I was saying in the blog over the weekend, it was looking increasingly likely that this would be a mix of sleet and snow and some freezing rain. And that's what we're seeing. So I think most of the accumulations that we see around Metro Nashville are going to be sleet, more snow as you head farther to the north. Let's take a look at first the snowbird report, because there were some schools that were going to be in today on President's Day that are now canceled. Williamson, Lincoln, Pickett, Cumberland County, Kentucky, and also Barron County now out for the day. We'll keep the list updated as we head through the rest of the morning. A lot of daycares, private schools, stuff like that. That information is scrolling along the bottom of your screen, and it's also on our website. Let's take a look, kind of the overview here. This is going to be a predominantly sleet event, the way things are shaping up. Just looked out the door here at our studios in West Nashville. We're getting both sleet and freezing rain. So there's already a layer of ice adding up on the cars and on the power lines, and that is not a good scenario. The increasing chances of freezing rain, that's farther south of Interstate 40, but again, Metro Nashville, we're going to be right on that dividing line between freezing rain to the south, sleet over our heads, then more snow to the north. Change over to snow for everybody expected by late this afternoon to this evening, but that just puts a layer of snow on top of the ice to kind of hide it and make things even more dangerous. Looking at the Forewarn Live radar, now seeing some reports of sleet beginning to hit the ground in northeastern Middle Tennessee, including a report from Jackson County of some sleet happening in Gainesboro, same thing in Overton County. Around Metro Nashville, it has begun. Kind of goes neighborhood by neighborhood. I've been retweeting the reports as they've come in. Some people seeing sleet, some people seeing freezing rain, some, like here in West Nashville, seeing a mix of both. The farther southwest you go, it's more freezing rain, but this is mostly sleet in the white with a little more snow mixed in as you head up into southern Kentucky. That sleet is going to accumulate. It doesn't add up quite as fast as snow, which is why we're going to get lower accumulations in Nashville, but we're still talking about several inches of sleet adding up, and then we are seeing all freezing rain in the pink areas. This is including Decatur County, Perry County, Lewis County, over down towards Waynesboro, Lawrenceburg, and Pulaski. The radar sweep going around again. That dividing line between the sleet and freezing rain is going to shift around a little bit, but in the white, it's mostly sleet with a little bit of snow, and in the pink, that's where we're seeing the freezing rain. It has been adding up. Again, the difference between these different precipitation types, we're talking about when it's cold all the way up to the top of the atmosphere, we're just getting snow. It starts as snow, it falls as snow, but we've got a layer of warm air in between where the precipitation forms and a thick layer of cold air near the ground. So it melts to rain, and then those freeze into sleet pellets as they hit. Thin layer of cold air near the ground produces freezing rain. So we're running that dividing line between whether the cold air is thick enough to freeze it to sleet pellets or whether it freezes on impact. Freezing rain causes more power outages. Sleet tends to cause more road issues. If it's just warm, then we get all rain. That is not the most likely scenario for anybody across the mid-state today. Picture that was posted to us. This is from Lisa in Clarksville of the sleet beginning to add up on the back deck. Appreciate your pictures. Just post them to my Facebook page, Paul Hagen, WSMV, and same place on Twitter as well. Be sharing those throughout the morning. And just your reports. Temperatures are in the 20s. Wind chills are in the single digits and teens. Some places not registering a wind chill, but it's cold enough for this wintry precipitation, and it will remain so as we head through the day. The futurecast temperatures warm up a little bit as we head through the day, up to about 30 or so in Nashville by noon, maybe creeping up above freezing in southern Middle Tennessee for a couple hours. That's your best case scenario, is that you just have cold rain. But even if you get cold rain, then that freezing rain line gets pushed farther up towards Metro Nashville. So somebody's going to have to deal with it. And then the cold air catches back up as we head through the evening. So we're talking about mostly sleet with a little bit of snow mixed in this morning. And yeah, some freezing rain as well. Those same threats continue this afternoon, a real mix. The farther north you go, it's going to be more snow. And then everybody changes over to snow by this evening and into tonight, and things should wind down by about midnight. Significant travel problems, though, whether it's from sleet, whether it's from snow, whether it's from freezing rain. Your tires don't care. It's going to be slippery, and travel is just not recommended at all. How much is going to add up? This is the latest. I'll probably have to adjust this even more as we head through the rest of the day. Talking about around 4 inches probably of mostly sleet in Metro Nashville with some snow on top of that. So maybe 2 or 3 inches of sleet with an inch or two of snow on top of it. And we're going to be seeing the lower snow and sleet accumulations in southern Middle Tennessee, but then you have a better chance of picking up ice. Take a look at the 7-day forecast coming up in a few minutes. It's a cold one. Ann?
All right, I'm in for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic, and we do have a breaking crash right now to talk about, an injury crash at I-24 and Harding, and I'm working to gather some more details. This just popped up with Metro Police Dispatch, and so we will bring you some more details on that as soon as we learn more information. Also following 2 other crashes in the metro area, and once again we are putting calls in right now to get you some info. But let's go outside. I just want to show you what we're seeing as you wake up this morning, because everyone's wondering, is it snowing yet? Well, in Nashville, we haven't seen any thus far, but it looks like we may be starting to get some right here, I-65 north of Wedgwood. It looks like our camera is a little bit blurry, so I'm thinking we might be seeing some action at this very moment in the south part of the downtown area. I-40 at Donaldson Pike looks clear for you right now, and let's get another live picture for you if we can. We lost our camera. I'll send it back to you.
All right, and thank you. Talking about slippery conditions, no matter where you are, but especially to the west of Nashville, some ice accumulating already on the streets. As we take it a break, we got a live picture from our roof cam this morning.
There you go. You cannot see necessarily that it's all falling and all, but this is the way it starts. A bit of a hazy look over downtown Nashville. That is the sleet coming into Nashville. There's much more to talk about, much more coming our way, and we will talk about that more when we return.
Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
It is 3:47 in the morning. This is a look at Clarksville. Clarksville getting the early brunt of this weather that is headed in our direction. Snow, sleet, mixtures of that, pellets on the ground, very slick travel there, and it's all headed our way, and it's below us with more ice. There's so much going on here in Middle Tennessee, which is why we are on early here at 3:47 in the morning, so that you can be ready for your day, or hopefully stay inside and not come out, because it's tough out there on the roads, right?
Hopefully you can stay inside today and don't have to get out and about. We're glad you're joining us this morning. A major concern for area leaders right now is providing shelter for the homeless population. Now, last night, Nashville volunteers hit the streets making sure folks had a warm place to stay. Now, there are several places you can go if you need a warm bed. The Nashville Rescue Mission is one of them.
We're a 24/7, 365-day-a-year facility, so we never close, whether the weather's 70 degrees or -10.
Metro Police Chief Steve Anderson says 1,300 beds are available in the Nashville area. Now, that's a combination of resources at the Rescue Mission and several churches. It is a good idea to check on your neighbors, and don't forget to bring your pets indoors as well. Well, thousands of people made a last-minute trip to the grocery store yesterday to stock up on food.
We went out with them, and it was a hustle to try to find a spot. The late rush left a lot of shelves bare, but they had stocked up quite a bit ahead of time. But you can see various stores, Hendersonville's Walmart, you've got Kroger's, all the grocery stores, Donald's and Publix, a lot of different places, all of them stocked up, and a lot of them have now been cleaned out. Try to get the necessities they need to get through this series.
I think it's pretty crazy that we're going to have as much snow or ice that we are, potentially, so, but you just never know what's going to hit.
When we came here, we had a hard time finding a parking spot, but we knew that was going to happen.
I'll tell you what else was busy.
What?
Gas stations. Yep. Had to go last night because I didn't have much gas and it was slammed. So
always.
Several.
You're right.
Several stations. A lot of folks gearing up for what we were told was coming. All right, let's check back in with Paul to see how we're shaping up today. How's it looking right now?
It's looking like a mess. We're talking about mainly sleet, but some freezing rain. The farther north you go, there's some snow. That dividing line has set up, as a lot of people feared, a little bit farther to the north. So we're not talking about much snow in Nashville. Some later on, but mostly sleet accumulations. But I know it's not as much fun for the kids. Either way, it's a mess. Let's take a look first at the snowbird report, because there were some schools that were going to be in session today on President's Day, but they're not now. Williamson and Lincoln and Pickett counties in Middle Tennessee, and then Barron and Cumberland counties in southern Kentucky are going to be out for the day. Let's take a look at the overview. Here's what you need to know as we head through the day. This is going to be mostly sleet, but there's going to be more snow the farther north you go. In fact, it's snowing quite heavily in Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. Also, Hopkinsville reporting just snow. More freezing rain farther south, getting reports of just freezing rain in southwestern Middle Tennessee, which I'll show you on the forewarned live radar in just a moment. Significant accumulations of sleet, snow, and ice. We'll check out the forecast accumulations of those in just a moment as well. Travel today is very strongly discouraged. Just stay home, because regardless of what it's doing in your neighborhood, the roads are going to be a problem. And we're talking about some record cold temperatures later on this week. We're actually going to be below zero by Thursday morning. Here's what we're looking at on the forewarned live radar. All the areas in white, it's either sleet or snow. The farther north you go, the more likely it's snow. Around Metro Nashville, it's mostly sleet, but there's some freezing rain mixed in. Those brighter whites indicate the stronger radar returns, where it's doing something a bit more heavily, mostly in the form of sleet, but some freezing rain and snow mixed in. Everybody's temperatures are below freezing, so even where you're seeing liquid rain, it's then freezing on impact, and that's what we're seeing in southwestern Middle Tennessee, and that's where you have the greatest potential for power outages. Seeing some sleet adding up on the ground. This is from Gallatin. Robin posted this picture to Facebook, so you can see that layer of icy accumulations already adding up on the roads. Looking outside in Carthage, so far it looks okay. You're a little farther east, but now looking towards downtown Nashville and updating the image. There we go. That is rain that has frozen to the camera lens. So there's freezing rain and sleet around Metro Nashville. Farther to the east in Cookeville, still looking okay, but it's on its way towards you as well. This is a huge system, and the reason we're seeing more sleet and freezing rain instead of more snow is because the whole path of the system took a little bit of a northward jog. I mentioned that over the weekend on the forewarned weather blog. That was a distinct possibility. That's exactly what happened. Is that pushes the snow accumulations a little farther north, but we're still talking about those significant accumulations of ice and snow, and sleet rather. 25 degrees in Nashville, 29 the warm spot in Lawrenceburg, so that rain falls into that sub-freezing air and freezes on impact. Cold enough for snow in southern Kentucky. It's that layer of warm air a little farther up in the atmosphere causing problems for the rest of us. 13 is what it feels like in Nashville, 8 Clarksville, Hopkinsville, and Paris, 7 for the wind chill right now in Murray, Kentucky. Futurecast having the same issues of trying to figure out where that dividing line between the sleet and snow in blue and the freezing rain in pink is going to set up. The dividing line looks like it's going to stay just south of Metro Nashville, but freezing rain accumulations are looking increasingly likely. So that's that ice adding up on trees and power lines and causing some issues there. Change over to snow before it comes to an end. In the green areas, the computers are saying there'll be enough warm air for just plain old rain. That's your best case scenario. I don't think that's tremendously likely. It's better to be cautious with this type of forecast and say it's going to be mostly freezing rain. We can hope you climb above freezing long enough to avoid any significant icing problems farther to the south. As we head through the day, the computers add up the snowfall. They have a hard time telling the difference between snow and sleet, so they overdo the snow estimate. The one computer is saying that we're talking about the potential for 8 inches of snow near Metro Nashville. Not going to happen that way. More reliable estimate is that it pushes it farther to the north. You're going to get a lot of snow in southern Kentucky because you'll get less sleet. We won't get as much snow in Middle Tennessee because we're going to get more sleet than snow. And we're going to see those icy accumulations farther to the south. So it's a big old mess. Forewarned weather alert for the rest of today and into tonight. Tomorrow, could see some snow showers moving in tomorrow night into Wednesday. Those will be lighter. And look at those temperatures on Thursday, starting off sub-zero for the first time ever in the month of February in Nashville. We've never had a sub-zero low temperature in the month of February. It looks like that's going to change Thursday morning. Then another wintry mix headed our way for Friday, changing over to rain on Saturday. We'll be back with another update coming up at the top of the hour. Ann?
Okay, now we're busy in forewarned traffic. We have 5 accidents active right now in the metro area. This first one we're going to talk about is at I-440, and it's at the entrance ramp. Where is it? It is at the entrance ramp to I-24 West. Just got this information 30 seconds ago, so bear with me here. A car is into the guardrail, and this is all because of slick roads. All of these crashes I'm mentioning right now are because of slick roads, so we're starting to see the storm come into the metro area. I-24 East and exit 50A, we have 2 cars involved in a crash there. It is also due to slick roads. And then in Antioch, an injury crash reported at I-24 and Harding. So this just goes to show that we are starting to see sleet come into the metro. You want to stay off the roads at this point. This is what we've been warned about all for the last 24 hours. Back to you.
And this is just a start because we're just 4 o'clock. People are going to try to go to work, and as we get closer to that and more ice comes in, it gets more treacherous.
Yeah, as we take it a break, we've got another live look from Channel 4's Nikki Jennings. Mobile 4 is on the move for you this morning, checking road conditions out there. Right now in the Nashville area, slick roads, mainly freezing rain and sleet. Much more coming up on Channel 4 News Today. We'll be right back.
Here's a look at what's coming up on the Today Show. Wild winter weather, bitter cold, high wind, more snow for the already battered Northeast as freezing rain and sleet makes its way into the mid-state area. We're getting our share.
Tonight at 6, why are some of the state's convicted felons not going back to jail after breaking the rules? The Channel 4 I-Team's Jeremy Finley investigates parole violators.
When the system doesn't work with law enforcement, there's an issue.
Tonight at 6.
We are under a forewarned weather alert. We're tracking dangerously cold temperatures and snow moving in overnight. Watch Channel 4 News Today tomorrow morning for the latest totals, road conditions, and what you can expect.
You've always been a hard worker and paid your Social Security. Now you can't work because of a mental condition, illness, or injury. But there's good news. You may qualify for disability benefits for conditions such as cancer, back injuries, depression, arthritis, heart disease, diabetes, and more. If you have questions about your disability claim, call Ponce Law, Justice for All, 244-4321. We are accepting cases right now.
Welcome back. Pictures on a new snowfall forecast actually as we speak. This is computer model data, so you can see it's a rapid transition from not much to a lot in southern Kentucky. Most of what falls around Metro Nashville is going to be sleet. We'll have an updated look coming up after the top of the hour.
Busy man, he is really working over there. We're trying something new here this morning as well.
Yeah, we've actually stuck a snowbird doll outside to see how the ice and snow are starting to accumulate for us. So we're going to take a live look for you. And as you can see, we're not seeing a lot of action just yet, but we're going to keep an eye on this. This would be different if this was placed in Clarksville this morning out there with Adrian, right?
Yeah. Snowbird is still smiling, so we'll see how he works out as the morning goes on. We're going to take a break, and as we go to the break, we take another look at Clarksville, Tennessee, which is getting the brunt of this at an early start, and it's all coming this way. We'll be back in just a moment.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
We are expecting to see the most snow the mid-state has seen in years. Snow and sleet are moving in. We're under a forewarned weather alert today. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today. Good morning, everybody. 4 o'clock right now. I'm Holly Thompson.
We are ready for all action. There's a lot of stuff going on, so I hope you buckle up. Hope you can stay at home if you can, but let's go over to Paul and check this out. We've got a lot to do. First of all, we've got team coverage. We're everywhere. Channel 4's Adrian Flores live in Clarksville. Keeping an eye on the roads with Mobile 4, but now now. Let's first check with Paul Hagan and get his update on where we stand.
Well, we stand with a mess across the mid-state. Reports coming in of freezing rain, of sleet, of snow farther to the north. And all in all, it's a wintry mess that has prompted the few schools that were going to be in session for President's Day to cancel for President's Day. Let's take a look at the Snowbird report. And we do have 5 counties that have called in to cancel that were initially going to be in session for this holiday. But Williamson, Lincoln, Pickett, Barron, and Cumberland County, Kentucky, they are all closed for the day now. We'll keep you updated. The whole list is on the bottom of the screen. It's also on our website, WSMV.com. Let's check out the weather headlines, and it's a forewarned weather alert morning, obviously. Winter storm warning because of the potential of snow, but also predominantly sleet and freezing rain, adding up to ice accumulations. The farther north you go along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line and into southern Kentucky, you're going to get more snow out of the system. The farther south you go, and I-40 looks like it's setting up to be the dividing line here, you're going to get more ice, including the potential of enough icy accumulations to cause power outages. Metro Nashville, we're right on the dividing line between that snow to our north and more ice, and it looks like that's what's going to impact us predominantly. Looking at the forewarned live radar, all the white shaded areas, that's mostly sleet with more snow in southern Kentucky. Then we look into southwestern Middle Tennessee, all those pink shaded areas. This is freezing rain, so it's not a perfect representation of what's fallen where, but it's pretty good because there are going to be pockets here and there where it switches over just kind of neighborhood by neighborhood. The farther south and southwest you go of Nashville, the more likely it is you're seeing freezing rain rather than sleet or snow. It's been everything so far in Nashville, and then more snow in southern Kentucky. Here's the updated sleet and snow forecast. Literally just moved everything a little bit farther to the north. I don't think we're going to see as much sleet and snow adding up in Nashville. Still in the 2 to 4 inch range, though. Most of that will be sleet, but we've seen enough freezing rain so far this morning put a dent in our overall snow totals and sleet totals as well. Temperatures will stay below freezing, and that's a problem. If it's even falling as liquid rain, it'll freeze on contact. Big issues for the roads as we head through the rest of the day. And Ann is in for Jennifer, keeping an eye on that for us.
Yes, I am, and we are busy in forewarned traffic. We are starting to see sleet all around the metro area, and it's causing problems. Here's one of those problems. This is I-440 west of 21st Avenue. It looks like officers are responding to an incident there. I'm hearing from Metro Police that we're having a lot of spinouts right now. So cars into guardrails, cars into light poles, that kind of thing, because it's slick out there right now. So that's an example of what we're seeing. It's a lot of single car crashes, people just losing control and crashing into the side of the interstate. So let's get another live picture for you. Here's I-24 at Shelby. Another crash reported at the entrance at exit 49 right there. Back to you.
Lots of problems out there, and thank you. Our team coverage continues for you this morning, where many of you are seeing sleet right now.
Clarksville is expected to be one of the hardest hit areas getting this early flood that's coming in, and that's where we find Channel 4's Adrian Flores. Adrian, we have heard the pelting of the sleet on you all morning long. I can tell that it continues, right?
Absolutely continues. Kind of stinging. It's cold out here. Want to show you something, though. The roads. That's really what people are going to be concerned with. Those of us who have to be out here, that's what you're going to deal with. Snowplow just came through, I'd say 3 minutes ago. Doesn't look like the road was touched, and that's because of all the sleet and some of the snow that we saw earlier this morning. We've had quite a bit of sleet this morning. I know it looks like snow, but the majority of this is sleet. Just want to put a ruler out here so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, I'd say we're up to about ½ an inch at this point. That's what we're seeing here right now. It's still falling. It's going to continue to fall, and underneath all of this sleet is ice. And so that's why we keep telling you guys, as you head out the door, you got to give yourself extra time. You need to leave early and slow down. A lot of the people here on Wilma Rudolph seem to be listening and heeding those warnings. Of course, you have people who want to wave at the camera. They really need to be paying attention to the road because they are so slick outside. So it doesn't matter if it's your driveway, your sidewalk, or the roads, bridges, overpasses. All of those things are slick. So we will continue to keep an eye on the roads and let you know what you can expect as you head out the door. But if you can, just stay home. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, Adrian, thank you so much. Let's head out to Mobile 4. The roads are expecting to be slicker and slicker as the storm continues to move in. Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar is involved.
What time do we hit?
Channel 4 photojournalist Nikki Jennings has been keeping an eye out for us. Hey, good morning, Nikki. Now, a little earlier, you mentioned freezing rain. So what are you seeing on the roads right now?
It's about the same, Holly. It's just gotten worse. My best advice for anybody would just, unless you just had to go to work or have to do something, I would stay home today. I've had people texting me this morning, calling me, how's it look out here already? I tell them, stay home. It's slick already. The roads are bad. I'm trying to make my way out here to an accident out here on Harding and I-24, and the road is just, I mean, it's slick. It's really slick. The side roads are slick. I've been seeing police officers on some of the overpasses. I see fire trucks in different places. It's just gotten worse out here as the traffic a little bit picks up this morning, but I hope that everybody heeds the warnings, and Paul's exactly right. It's a nasty mess out here, and it's dangerous. It really is. If you don't have to get out, I would not. Holly, Rudy.
Good idea. Nikki, thank you for the latest. And Ann's been mentioning at least a half a dozen accidents so far. Yeah. Many of them single car crashes just because they're slipping.
You get into a turn, you just can't feel it, and then you can't stop once it gets going. So pump your brakes if you need to. It'll help you maybe to some small extent, but it's just plain old tough.
Talking about some freezing temperatures, obviously that is a big contributor to all of this. Paul, you mentioned with the wind chill, single digits, teens for a lot of folks.
Yeah, it feels even colder. Now, the wind chill is just a human effect. That doesn't have any impact on what it actually is outside. Let's take a look at, first of all, the snowbird report, because we do have some cancellations of schools that were going to be in session that now have been let out for the day. So Williamson and Lincoln counties, Pickett County, Barron County, and then Cumberland County, Kentucky, get out for the day, so you get to join everybody else who is already out for President's Day. Let's take a look at what you need to know. Predominantly sleet, but more and more freezing rain mixing in, even around Metro Nashville. It just kind of goes neighborhood by neighborhood. Snow farther to the north. Southern Kentucky is going to bear the brunt of the snowfall forecast out of this one, but also to the northern interior counties is going to get more snow. It's going to be some sleet mixed in there, and then more freezing rain the farther south you go. Significant ice accumulations possible there. All of us will see some snow on top of this with a changeover to snow late this afternoon and this evening. For right now, what we're talking about, the pink shaded areas, that's freezing rain. So southwestern Middle Tennessee, and I-40 is setting up to be the dividing line between sleet and snow to the north and more freezing rain to the south. Metro Nashville, again, it's kind of just neighborhood by neighborhood. We had some freezing rain outside at our studio, and then a change over to sleet, and then change back over to freezing rain. It's going to continue to do that. The farther north you go, we're talking more sleet and eventually more snow in southern Kentucky. But either way, it is a wintry mess, and road conditions are going to remain hazardous as we head through the rest of the day. A look outside right now towards the Tennessee Tower. Flags whipping a little bit. That does make it feel a little bit colder. Not seeing any ice accumulation on the camera lens yet at this point. It is snowing in southern Kentucky. Both Hopkinsville and Bowling Green reporting all snow. And then we're seeing freezing rain in southern Middle Tennessee. 25 degrees in Nashville. The warm spot is 30 in Fayetteville. Temperatures aren't going to warm up a whole lot as we head through the day. Feels like 15 in Nashville, 6 in Hopkinsville, 7 in Clarksville. The temperature forecast, again, it drops us down a few degrees as the precipitation intensifies, but doesn't warm us up a lot. We stay below freezing in Nashville, only maxing out at about 31 or so degrees this afternoon, maybe creeping up to freezing. That's about the best case scenario. The farther south you go, the latest computer run is pushing you into the mid-30s this afternoon. That's your best case scenario. So rather than icy accumulations, you just get plain old cold rain. So that's the best you can hope for out of this, because it doesn't cause significant problems on the roads. But then as the temperatures drop this evening, we'll see that change over to snow. So let's take a look at the timeline of what's going to happen. A lot of sleet out there, but some freezing rain and snow mixed in for the morning hours. It's still going to be mostly sleet, but there's still going to be that mix. Freezing rain south of I-40, snow as you head up into southern Kentucky and the northern tier counties in Middle Tennessee, and then a change over to snow as we head through the evening hours. It's going to add up to more snow north of Interstate 40, more ice accumulations farther south of I-40. So when we look at the sleet and snow forecast, this is the sleet and snow added together, because you can't really separate them. They're all going to add up on the ground. It's not the fun snowfall accumulation in Nashville. Most of this 2 to 4 inches is going to fall as sleet. Lower amounts farther south of sleet and snow, because you're going to get more ice. The potential for a ½ an inch to maybe some spots up to an inch of ice accumulation, that causes significant power issues. Then you head up into southern Kentucky, talking about 8 inches of snow, some places up to a foot of accumulation in southern Kentucky. So it's a big mess, and you can see how rapid the transition is from mostly ice to a lot of snow, and that transition is directly across the mid-state. So we head through tomorrow. It's still going to be cold. In fact, we're going to stay below freezing all the way until Friday night. Another mess of a wintry mix headed our way Friday. That'll change over to cold rain on Saturday, and another mix on the back end of that system on a Sunday. So we got a lot to keep our eyes on, but we just got our hands full already this morning, including the traffic situation. Ann?
Yes, we've got a lot going on, and we're going to start with our TDOT cameras, because we can actually see 2 of these crashes from those right now. So let's get right to it. A lot of these crashes that we're seeing, as Holly mentioned, are single car crashes, and that's just because people are losing control and slamming into, say, a guardrail or just running off the road. This is I-65 at I-24, and you can see there that we've got emergency crews on the scene, and we're just seeing sleet. So just a little bit of ice is all it takes to get into a lot of trouble. This is actually Shelby. This is the wrong graphic there, but this is exit 49 East Nashville in the Shelby Avenue exit is where we're seeing another crash. So let's get to our map. We've got 7 active accidents right now in the metro area. I-440 and the I-24 ramp, a car into the guardrail. I-24 east at exit 50A, 2 cars involved in a crash. A rollover crash at I-440 and Nolensville, and then an injury crash in Antioch at I-24 and Harding Place. Back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you so much. And I'm afraid it's just kind of the start of things. 4 o'clock, people getting ready to go to work. We're going to have more to be careful of.
All right, coming up next, we have team coverage continuing of our forewarned weather alert. We're all over the mid-state, so you know what to expect as you head out the door.
And as we go to the break, here's a live look at Clarksville, which has gotten quite a bit of this sleet and snow already, and it's all moving through this area. We'll have continued coverage as we return.
Keep watching for your chance to win the big ticket giveaway from Channel 4. Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Here at 4:14 in the morning, this is a shot from Mobile 4. Nikki Jennings on the roads that are getting slicker and slicker. Nikki, is it as treacherous as it looks?
It is, Rudy. It's very dangerous out here. I've noticed a lot of cars are putting their flashers on, I guess warning people that they're going slow. But the interstate, I'm on Interstate 24, going back into town from like Murfreesboro area. I'm heading to Interstate 440, but it's really slick. A lot of the semis, like the one that's coming by me right now, they're heavy. They think, I mean, they've got the weight. They can kind of stay on the road, but I tell you, if they hit a slick spot, it's going to get ugly real quick. But the road's covered in ice and very wet, very treacherous. A lot of people pulling over to the side of the road. I've seen a lot of accidents this morning already.
Yeah, Ann's been covering several.
Even as you're
of those
driving, yeah, we've seen through 2 or 3 cars there with flashers out or pull over to the side of the road. Tough stuff out there.
Oh, and Nikki, please keep us posted. I know T-Dot's, but of course, brine on Friday and Saturday. Yeah. We've got a lot of salt trucks out there for you this morning, but we'll continue to bring you the very latest. And before you go to break, we're checking back in with Paul.
And we are talking about predominantly sleet and freezing rain across most of the mid-state, but snow farther to the north. That's where the snow accumulations are going to be more likely. Southern Kentucky. We'll take a look at that updated snow and sleet forecast map, and we'll check on the potential ice accumulations as well. That's becoming a more significant factor as we look at the way things are shaping up with this winter storm. It's going to be a mess either way. Details coming up after a quick break.
Now, forewarned weather, rated Middle Tennessee's most accurate forecast.
Good morning, Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. We're at 417 for you right now. Most of us waking up in the 20s for us this morning. We're looking at live cameras throughout downtown for us this morning, and freezing rain out there. That's what photojournalist Nikki Jennings has been telling us, giving us the very latest, talking about some slick spots out there. A lot of this freezing up, many accidents already, most of them single vehicle crashes, just slipping, speeding up and then not realizing just how slick it is out there.
Slow it down. Don't go. Yeah, I mean, if you at all can get away with calling in, just saying, hey, not going to be at work, that's the better option because the roads are going to be treacherous. It's not because of snow around Nashville, it's freezing rain and sleet, and that's going to be the problem for a lot of us. More snow the farther north you go, so let's take a look at what we can expect as we head through the day. Obviously, it's a forewarned weather alert day. We're going to keep you updated on the snowbird list again coming up at the bottom of the hour. Mostly sleet, but more snow north of Interstate 40, more freezing rain along and south of I-40. So again, Metro Nashville, we find ourselves right on the dividing line, but we're talking about significant accumulations of whatever happens in your neighborhood, whether it's sleet, whether it's snow, whether it's ice. It's going to add up and it's going to cause problems. Travel today strongly discouraged. Just stay home if you have that option. And then later down the line, we're talking about record cold temperatures later on this week. Looking at the forewarned live radar, we'll stay on the big picture view here because now more of the mid-state is covered by some type of precipitation than not. The pink shaded areas, this is predominantly freezing rain. That's the stuff that's liquid rain until it hits and then it freezes and forms a glaze. That's what adds up on tree branches and power lines. It can add up on the bridges and overpasses as well. And this is where power outages are going to be more of a concern. And you see that does creep up into southern Davidson County here. The white shaded areas, that's sleet and snow. It's sleet the closer you are to the pink. It's snow the farther north you go, especially into southern Kentucky. So we're talking about all types of wintry weather, but that freezing rain sleet line is going to be hovering right along Interstate 40 as we head through the day. So we'll probably go back and forth in Nashville, and that kind of chips into our total potential accumulations. Looking outside from a picture, this was posted from Portland, obviously. Can't quite read the name, and I'm too far away from the computer to read it off. Thank you for posting the picture. She said it actually filled back in. Drew this to identify where they are, and within 5 minutes after that, it was covered up immediately because the sleet and the snow continued to fall there around the Portland area. That's where it's more of a sleet-snow mix. The big picture, this is a huge storm system. Look at all of this pink. This is freezing rain, and that extends all the way back towards Memphis and into Arkansas. It's just plain old rain, but way down to our south, some hope that maybe that creeps up into our southern counties as we head into the afternoon. That's our best case scenario for those folks. I know if you were looking forward to snow, it's not your best case scenario, but certainly for public safety, it's the best case scenario if you just get plain old liquid rain. But it's raining and sleeting, and it's 25 degrees in Nashville, so that's way below freezing. That means everything is going to freeze on impact. The warm spot on the map is 28 degrees in Lawrenceburg. Definitely cold enough for freezing rain. Futurecast, again, in the blue, that's sleet and snow. In the pink, that's freezing rain. And you see, we're going to see that dividing line just kind of hovering right over us as we head through the morning and into this afternoon. This yellow and green, that's where plain old liquid rainfall is going to be possible. But your temperatures are going to be, if it's warm enough for rain, barely 33 or 34. Again, that means wet roads instead of icy roads, but it's still a cause for concern. And then we'll see a changeover to snow as things come to an end this evening. That's when we'll get any snow accumulations in Nashville, is that last burst of snow. So a layer of sleet and ice in Nashville. It could be a few inches thick with another inch or two of snow on top of that. So when we show you the accumulation map, most of that's going to be sleet. For the majority of the mid-state where we have the higher accumulations, though, it will be more snow in southern Kentucky. Snowfall totals, again, this is just computer data. I'll show you my version of it in just a second. You can see that very, very quick transition from not much to a lot. And that's the trouble with these winter forecasts, is that we see that transition line setting up and it's hard to tell exactly where it's going to be. The other problem is ice accumulation. So this is the freezing rain adding up to ice on power lines, tree branches, bridges, and overpasses. We're talking about more than ½ an inch of ice accumulation possible the farther south and southwest you go from Nashville, and that could cause some significant power outage issues for that portion of the mid-state. So we got a lot to worry about as we head through the rest of the day. This is my sleet and snow forecast, again, combining them because it just adds up on the ground. So you're going to get a layer of sleet and then a layer of snow on top of it. Generally 2 to 4 for Metro Nashville, a little less than we were anticipating because it took a northward jog, which was a significant possibility that we talked about over the weekend. And then we get the really cold temperatures to move in later on this week. Slighter, very light snow chances on the way tomorrow night into Wednesday. Another one on the way late Thursday. That'll gradually change over to another wintry mix on Friday. But look at Thursday's temperatures, 16 for a high, -3 for a low. That would be a record by a pretty wide margin. So we're talking about stunningly cold air on the way later on this week before we warm up enough for just plain old rain on Saturday. Anne's got a busy job this morning as well, keeping track of traffic. How's it going?
Oh, we've got a ton of accidents. It's about, I think, 8 accidents that we're working right now, and I'm just going to show you the 3 that we can see on the cameras right now. This is I-440 west of 21st Avenue. It looks like a single car crash, and I've been talking to the dispatchers with Metro Police, and they're just seeing a lot of single car crashes, people that are driving too quickly in the sleet that's coming down. They're slipping and sliding and crashing into the sidewalls. There's another crash at I-24 West in Shelby on the east side. There's another crash at I-440 West, and this was the first one, exit 1, I-440 West and Nolensville Pike. We have a rollover crash there. The car is in the center of the interstate there. So again, 8 crashes, all due to the weather, according to Metro. Back to you.
Goodness, looking at all those crashes. Tough morning. Coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, the latest on this morning snowstorm.
Yeah, we are taking you live across Middle Tennessee, tracking today's forewarned weather alert. What you need to know coming up next.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
It's 4:30 in the morning, and good morning to you, but you're waking up to a winter weather. Well, it's a mix. It's a mix of a lot of sleet, and there's some snow in there as well. It's as treacherous as it could possibly be. It means the roads are slick, and we are tracking all this winter weather in Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar. Now, good morning to you. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today. I'm Rudy Kalis.
And I'm Holly Thompson. Thanks for joining us this morning. We are under a forewarned weather alert today. For the very latest, we're going to check in with meteorologist Paul Hagan to see how we're shaping up. We begin our team coverage. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Yeah, we do have a wintry mess shaping up across the mid-state. It's just taking a slightly different shape than the snowiest possibilities, looking more like an ice event for a majority of the mid-state, including Metro Nashville. Let's take a look at what's happening. First, the snowbird report. And we do have some schools that were going to be in session on this President's Day that are now not going to be. Williamson County closed, Lincoln and Pickett counties have closed as well, and in Southern Kentucky, Barron and Cumberland County schools now are going to be out for the day. Of course, most schools were going to be closed in the first place for the holiday. Let's take a look at the weather headlines, the overview of what you need to know. Snow, sleet, and ice in different portions of the mid-state. It's all winter weather and it's all messy. The farther north you go, you're going to run into more snow. The farther south you go, along and south of Interstate 40, that's where we're talking about freezing rain adding up to ice accumulation. Metro Nashville, we're going to be on the dividing line between snow to our north, but more we're going to be on the dividing line between sleet and ice. So whatever adds up in Nashville is more likely to be sleet than snow. Here's what we're looking at. The white shaded areas, that's sleet and snow. Sleet mainly in northern Middle Tennessee, snow mainly in southern Kentucky, and then all the pink shaded areas, that is freezing rain. And that is kind of the worst case scenario for these winter weather events because, well, I mean, from just a practical perspective, the kids can't go outside and play in freezing rain, and that's less than ideal. But it's also really bad for power outages potentially and road conditions as well, especially on those bridges and overpasses. This is going to be a significant issue. Sleet and snow forecast have been updating this, made a couple of changes already this morning, bending the accumulation amounts, the higher ones farther up to the north, so 2 to 4 inches maybe around Metro Nashville, but that's mostly going to be sleet and then a little bit of snow right on top of it as we head through the late afternoon and evening hours. So it's going to be cold all day. Temperatures remain below freezing, and that's cold enough for that ice to stick, regardless of whether it's sleet or freezing rain. And then brief change over to some snow late this afternoon and this evening. It's a mess. Winter storm warning. We'll be back with more updates on this forewarned weather alert coming up in just a few minutes. Ann?
I'm in for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic this morning. We're busy, busy, busy. We have 8 crashes working in the metro area right now, and all of these are weather-related crashes. We're seeing sleet, slick conditions, ice out there, and Nikki Jennings, our photojournalist, just got to one of the crashes we're following. It's a rollover crash on I-440 West in Nolensville Pike. Nikki Jennings, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ann.
Did you see the crash out there?
I did. I was in the westbound lane. I had to circle back, come back to the eastbound lane. I'm headed my way back to it. Looks like it just was going down the road, lost control, flipped up on its top right in the middle of the median. It looks pretty bad. I can't say it enough is if you don't have to go out today, don't go out today. It's very slick out here. The roads are horrible. I've had to stop at least a half a dozen times and clean the ice off my windshield with my defroster going wide open, and the ice will build up, and so you know if it's building up on my windshield, it's probably building up on the roads too, and I'm coming up on that accident now,
And just for people waking up, Nikki, are you seeing ice out there? Is it snow? What exactly are you seeing in terms of the weather?
It's been mostly freezing rain. It just switched over. It's where I drive in and out of. Sometimes it'll be sleet, and just a few minutes ago it was sleeting like really coming down, and then here I'm going this way is going back into the going back to rain again. Here's the accident here as a police officer up here off on the side of the road. It's a really kind of a dangerous spot. There's no place to get off, but this is what we have out here. It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, we're about to see this crash. If we can just wait a couple more seconds so we can actually see what's going on out there, because he's just about to drive on this. And I know, Nikki, you can't really stop on the interstate when it's this bad. It looks like you are going to make an attempt here. But I'd like to see what's going on. You said it is a rollover. It looks like they have it moved off to the side now. Is that right?
It's up in the median here on 440. It's directly right up in the middle of the, like, if people drive 440, they know it's dirt and grass. Or I mean, it's grass, it's grassy, and it's rounded, and it's right up in the middle of it. So,
Nikki, thank you so much.
I think you can see it there.
Thank you so much, Nikki.
All right,
we're going to come back and get an update in a few. Back to you.
All right, Ian, thank you.
Well, our team coverage is continuing in Montgomery County, where folks are dealing with a lot of sleet and some snow in this place.
Yeah, it's been coming down for hours there now. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in the middle of it all in Clarksville. Good morning to you, Adrian. So what's the latest there? What are you seeing?
Still a mess, and it's going to be a mess for quite some time. It started falling earlier this morning on our way in, and I want you to take a look at the roads. You can see snow plows are out. The problem is there's just so much sleet, a little bit of snow mixed in with it, but there's just so much on the road that even when the snow plows hit it, not really making a difference, not making a dent. I mean, it just went over it. Doesn't look like it touched anything. The good news is, at least out here, people are heeding the warnings. They're slowing down. They're giving themselves some extra time. Just got off the phone with dispatch, and according to Clarksville Police, Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, they're not working any accidents. They haven't responded to an accident. They're not working any accidents because the majority of people are staying home, and those who are out really are slowing down right here. But, I mean, I want you to see, if you do have to head out, a lot of people do, this is what you're going to be dealing with. This is that sleet snow mix that we have been seeing all morning long. Looks like snow, but you can hear it. If you hear it on my jacket hitting, it's icy. And that's really what you're going to deal with, whether it's your sidewalk, your driveway, scraping off your car, roads, bridges, overpasses. All of that's what you're going to have to deal with. So dispatch is just asking everybody, first of all, stay home. If you can't stay home, definitely need to leave early and slow down once you hit those roads, because that's where you run into the problem. People aren't listening. They're not slowing down. They think that this is a bright sunny day and the surface is too slick for all of that. The tires just aren't getting any traction and people end up running off the road. So again, everybody's out. Snow plows are out. They're trying to clear the roads, but just give them some time to work on those roads before you head out. And if you can, stay home. If not, keep it right here on Channel 4. We, of course, will keep you posted on everything throughout the morning. We are live in Clarksville. Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, Adrian, thank you. And you can see the difference in the roads there versus here, you know, a mixture there with the snow and the freezing rain.
We've talked about it several times. If you have to drive, you get to a stop sign, stoplight or something, pump your brakes. Don't hit them, because if you, I mean, just stay on them, because that's what'll lock up and you'll spin. So if you got to get out, you got to use some of that kind of common sense. Downhill as well.
Right. Hey, by the way, for road information, you can check at TDOT. It's 511 for road information, all those conditions. All right, let's check back in with Paul for the latest this morning on our forewarned weather alert.
Right, we do have that alert continuing for the winter storm warning, but because of the icy accumulations that are moving through the mid-state as we speak, what you're seeing just depends on exactly where you are. Let's take a look at the forewarned live radar. Pink shaded areas, much more likely to be seeing freezing rain. In the white, it's either sleet or snow. Mainly sleet on the Tennessee side of the border, mainly snow on the Kentucky side of the border. It's not a perfect dividing line, but it's a pretty good estimate. And again, the ice much farther to the north than what the initial forecast held. I mentioned this over the weekend in the blog post that if the storm track just jogged a little north, then it would pull the heavier snow farther north and pull the ice along with it. That's exactly what has happened. Let's zoom into Metro Nashville, and depending on which part of Davidson County you're in, you're getting sleet or you're getting freezing rain. Here in West Nashville, our studios, I just poked my head out the door here, and we are getting primarily freezing rain. There's a few sleet pellets mixed in there, but it is a messy situation. Some of the main roads are just wet if they're warmed by the ground underneath, but those icy accumulations are going to be possible the longer the freezing rain continues to add up. So we are talking about significant issues, and again, that dividing line is more or less going to stay along Interstate 40 as we head through the day. You're going to Kentucky and you're seeing more snow. This is a picture posted to Facebook. This is from Candy in Gracie, Kentucky, to the west of Hopkinsville. Got up at 3:45 in the morning to go out and make a snow angel. So that's a good way to spend a snow day, I guess. So it's not all terrible. 25 degrees right now in Nashville. Again, the farther north you go, it's more snow because the warm air that's producing that melted precipitation is a pocket of warm air about a mile off the ground. That's where we're getting sleet and freezing rain on the Tennessee side of the border. You don't have that in southern Kentucky. It's all snow from the clouds all the way down to the ground. But even the warm spot on the map is 31 degrees in Fayetteville. Temperatures definitely cold enough for either sleet or freezing rain. It just depends on how deep that layer of cold air is. The wind chill doesn't have anything to do with precipitation type. It just makes us feel colder. 7 right now in Clarksville, 9 Hopkinsville, 14 is what it feels like in Nashville. And those temperatures are going to stay cold as we head through the day. This is just the computer data estimating our temperatures, and it does push us up to close to freezing. A lot of times with this type of ice storm scenario, though, it overdoes it a little bit, and at best it pushes Nashville's temperature up to exactly 32. The best case scenario farther south is that you see a transition from freezing rain to plain old cold rain to help melt any ice that's already added up. But the southern half of the mid-state, basically anywhere south of I-40, you could pick up a ½ inch of ice accumulation. That's enough for some tree branches and power lines to come down. Some spots, localized spots, could pick up to an inch of ice accumulation the way things are shaping up, and that's a significant problem. So for the most part, I think what we're going to be seeing is sleet, but the farther south you go, we're talking more freezing rain and then some snow in southern Kentucky. As we head through the afternoon, it's going to be the same mix. Sleet. To the north of the sleet, there's snow. To the south of the sleet, there's freezing rain, and that dividing line is going to be just wobbling back and forth along Interstate 40. A transition to snow is going to happen even for Metro Nashville, so we are going to see some snow on top of our ice, but then it just hides the ice. If you have to be driving, don't drive if you don't have to. More snow north of Interstate 40, more south of I-40, and we're right on that dividing line in Metro Nashville. A very tricky forecast. Here's what I'm estimating. And most of what accumulates for the I-40 corridor, that's going to be sleet. That's not going to be snow. A little layer of snow on top of it, but it's going to be mostly sleet. The heavier accumulations farther north, that's where it's going to be more snow in southern Kentucky and along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. Cold temperatures for a while. Look at Thursday, another forewarn alert day, not because of snow or ice, but because of cold. We're going to set a record low temperature in all likelihood Thursday morning. We're talking about negative territory, 3 below for that low temperature early Thursday. We'll be back with another radar update in just a few minutes. Ann?
And we're still talking crashes, 8 active right now in the metro area. We're going to take you out to the cameras because this gives us the best view right now. It's hard for police to get to these crashes because of the conditions out there. This one's been there for quite a while at I-440 west of 21st Avenue, the West End area. We had a car that crashed because of the conditions, just very slick, ice, hard to see, visibility low, and another crash at I-24 and Shelby Avenue. I've got the list from Metro Police right now. We have a rollover crash at I-440 West and Nolensville Pike. We've got another crash at I-24 West, mile marker 56. Another crash at Meridian Street and Trinity Lane in North Nashville. We've got another crash in Antioch at I-24 West and Harding Place. Every crash that we are seeing is due to the weather. So don't leave your house if you don't have to drive. I would not take the risk this morning considering what we've seen. Back to you.
All right, thank you. And for the very latest, we're at 4:42, and this just in from Austin Peay. They have just decided to close due to the inclement weather. That includes Fort Campbell campus as well as the Springfield campus. All classes activities canceled today. Again, Austin Peay just calling in. They are closed today, canceling classes. All right, coming up next, our team coverage continues of this morning's winter storm.
We're going to have a live report. We've got our forewarned weather report as well. So far, we've also been fortunate. We have no reports of any power outages. So that's a positive note with all this ice forming on trees and lines. Just a look at Clarksville, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Keep watching for your chance to win the big ticket giveaway from Channel 4. Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Good morning, everybody. 4:44 is our time for you on this Monday. We have some breaking news coming to us out of Portland, the Sumner County area. More than 400 people are waking up without power. I believe that latest number is 430 people without power this morning. This is a live look at Cumberland Electric's power outage map. We have that for you. It's at the bottom of the screen. But again, at this point, about 400 plus people out of power in Portland. Also, this just in, we have just received word from MTSU, Middle Tennessee State University. MTSU has borders just closed. All right, now we're going to toss it over to you, Paul, for the latest on our forecast. How are we shaping up out there?
Not good. Instead of snow, though, it's predominantly been falling as sleet and freezing rain, which again is not as exciting for a lot of folks who are looking forward to snow, but it produces the same mess on the roads. Let's take a look at what's happening, what to expect. Predominantly sleet, but some freezing rain has been creeping into Metro Nashville as well. Even more freezing rain as you head to the south of Interstate 40. More snow farther north, especially southern Kentucky. Significant accumulations, whether it's sleet, snow, or ice, you're going to get enough to cause problems across virtually the entire mid-state. The only chance of maybe dodging it will be in southeastern Middle Tennessee. Travel today, strongly discouraged. Just stay home. It doesn't matter if it's sleet, if it's ice, or if it's snow, it's still going to cause a lot of problems on the roads. And then later this week, we're talking about record cold temperatures. I'll show you that again in the 7-day forecast in just a minute. Here's what we're looking at on the forewarned live radar, and it's a pretty sharp dividing line. Again, roughly along I-40, but again, it creeps a little north as you head farther into western Middle Tennessee. The white shaded areas, this is where we're talking about mainly snow and sleet. The pink shaded area, mainly freezing rain, including portions of Metro Nashville, and especially as you head down into Williamson County and Rutherford County and all of southern Middle Tennessee. You're more likely to see freezing rain rather than anything else. Temperatures are all below freezing, so it's liquid rain that freezes as soon as it lands on impact. And this was the concern over the weekend. Mentioned it a few different places in the blog posts over the weekend that if the storm track jogged just a little north, which it has done, it would drag the higher snow totals farther north and drag the ice along with it and farther up into the mid-state. Looking at mostly what we're talking about, sleet on the Tennessee side of the border and then snow in southern Kentucky. So all these white shaded areas, it's either sleet or snow. To draw the dividing line of that, I'm going to zoom in and kind of switch radar products here and show you what we're looking at. It looks like a big old mess here. Follow along with me though, because this little ragged line right there, we're looking a little farther up in the atmosphere, and to the north of this is where you're mainly talking about snow. To the south of it, it's either sleet or freezing rain. And again, that freezing rain line more or less is about here. So this is sleet that is falling around the northern half of Metro Nashville into Sumner County and into Robertson County, the northern tier of counties, and then it's mostly snow as you look up into southern Kentucky. This is where you're going to pick up the heaviest accumulations. Farther south of that line, though, at the bottom, that's where you're going to get freezing rain, and that's what causes power problems. You can post pictures as they come in. We'll be sharing them throughout the morning. I can't promise I'm going to share every picture because we got a lot of stuff to talk about, but look for my Facebook page, Paul Hagen WSMV, and you can do the same thing on Twitter. Looking outside right now, and this is freezing rain that's falling, sticking to the ground in the city of Clifton. The earlier image, Bedford County, looking okay so far. West Nashville, oh, the camera at St. Henry School is still updating from last night's image, so we'll get that fixed. These are raindrops that have frozen to the camera lens in West Nashville. Temperatures are cold, 25 degrees in Nashville. It's only 19 in Hopkinsville and in Murray. Everybody's below freezing, so it's going to be wintry precipitation. The question is what kind, and Futurecast keeps that sleet and freezing rain dividing line just kind of hovering back and forth right along Interstate 40 as we head through the day, with more snow in southern Kentucky. But the blue areas, it's either going to be sleet or the snow, and then we see a little bit of rain mixing in. Again, southeastern Middle Tennessee has the best chance of just seeing some plain old cold rain. That's kind of your best case scenario. I know the kids think it's not as fun, but the adults certainly don't mind not having to drive in icy conditions. And then there will be a changeover to snow. So we get the accumulations of ice and then sleet and then snow on top of it. It's going to be a mess. And then everything comes to an end as we head through tonight. Quick check of the computers version of how much snow we're going to get. You see it's such a tight transition between not much at all in terms of snow and sleet, but a lot, and mostly snow in southern Kentucky. The southern half of the mid-state, we're more concerned about icy accumulations and a significant amount of ice at that. Talking about the potential for over a ½ an inch of ice in that purplish shade there, and that's enough to bring down trees and power lines, and that has been creeping closer to Metro Nashville as we've headed through the morning hours. So it's becoming more of a freezing rain and sleet event for Nashville. Still looks like a snow event for southern Kentucky, and there's that transition in between. It's still going to be cold tomorrow. Whatever accumulates, whatever it is, sleet, freezing rain, or snow, it's going to stick around. It's going to be hard to get rid of it. Bone-chillingly cold temperatures, a record low anticipated Thursday morning, another forewarned weather alert day. Ann?
I'm in for Jennifer in forewarned traffic. We have a new accident, so we have at least 9 accidents in the metro area right now. All weather related, and I'm going to take you around on the map just to show you where we're seeing all of these. We have a crash at Trinity Lane and Meridian Street. That's on the north side of town. We have another crash in Antioch. This is an injury crash at I-24 in Harding. And then we've got a couple more. I-40 west at Charlotte Pike. A car spun out there. It is reported as a crash. And then I-440 to the entrance. It's on the entrance ramp at I-24 west. So on the east side of town, the car ran ran into a guardrail. This speaks to the sleet and the icy conditions we're seeing right now. If we can go out live, we have another picture of a crash right here. This is on I-440 in the West End area, so just west of 21st Avenue. This scene's been there for quite a while. You can see there's just one car there. So we're seeing a lot of single car crashes, just people going a little too fast, maybe going around a curve. They're losing control, either going off the interstate or running into the guardrail. We've had one crash involving two cars, just the cars getting too close to each other with the weather conditions that we are seeing. And we're going to keep checking in with Metro and THP, bring you the very latest throughout the morning. Back to you.
Montgomery County is dealing with some sleet and some snow that's starting to pile up as well. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live in Clarksville with a look. You have been pelted with sleet all morning. How are you doing out there, Adrian?
I'm surviving. That's just what I'll say. We're talking sleet, snow, cold temperatures, wind. It's just miserable out here. So if you don't have to go out like us, go ahead and stay home. That's your best bet. Thankfully, where we are, we're on Wilma Rudolph, which is exit 4 just off 24. Most people seem to be heeding warnings. They're staying home, which is why you don't see too many cars out here on the road. Those that are out here are slowing down. They're giving themselves some extra time. And that's what's preventing a lot of these accidents. Talk to dispatch. According to dispatch, they haven't responded to any accidents overnight. They're not working any accidents right now. That was as of about 30 minutes ago because people are listening. But if you do have to head out, just know this is what you're going to be dealing with. No, it looks like snow. It's really not. It's sleet, and we're about an inch right about now. Earlier we did this. It was about a half an inch, and that was, I'd say, about 45 minutes ago. So that lets you know just how much is falling right now. This is what you're going to have to deal with. Underneath this is ice, and so that's going to be the problem as you're walking around. Solid sheet of ice on the ground here on the curb. All of this is ice. So if you head out the door, your sidewalk, your driveway, you're going to have to clean off the car. Give yourself a little extra time, or better yet, stay home and watch Channel 4. We're live in Clarksville. Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Now, that's the best idea.
She's
Stay
still
home
got a smile
and
on her
watch
face.
us. I know. We certainly appreciate all those efforts. But again, about an inch of sleet and ice underneath. Goodness, Adrian, thank you. 4:52 right now. Coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, team coverage continues of our forewarned weather alert.
We're live with the latest as snow and sleet moves into the area.
This is your chance to win. Call 737-4968. The fourth caller wins tickets to see Def Leppard from Channel 4.
Good morning. If you're wondering what it looks like outside here in Nashville, check it out. There's no measurable snow or ice here just yet, but it's coming. Just to the west, Clarksville, already 1 inch of ice there. Hey, just ahead on Channel 4 News Today, team coverage of our forewarned weather alert.
And we are live across the mid-state to tell you where that snow and sleet is moving in. Next.
Today is a forewarned weather alert day. Be prepared and stay with Channel 4.
Our adult students are a rare and special type of person. Leaders in the office and the community. Teachers in and out of the classroom. Superheroes without capes. They administer first aid on computers and scrape knees. They are changing healthcare and themselves. Be the best version of yourself with an accelerated bachelor's or MBA degree from Bethel University. Call 1-877-4BETHEL today.
It's a new year at Riddell Honda with better-than-ever deals, like payments as low as $159 a month on new 2015 Civic LX sedans. Now at Riddell Honda in Murfreesboro. Call, come in or shop 24/7 at RiddellHonda.com.
Girls, where do you think you're going?
To go buy more houses. Want to come with us?
I think homework needs to be your first priority. If you need to sell a house, call our family at Tennessee Home Buyers. We buy houses as is. Any situation, any condition. We pay cash and close fast. No fees, no commissions, and the process is easy.
Call our dad now. Dial 299 cash.
Call 299 cash today. Waking up to fatigued skin? Sleep on this.
Garnier creates its first miracle sleeping cream. It fights signs of fatigue and wrinkles while you sleep.
A sleeping cream. That's a first.
Like a lightweight mask of continuous hydration. It works while you sleep, when skin is most receptive.
And here's the real wake-up call.
In just 1 week, wake up to more refreshed, younger-looking skin.
Stop waking up to fatigued skin. Sleep with this.
New Miracle Sleeping Cream.
From Garnier.
Inspiration comes easy when you know where to look. Find yours at America's #1 aquarium, Ripley's Aquarium of the Smokies, in the heart of Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
It's a new year at Riddell Honda with better than ever deals, like payments as low as $199 a month on new 2015 Accord LX sedans. Now at Riddell Honda in Murfreesboro. Call, come in or shop 24/7 at RiddellHonda.com.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
We are expecting to see the most snow the mid-state has seen in years. Early this morning we saw sleet, and now the snow is moving in as well. We are under a forewarned weather alert. Live pictures from Clarksville for you this morning. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today. Glad to have you watching on this Monday, 5 o'clock right now. We certainly have a lot to get to, but thanks for joining us. I'm Holly Thompson.
Boy, it is a busy morning. I'm Rudy Kalis. We do have team coverage. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live in Clarksville, where the storm first hit, and then we've also got Mobile 4, which is out there and about, keeping an eye on all the weather and the different roads in this area. And first, let's go to our chief meteorologist, Lisa Spencer, and Paul Hagan to track this storm for us in our forewarned weather center. Good morning, guys.
Well, good morning. And it is moving in, just coming in on the roads, Paul, already starting to see a bit of icing forming.
Yeah, you said your tires spun a little bit on your way in, and that's a short drive. Let's take a look at the weather headlines for this morning. And actually, first, the snowbird report, then we'll get to the weather headlines. A few schools that were going to be in school on this President's Day have now canceled. Williamson County out for the day, Lincoln County, Pickett County as well. In Southern Kentucky, it's Barron and Cumberland counties that are out for the day. Lisa, those weather headlines?
Oh, yes. Boy, we are talking about a mess. Snow, sleet, and ice, which, you know what, is the worst combination when it comes to driving, so don't. We advise that. But to the north, the scenario is we're going to get more snow, and to the south, we're going to see more ice developing. So that's the scenario because we've got a layer of warm air that's Nashville is going to be on the line between that snow and ice. So that's not so great when you're out there traveling. We've got some freezing rain, even a few ice pellets right now in Nashville. But you can see that snow line farther off to the north. And Paul, take a look at that from here.
Yeah, the snow and sleet, that's in the white shaded areas. The pink, this is freezing rain predominantly. You see that cutoff line goes right through metro Nashville. The farther south you go, freezing rain is the dominant form of precipitation. The farther north you go, it's sleet on the Tennessee side of the border and then snow in southern Kentucky. So southern Kentucky is going to get the substantial snow accumulations out of this. It's mainly going to be sleet and freezing rain back and forth in metro Nashville, but we still could pick up a couple inches of sleet with some ice accumulations underneath that as well, Lisa.
That's right, and we are expecting to see a changeover a bit later on, perhaps even more snow later in the afternoon. So that's where some of these totals come from. Now, it's really icy here. That's the scenario for us. 2 to 4 inches of snow around Nashville. And then, as Paul was saying, this is where we're expecting the more significant amounts of snow, actual snow developing right there along that Tennessee and Kentucky line. So for the day, just prepare for winter weather. It's going to be cold. Best advice to stay in. 25 degrees around 7:30 at noon and 31 degrees. We do expect it to be more snow, though, later this afternoon as opposed to the sleet and freezing rain that we're seeing this morning.
And that's going to add up on top of the ice that will already be on the ground. So any way you slice it, it is going to be a mess. It's already a mess, and Ann McCloy is checking the roads for us. Ann?
Yes, we have in the area of 11 to 13 accidents. I'm trying to call on these, but we have Metro Dispatch pretty tied up right now. These are some of the crashes that just came in. Look at that map just highlighted in red. We've got a crash at I-24 West in Murfreesboro Pike, another crash in in the same area, I-24 West Harding Place. This is the second crash in that area this morning. And then another crash at 2035 Hobson Pike, all in the Antioch area. This is all weather related, all due to ice. Most of these single car crashes with the cars just running into the side of the interstate, running off the road because of the slick conditions. Please stay home if you can. This just in, I-65, the on-ramp at Armory Drive, the ramp has been closed because of ice. It's just way too slick there. Police are responding to so many crashes in the area. Just before we came on, another crash reported at Old Springfield Pike and North Main Street in Davidson County. Real quick, if we could take this camera and just show you, there's another crash right here, I-440. This is west of 21st. It's been there for an hour. They're still cleaning up. Back to you.
So many problems on the roads this morning, and thank you. Well, our team coverage continues this morning, where many of you are seeing that sleet and snow right now.
Clarksville is expected to be one of the hardest hit areas, and that's where we find our own Channel 4's Adrian Flores. Adrian, you've been pelted by it all morning long. What are you seeing now?
It looks like it's starting to turn into a little bit of snow, still feeling the sleet, but I noticed that some snow is mixing in. Doesn't matter where you are. No matter where you are in Clarksville and Montgomery County, this is what you're going to be dealing with. But I want to give you a sense of where we are right now. Off to my right, off in the distance, 2 lights down, that's 24. We're standing on Wilma Rudolph, just off exit 4, and you can see what the roads look like. Snow plows have been hitting this all morning long. Hasn't made a dent at all. You cannot even see where the snowplow has hit, because as soon as it goes through, all of that sleet blows right back onto the road, doesn't clear it at all. So that's why they're asking people to just kind of stay home. A lot of people are heeding the warning. You see there are very few cars out here. Those that are out here, definitely taking their time. They're giving themselves a little extra time, and they're slowing down to avoid those accidents. So far, it looks like it's working. Talked to dispatch not too long ago, and they say they just haven't been working accidents at all this morning, and they're hoping it stays that way throughout the day. So, 2 things. Stay home. If you can't stay home and you have to go out, give yourself some extra time, slow down, and keep it with us right here on Channel 4 News. We, of course, will be out here, let you know what you can expect as you head out the door. For now, live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Thank you, Adrian. You're a real trooper. We've also got Mobile 4 out there trying to watch the roads for us.
Roads expected to be slick now that the storm's moving in, as you can see, from Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar. All right, Channel 4 photojournalist Nikki Jennings has been keeping an eye out. So, Nikki, what are you seeing right now? How are the roads this morning?
They're just getting worse and worse, Holly. It seems like this morning when I first started out, I was driving 55. The roads are clear. An hour later, I was driving 45 when I started. Now here we are another hour later at our 5 o'clock show. And now everybody's down to 35 miles an hour. A lot of accidents. The road is now completely covered with slushy ice. I apologize, my wipers, I haven't had a chance to get out and clean them lately. But it won't wipe. The ice builds up. I've got my defroster on full blast, but the ice still builds up. The salt trucks have been out this morning, though. I've been seeing them, and they're doing a great job. They're doing a valiant effort and trying to keep up. I've seen a lot of Tennessee Department of Transportation trucks out salting. I have not seen their blades down, though. But everybody's still trying to move along. There's not near as much traffic as there usually is at 5 o'clock, so maybe everybody's heeding the warnings, Holly.
Yeah, we're certainly hoping so, but had that issue on my way in as well. You can hear it as the windshield wipers are getting stuck almost. They can't get the ice off the windshield. So just a heads up for folks if you do have to get out and about, but hopefully they will stay home. Thank you for the latest. Again, that's photojournalist Nikki Jennings on the move and Mobile 4 for us this morning.
He is indeed. We've got our crack weather team keeping a track of this because this is crazy. The great tight little line between the snow, the ice, and all of that. All right, guys.
It is a mess, that combination, and it looks like a lot more sleet and ice than anything else.
Yeah, the problem is the way these things set up, it's maybe 100-mile difference between hardly anything at all and a ton of snow, and we're in that transition zone across the mid-state, and that makes everyone's lives more complicated this morning.
A lot of ice is coming down around Nashville, and then we're talking about snow farther off to the north. So let's get a look at how all this is coming together and where we're going to be headed from here. Predominantly sleet in Nashville this morning. The snow is farther off to the north, and we do have the freezing rain to the south, which freezing rain, it looks like rain, but it forms ice when it hits the ground. And then we've got that change over to snow expected in the evening hours. Here's what we're seeing right now on our forewarned live Doppler radar. We've got the white indicating the snow that you see here from Clarksville. You saw Adrian there over to Salina, and then all this pink shaded area to the south is freezing rain right around Nashville. That's where we're looking at that kind of line where we've got some freezing rain in there, also some sleet. But the key here is a mess, Paul.
It is a mess. Let's take a look outside, and you can see those drops that have kind of frozen to the camera lens, and that's the issue, is that we're seeing the rain that's liquid. There's enough warm air above our heads that the snow and the clouds melts, and it doesn't have time to freeze before it hits the ground. If it freezes before it hits the ground, those are sleet pellets. But for what we've seen a lot around Metro Nashville is freezing rain. So it freezes on impact, and that adds up on some of the roads. It adds up on top of your car if you park outside. It adds up on trees and power lines. That's a bad scenario. It's 24 degrees in Nashville right now, and we're going to wobble back and forth between the freezing air to the north and the slightly closer to freezing air in the southern portion of the mid-state. 19 degrees in Hopkinsville. It's definitely cold enough through the whole atmosphere for just snow in southern Kentucky. Then we get into sleet, then we get to freezing rain over the southern half of the mid-state. Feels colder, 7 in Hopkinsville, 8 for the wind chill in Clarksville. Feels like 13 in Nashville and Lafayette. Wind chill doesn't have anything to do with precipitation type though. That's all the air temperature, and that's actually not done dropping just yet. We are going to dip down into the lower half of the 20s, stay in the lower half of the 20s before we warm up a little bit. Now, how much we warm up will determine what that profile sets up as, how far to the north the freezing rain sleet line is going to stay throughout the day, and it looks like it's going to hug right along Interstate 40. Better chance of getting just plain old cold rain in southeastern Middle Tennessee, and that will limit your ice accumulations there. Hopefully this afternoon. We have to get to a couple degrees at least above freezing, and then temperatures drop again. That's when we're going to see the transition back to snow showers across the mid-state. So here's the timeline of how it's going to shape up. Freezing rain, snow, and sleet all mixed together this morning. That's going to continue through the early afternoon hours. More snow in southern Kentucky, more freezing rain along and south of Interstate 40 with sleet in between, and then the transition back over to snow as we head through the evening. More snow north of I-40, more ice to the south of Interstate 40, and we're right in between in Nashville. Significant travel problems either way. Lisa's here with the answer to the million-dollar question. How much of what?
All right. Well, we're going to talk primarily snow up here along that Kentucky and Tennessee border, where some of you 6 to 8 inches is not out of the question right here, including folks around Erin. We could see 4 to 6. In Nashville, it's more 2 to 4, but we're talking about ice first, then piling on that snow that we get later this afternoon. And to the south, this is where the icing will take place. As Paul was mentioning, some of that will just stay as plain rain, but also the freezing rain is a possibility there too. Now we're talking about a few showers, snow showers continuing into Tuesday, a little greater chance on Wednesday, and the red around Thursday. That is indicating those incredibly cold temperatures, 3 below on Thursday with 16 for the high. If we hit that 3 below, that's going to be a record for the date, for the coldest temperature, and also the latest that we have had a sub-zero temperature. Yikes. Here we are in February and setting records and getting a crazy day today.
I believe it'll be an all-time record for the entire month of February. 3 degrees below zero. And we're not the only busy ones. Ann McCloy is hopping this morning, keeping an eye on the roads. Ann?
Yes, it's unfortunate, but we have just a ton of accidents. Somewhere around 15 accidents. We're getting our information from Metro Police Dispatch, and they're so tied up, it's hard for them to answer the phone. So I say somewhere around 15 because it could really be 13 crashes, but they're not able to tell us the exact number. We have to go off of what they have in their computer system. So just to let you know how we're getting our information. But Antioch, we have a brand new crash, 506 Recovery Road. Again, just a ton of accidents right now all over the metro area because of weather. It's snow and ice causing this. I-40 west at Charlotte, a car spun out there. I-440 at the entrance ramp of I-24 west, car into guardrail. Back to you.
Goodness. All right. Thank you, Ann, for the latest. So many problems. 512 for you right now. Coming up next, we do have team coverage that continues of our forewarned weather alerts.
We are all over the mid-state so that you know what to expect as you head out the door. And as we go to the break, the icy roads, and that's Mobile 4. Nikki Jennings going very slowly. 35 miles an hour is all he said he could muster as he tries to carefully navigate our streets. We'll be back with a live look from Mobile 4 and more when we return.
Keep watching for your chance to win the big ticket giveaway from Channel 4. Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Oh, good morning, everybody. We are wanting to head back out to Montgomery County for us right now, where residents in Clarksville are going to be waking up to sleet and some snow this morning. Channel 4's Adrienne Flores is part of our team coverage. She's joining us live out there right now. Adrienne, a little while ago, you showed us about an inch of ice already accumulating there. What are you seeing at this point?
It's still probably about an inch. I don't have the ruler right now, so unfortunately I can't do my little show and tell. But again, it is probably about an inch at this point, most of it being sleet. Did see some snow this morning. As a matter of fact, there's a little snow out there right now. But again, it's mostly a sleet snow mixture out on the roads. We're near Wilma Rudolph, which is just off exit 4 and 24. And you can see there are a couple of cars out here, but most people seem to be heeding the warnings. Going ahead, staying at home. Just got off with dispatch like 2 minutes ago, and dispatch still not working any accidents. They haven't had any accidents all night long, all morning long. So for them, it seems like people here have gotten the message to just go ahead, stay home if they can. Let TDOT do the work that they need to do. We see a number of snow plows out here. Just doesn't seem to be making much of a difference. Not a dent in all the sleet because it continues to fall, and as they pass, it just blows right back onto the roadway. So really, your best bet is to just stay home. But of course, if you do have to head out, keep it right here on Channel 4. We will continue to let you know what you can expect as you head out the door. Live in Clarksville, Adrienne Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, go get in that live truck and warm up there, Adrienne. I know it is freezing out there this morning.
She's still got a smile on her face, so good for her. She's been out there several hours, but this weather is crazy, and so we'll send it to our crack weather team, Paul and Lisa.
Well, we've got a lot of snow where Adrienne is and some ice forming too, but then some folks are just seeing the sleet and the icy part.
Right. A lot of freezing rain around Metro Nashville, and that's even more of a problem than if it was just snow. And it's not as fun for the kids to play in either, but we've got a very complicated situation shaping up, and it continues kind of changing minute by minute.
That's right. We'll keep updating you on what is happening and how these changes will affect you. Mostly sleet and freezing rain. More snow along that Tennessee-Kentucky border. That's where we're going to have several inches before all is said and done. And our significant accumulations, well, they are a combination. Sleet, snow, and ice, as Paul said, laying down that little layer of ice first is not good, and that's what we're seeing in many spots. So travel today is strongly discouraged. Stay at home if at all possible. That is really our best advice. And then not only are we dealing with this winter weather today, but our temperatures are going to remain cold all week long, and we could see record cold coming up later in the week. Well, here's what we were talking about. This pink, for the most part, is going to represent your freezing rain and sleet. So we've got that sleet line right here around Nashville. Freezing rain is farther to the south. Now remember, freezing rain is what looks like just rain falling, but it freezes on contact, and boy, that can make a mess on your windshields. And then when you get up to the white, that's where we're looking at predominantly snow, and most of that is much farther off to the north, right over there into Kentucky, right along that state line into Tennessee too. So that's where those white flakes are falling up to the northeast corner as well. Paul?
Yeah, those white shaded areas, it's either sleet or snow. The Tennessee side, if you're in white, it's probably sleet. The Kentucky side, if you're in white, it's probably snow, but it's going to be a dividing line. It's not exactly a sharp line. It kind of waves back and forth, and you're going to go back and forth between types of precipitation. Looking outside this morning, and we see those frozen droplets in the camera lens downtown. We'll check the WeatherBug cameras coming up again in a few minutes and keep you updated. Temperatures are all below freezing. Everybody this morning. So if you got precipitation, it's going to be frozen of some variety, whether it's freezing rain, whether it's sleet, whether it's snow. It's all messy, and it's all going to stick because of these well below freezing temperatures. 24 degrees right now in Nashville. Futurecast has been having a hard time. It's got that transition line between the sleet and freezing rain about 30 miles too far to the south. Blue shaded areas, that's where you're more likely to see sleet and snow, especially snow in southern Kentucky. This pink shaded area, that's the freezing rain, and really that's going to be along and south of Interstate 40. The Futurecast computers are saying there's going to be enough warm air, just barely, for plain old rain in southern and southeastern middle Tennessee. So you'll see a lower ice accumulation forecast for those spots in just a second, but it's still a concern. Everybody needs to stay weather aware through the rest of the day. We'll see a transition over to snow on top of that ice and sleet as things start to wind down this evening, and finally moving off the Cumberland Plateau once we get past about midnight tonight. How much is going to be left behind? Well, those computer estimates are kind of all over the place. The most reliable estimates show the heavier amounts in southern Kentucky and then limited amounts, mostly sleet. Again, this is snow and sleet both together. Those accumulations around a couple inches in metro Nashville, but most of that's going to be sleet once enough cold air kind of thickens up near ground level. But increasingly concerned about ice accumulations, especially the farther south of I-40 you go. To put some numbers on here, this purple shaded area, that's where you could get more than a half an inch of ice accumulation, some spots approaching an inch, and that's enough to bring down tree branches and power lines, and that's a significant concern. Adding all of it together, the colorful snow and sleet and ice forecast map, Lisa's back with that.
All right, so what kind of accumulation are we talking about? We kind of went over where we're going to see some of that ice forming right here down to the south, and some of that could be black ice, particularly if you get rain and then it changes over to some freezing rain, so just keep that in mind. You won't be able to see it. Where we're going to have the more significant accumulations of snow will be up here to the north, but remember, these totals that you see in here, this 2 to 4 inches, this 1 to 2 inches, we could be seeing a layer of ice first off before you add on that snow that we're anticipating later this afternoon. So 31 our high today, below freezing in Nashville, 22 in the morning, 30 on Tuesday with some few more snow showers coming in Tuesday, also Wednesday. And then the ring around Thursday, that is a forewarned weather alert for the bitter cold. We are talking about temperatures that are going to be record setting coming up by the time we get to Thursday.
All right, time for forewarned traffic, and it's a busy morning because of the weather. I-65 North and Murfreesboro Road. This picture was just tweeted out by Franklin Police. The ramp is where this is. It's the on-ramp to I-65 North at Murfreesboro Road. So you've got some police activity there due to icy conditions. Black ice is what police are saying in that area right now. Let's go to our map because we just keep getting new accidents popping up about every 3 minutes, and so it's difficult even to stay on top of it, and police, THP, Metro Police are just having a hard time even just answering the phones and responding to all of these. Goodlettsville, Old Springfield Pike and Main Street is a new crash. This one reported earlier, Trinity Lane and Meridian Street. And then we've got another one. This just reported in the last half hour in Antioch, 506 Recovery Road. 3 in the south of town, I-24 West at Murfreesboro Pike, Antioch. There's one on Hobson Road, and then another crash, I-24 West at Harding Place. It's the second crash in that very same area. If we can go out live now to I-440, this crash scene, it looks like I think they may have cleared it. I see some flashing lights on a car just up to the right of your screen, but we had a crash here for about an hour. Looks like they may have cleared that. Back to you. All right, Ann, thank you.
All right, let's also mention we've had some power outages up in the Portland area, 400 outages out in that area, and some school closings as far as the university, MTSU, right?
MTSU is one, Austin P, and that also includes their Fort Campbell and Springfield campuses as well, closed today.
All right, coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, the latest on this morning's snowstorm.
Yeah, we are taking you live across the mid-state, tracking the snow and sleet out there. And as we take it a break, another live look, the latest on our snowbird, our measuring stick just outside our Channel 4 studios. Not much here, but as Paul and Lisa have said, it's coming. Already an inch of ice just to the northwest of us. Much more ahead on Channel 4 News Today. Team coverage right after the break.
Welcome back. Quick check of the forewarned live radar at 26 minutes past 5 o'clock. All these pink shaded areas, that's predominantly freezing rain, and that includes much of metro Nashville. You head a little farther to the north, we're talking about sleet in between I-40 and the Tennessee-Kentucky state line, and then it does transition to mostly snow in southern Kentucky. So we've got a lot of different types of wintry precipitation, all of which are a headache for this President's Day morning. We'll be back with another estimate of how much is going to add up where coming up after the bottom of the hour.
All right, Paul, thank you.
All right, as the ice and snow continues to fall this morning, make sure that you take pictures, send them to us.
Yeah, we want to see what it looks like in your neighborhood, and we appreciate some of these pictures. Keep them coming so we can see bits of sleet, snow in some areas, some freezing rain. You can see it's sticking to the roads, it's sticking to cars, windshields. I'm hearing reports of sheets of ice in certain areas throughout the mid-state. So just a heads up, folks, stay home if you can. Now send your weather pictures to Pix, P-I-X, at WSMV.com. Be sure to include your name and location. We want to know what's happening in your neighborhood, so keep those pictures coming. Almost 5:27 right now. Coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, we have team coverage of today's forewarned weather alert.
We're all over the Middle Tennessee area so that you know what to expect. We're going to take you live tracking this winter storm next.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
It is 5:30 in the morning and you're waking up to winter weather. We see sleet and snow this morning, and that means the roads are mighty slick as we track the winter storm on Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar. So good morning to you. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today. I'm Rudy Kalis and we have been busy.
Yes, we have got a lot to get to. I'm Holly Thompson. We are under a forewarned weather alert right now. We have crews all over the mid-state, so you know what to expect. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville, where the storm first hit. We're also keeping an eye on the roads in Mobile 4, but first we have team coverage in the 4-1 Weather Center. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer and Paul Hagan are tracking this storm. Lisa, Paul.
Yeah, we are still under a winter storm warning, and a good way to describe it because it's a real combination.
It is. It's a winter storm warning for the northern half of the mid-state. The Weather Service has changed it to an ice storm warning for the southern half of the mid-state because of so much freezing rain. We'll start with the snowbird report because there were actually a few school systems that were going to be in session for this President's Day holiday. Now they're not. Williamson and Lincoln counties out for the day. Same thing for Pickett. And in southern Kentucky, we have Cumberland, Clinton, and Byrne counties that were going to be open. Now you're closed. All the daycare and private school and business information scrolling along the bottom of your screen, and it's on our website, WSMV.com. Lisa.
So many children are delighted that they are out today. Unfortunately, though, it's not as pretty, white, flaky as most people would like to see. We've got this combination of snow, sleet, and ice forming. To the north now, you will be treated with a bit more snow there, if that's what you're looking for. To the south, more ice. And then in Nashville, right on the line with that snow and ice combination. And this is where we're seeing right now some snow with some sleet mixing in these areas. So kind of a coating of ice is going down in many spots first, and then putting a bit of snow on top of that. At least we'll see that trend through the afternoon. Right here in the Nashville area, this is where things are really tricky because we are seeing that combination. I saw a little freezing rain coming in this morning with some sleet starting to mix in, and then farther down to the south is where we get that messy freezing rain.
Right. The pink area is much more likely to see freezing rain. Metro, we're just on the dividing line. Here's what we can expect as we head through the night. Most of what accumulates in Metro Nashville, not going to be snow. It's going to be sleet. It has changed over to sleet here outside of our studios in West Nashville. Farther south, much less sleet and snow, more ice accumulation, that freezing rain. That causes power outages, much more snow in southern Kentucky. So it's a complex scenario, but it's a wintry headache any way you slice it. Temperature stay below freezing for most of us all day. Back with another update in just a few minutes. Ann?
I'm in for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic this morning. It's a busy morning in the traffic arena with about 15 crashes reported in the mid-state right now. We're going off of Metro Police's reporting system because they're so tied up with phone calls right now, just with so much going on. So they have 15 reported. Sometimes people call into 911 multiple times, so that's why our numbers could be slightly off, and just wanted to point that out. But we have a brand new crash at I-24 East in Harding, a car into a retaining wall. There have been 2 other crashes on I-24 West at Harding. Cars have also spun out and gone into the retaining wall. So this just speaks to the sleet and the ice that we're seeing on the interstates. At this time, we're seeing crashes on the interstates and on the side roads as well. 2 other crashes in the very same area, in that Antioch area. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Ann. Our team coverage continues in Montgomery County, where folks are dealing with an awful lot of sleet and some snow as well.
Yeah, it's been coming down for hours there now. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville, so we may have some folks just now waking up. Adrian, tell us, what are you seeing right now?
Well, I think we've gotten to the point where it's switched over to more snow than sleet. You know, earlier we were seeing a lot of sleet, but right now it looks like it's snow, so it's looking like we're in that transitional period. Not very scientific, but I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, which makes me think that it's all snow at this point. Check out the light at this gas station. We're on Wilma Rudolph, and you can see it's blowing sideways. Earlier, when it was sleet, it was coming straight down because it was heavier. So right now, I think we are in that transition period, snow from sleet to snow at this point. So again, still covering the roads. You can see out here in Wilma Rudolph, snow plows have been hitting it, not really making a dent in it at this point. Not that many cars out on the road, so that's the good thing. People are heeding the warnings. They're staying home. Those who are coming out, definitely slowing down, giving themselves a little extra time, especially for those snow plows to start working. You head out your door, This is what you're going to see. Sidewalk, driveway, cars going to be covered. So again, all of this, no matter where you go, this is what you're going to see. So if you do have to head out today, really just give yourself a little extra time, slow down, so you and everybody else can get where they're going safely. Live in Clarksville, Adrienne Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Yeah, and Adrienne, as you mentioned, ice underneath that snow. So very dangerous out there, folks. Just be careful, stay home if you can. If you are heading out to go to work, this is what you will see on the roads. This is in the Nashville area. Photojournalist Nikki Jennings is live for us in Mobile 4. Hey, good morning to you, Nikki. How are the roads right now?
They're covered, Holly. They're pretty bad. I can't see the lines on the blacktop if that describes it. They're covered with, I guess, ice. It started sleeting. It's been a steady stream of sleet. The rain has went away. Cars are still, as you see, blowing by me. You have to respect this, and a lot of them don't. They think that they can just blow right through it, and that's why we've had so many accidents this morning. But the ice is still building up on my windshield. The roads are still treacherous. It seems like the sleet is coming down a lot harder. Yeah, Holly.
Hey, and earlier you mentioned, obviously we're not seeing as much traffic, as much volume as we normally do, but earlier you were saying you'd kind of slow down to about 35. Is that what most folks are going? Are you seeing most folks being careful out there right now?
Yeah, Holly, that's correct. A lot of them are 35, maybe 40. They're very, well, most of them are most respectful of the slick roads. Some aren't, you know, but when you notice the professional drivers, which are most of the truck drivers, when they slow down to 35 and they're very cautious, then I think everybody else should too. It's very, very slick out here, and if you had to get out, I just wouldn't have recommended for anybody. We have to show everybody what's going on, and I try to be as safe as I can.
Salt trucks are out and about. All right, Nikki, thank you.
All right, Nikki, appreciate that a great deal. Now, we also have some breaking news out of Portland, where over 450 families and homes are now waking up without power. This is a live look at the Cumberland Electric's power outage map, and so they have got to find ways to keep themselves warm, but over 450 families without power up in the Portland area.
And an even bigger picture, Cumberland Electric services so many different areas, over 500 in the whole picture. So folks, just be careful out there if you have to go out. We're talking about these icy, freezing conditions right now. 5:37, let's toss it back over to Lisa and Paul, tracking the very latest as this is moving through.
Well, it's really changing, as yesterday talked a little bit more about snow and sleet, and now more sleet than ever.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a lot of sleet around Metro Nashville, but some pockets of freezing rain. And then, of course, Adrienne's reporting already changing over to snow again in Clarksville. These dividing lines, they're going to kind of wander around and wobble back and forth. That's why it's such a complicated forecast. But let's start with what you can expect.
All right, and here is your overview. Predominantly some sleet and freezing rain. And then we're talking about snow farther to the north along that Tennessee and Kentucky border. Freezing rain to the south when you head down toward Alabama. And then we are expecting a changeover in many locations, mainly Nashville northward, to all snow expected this evening. And then we may see other areas even a little bit farther south making that changeover too, but really getting the freezing rain here to the south right now. This is going to make for terrible icing conditions. Please be careful if you have to get out, but our best advice, stay at home. Then we look a little farther off to the north, and Nashville really has been sitting on that line with a mix. We're seeing out our own back door, a little bit more sleet starting to develop right through here right now. And then, as we mentioned there, Adrienne in Clarksville is seeing that change over to snow. So we're seeing more and more snow in these areas, and that's where we're anticipating our heaviest amounts of snow.
Yeah, so the farther north you go, this is going to be more of a snow system. For Nashville, it's an ice system. Here's a picture that was posted to my Facebook page. This is from Jonathan in Pembroke, Kentucky, approaching 4 inches of snow accumulation already. So there is snow with this system. You just got to head farther to the north. What we've seen across a lot of the mid-state is this. This is from Twitter. Michelle Varden has posted freezing rain in Manchester. You see that adding up on the back window of the car, and that is a significant hazard, especially on bridges and overpasses, but even the surface streets can accumulate some of that ice. Temperatures are cold, mid-20s right now. For the most part, the warm spot on the map is 30 in Fayetteville, and that's a couple degrees below freezing. 19 in Hopkinsville and Lafayette. That deeper, colder air farther to the north, more supportive of snow. Then you get that sleet area that includes Metro Nashville now. Freezing rain to the south. no liquid rainfall. It's going to be staying above freezing at all on the map yet at this point. Feels even colder. This is just a human effect. This doesn't have anything to do with what the precipitation is, but it just feels really cold. 13 Nashville, single-digit wind chills farther to the northwest. Temperatures are expected to stay below freezing for most of the day, but just kind of hovering right around 30 to 32 degrees in metro Nashville. I think we're mainly going to be seeing sleet and freezing rain in the metro area. And then as temperatures drop this evening, a change over to snow. So a quick layer of snow on top of the sleet and freezing rain that's already accumulated. Your best chance of maybe dodging some significant accumulations will be in southeastern Middle Tennessee. Let's take a look at the winter weather threat timeline. Sleet, freezing rain, and snow all mixed together as we head through the morning and afternoon hours. And then that transition over to snow this evening. Significant accumulations of snow for southern Kentucky. More ice as you look on the Tennessee side of the border. Lisa's got a quick check of the accumulation map.
All right, and here is what you can anticipate. We're going to see again those heftier totals off to the north, 6 to 8 inches here along the Tennessee-Kentucky line, and then right around Nashville, 2 to 4 inches. The icing issues are right here to the south, so a layer of ice for sure is going to be an issue across those areas. And then a look there at your 7-day forecast does include, boy, cold air, more cold air, which means not a lot of melting is going to be going on around here anytime soon. And we are looking at record-setting cold coming up on Thursday. Ann?
I'm in for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic today, and I want to take you outside because we're starting to see a little bit of accumulation, actually a lot of bit of accumulation in West Nashville. This is I-40 at White Bridge Road, and it's white out there, and you can see how slowly those cars are moving. So like we've been saying all morning, please stay home if you can, because we've been seeing so many accidents. A brand new accident just reported on Briley and I-24. That would make the 16th accident of the morning in the metro area. Another live picture, I-40 at 46th Avenue, and more white on the roads. No one out there at that point. Nikki Jennings is live in Mobile 4 right now. He is getting a shot set for us because he just rolled up on an accident. I believe this is I-24 at Harding. Nikki, can you hear me? He is not there. We are going to check in with him in just a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, and thank you. 541. By the way, TSU and Belmont has just closed. We just received words. We're going to continue to follow that, as well as Austin P and MTSU. All right, coming up next, our team coverage continues of this morning's storm.
It has been a busy, busy day. We are live with complete look at our forewarned weather alert.
Keep watching for your chance to win the big ticket giveaway from Channel 4. Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Good morning, everybody. 5:45 right now. We are not the only ones dealing with winter weather this morning. The Northeast has been getting pounded by snow. In fact, in Boston, it's now breaking records. This is their third snowiest winter on record, and it, of course, is making driving conditions treacherous there. In Waltham, Massachusetts, the slick roads caused a pileup involving more than 20 cars. In Newburyport, the snow caused a roof to partially collapse on a condo there. Well, if you're flying out of Nashville today, you may want to check out BNA's Flight Tracker website. Many flights have been canceled because of the winter storms. Now, you can find a link on our website. You can check that out at WSMV.com.
People in the Northeast are probably laughing at us. You guys think, wait till you get some of what we've got. But this ice thing, I was looking forward to a little snow, but this is much more difficult.
Yeah, it is dangerous out there. We've got some ice underneath a lot of the snow that we are getting. Hey, guys.
Hi there. We've got a mess going on across the area.
It is a mess. Snow to the north. We've got sleet and freezing rain kind of in equal amounts in Nashville, transitioning more to sleet, and then freezing rain farther to the south. The heavier snow amounts have been pushed farther to the north, which we knew was a distinct possibility, and it's shaped up exactly that way.
Yes, it has. Here's a look at what you can expect as we go through the day today, and it is really a mixed bag across the mid-state. Mostly sleet and freezing rain, and then more snow, as Paul said, along that Tennessee and Kentucky border. Significant accumulations of sleet, snow, and ice, which means stay at home. It is going to be terrible when you're out trying to travel around, so we strongly discourage you from doing just that. And we are not only seeing, of course, a messy situation today, but looking ahead through the week, our temperatures are going to take a nosedive again to record-setting proportions. So right now, the snow is confined primarily here across the north. We've had a little sleet mixing into this area and seeing more and more sleet effect around the Nashville area, and expect to see a little more snow working in here as the day goes on. And then here across the pink shaded area is where we really have trouble because of the freezing rain. You look outside, you think, wow, it's just raining out there, but the temperatures are so cold, it freezes on impact. And Paul, that makes for terrible traveling.
It does, and the sleet is a problem as well. It's basically sleet in between the pink shaded area, which is the dividing line for the freezing rain, and the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. You head farther to the north of that into southern Kentucky, it's been mostly snow falling. Had some pictures posted to Facebook. Want to share another one of these. This is from Nashville. This is from Nick on Facebook, posted at the Vanderbilt Peabody College, and you can see that sleet beginning to add up on the roads, and that is going to make things tricky. It has been transitioning from freezing rain to sleet. The big picture radar view shows that we see a huge winter storm, and that dividing line between the freezing rain and the sleet and snow, look at how much it meanders around as we look back into Arkansas, and that's going to be the pattern as we head through the day. As this whole thing moves through, we're really just in the very beginning hours of this entire winter storm. It's going to last all day, and we're going to go back and forth with freezing rain and sleet and eventually over to some snow. Depends on exactly where you are from north to south. The farther south, more ice, specifically freezing rain. Along I-40, it's going to be a mixture of freezing rain and sleet. Farther to the north, that's where you're talking about more snow. Temperatures are supportive of all frozen precipitation of one kind or another. Where the deeper cold air exists, southern Kentucky, it's all snow. Where it's a sizable layer of cold air near the ground, it's sleet in northern Middle Tennessee. And then it's that freezing rain sleet mix in Nashville and freezing rain farther to the south. 24 degrees the temperature in Nashville, and as we head through the rest of the day, you can see that Futurecast having a hard time pinning down exactly where that dividing line is going to be between the freezing rain, the sleet, and eventually the snow as well. But it's going to be messy regardless. The one sign of hope is maybe some rain in southern and southeastern Middle Tennessee. It won't be warm rain. Temperatures will be barely above freezing, but that's maybe where you have the best chance of dodging those heavier ice accumulations. But that's a concern as well, and that's why it's an ice storm warning for southern Middle Tennessee. Adding up the snow, this is the computer model forecast. Lisa will be back in a second with our version of how much is going to add up. And again, this is mostly going to be sleet for Metro Nashville, but it puts us in the 2 to 4 inch range with those heavier amounts of snow in southern Kentucky, less to the south, but that's where you're more likely to see icy accumulations, possibly over a ½ an inch of ice adding up, especially those purple shaded areas, and that's enough to cause some significant power issues. Lisa, how much is going to add up and what, where?
Yes, quite the combination. Primarily the snow to the north here, where 6 to 8 inches, a good possibility, and then even farther into Kentucky, 8 to 10 inches there. So we want to stay off those roads for sure. And then, of course, right here in Nashville, we've been talking 2 to 4 inches, but keep in mind that could be a little bit of sleet as well as the snow accumulating and lots of ice down to the south. And there it is. A look at the extreme cold I was talking about stays below freezing throughout the next several days, with another just really cold bomb of air exploding on us, it seems, on Thursday. 3 below, which means we'll have record-setting cold. We'll head over to Ann, where this is causing problems on the roads this morning.
It sure is, and I want to take you right outside because we have Nikki Jennings, our photojournalist, in the car, and he's been just moving around and showing us around this morning. We have slick conditions, about 15 accidents reported through Metro Police, and that's just through that one police agency. So a lot of crashes because of this weather. And Nikki, are you with me?
Yes, I am, man. Can you hear me?
I can. Where are you?
I'm at I-24, just past Harding, but in between Harding and Haywood, eastbound, and it looks like a car has hit the wall here, and another one has just kind of slid off the road back here. The police are on the scene, and they're just, I think they had their lights on trying to slow people down, let them know that there's one off to the left up there. I don't think anyone is hurt, but you know, it's slick out here, and people just they'll eventually find their way to where they're going, but they need to drive safe.
All right, Nikki, thank you for the update on that. And I know from what I've learned through Metro Police, there's been 3 crashes in that very same area overnight because of the slick conditions. So just be aware. We also are tracking a couple more accidents. I'll update you on those coming up in just a few. Back to you for now.
All right, Ann, thank you very much. You've already seen from Nikki's camera there, we've got that sleet and some of the snow moving into the metro area. It'll cause you problems as you head out the door this morning. Our team coverage continues on this forewarned weather alert day with Channel 4's Haley Mason. She is live at I-40 and White Bridge Road in West Nashville. Haley, what are you seeing out there?
Right now, this freezing rain is picking up. It's getting pretty intense. It's like little pellets coming down on your face. But let me show you this entrance ramp. This is I-40 over my shoulder here, eastbound heading into town. You see it's completely white. That's not fluffy snow, folks. That is this freezing rain that is turned into white sheets of ice here. Over my other shoulder is 40 East heading into town. You see a MTA bus and a couple cars. I don't think they're going more than 35, 40 miles per hour, and that's still as fast as you probably want to go if you have to be out on these roads today. Not a place to be if you absolutely have to go into work. You want to make sure that you're going as slow as possible. This car is going into the entrance ramp right now. They probably will need to slow down pretty quickly as they go around that curb. But again, like I said, this isn't the fluffy snow. If you can zoom into my hand here, this is what we're getting here. This is not snow. It's just little pellets of ice that are accumulating into slick sheets. Several crashes out there. TDOT says they're still putting out salt. But again, if you don't have to be on the roads, stay home. And if you have to get out there, drive as slow as possible as you gauge just how slick these conditions are. Reporting live in West Nashville, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, Haley, thank you so much for that. It's the same thing that we saw in Clarksville, starting to head this way, and those same pellets hitting.
Moving in.
Oof. Yeah. All right, coming up next here on Channel 4 News today, as the temperatures drop, the snow rolls in. Officials are working to keep the homeless safe.
Now, we're going to tell you where anyone who needs one can find a warm place to sleep. And as we take it a break, we've got a live look outside there at Clarksville. Snow's falling on top of more than an inch of ice, as Adrian's been showing us this morning. Much more team coverage coming up on Channel 4 News today. We'll be right back.
Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
At 5:56 in the morning, officials will be out on cold patrol to make sure that the homeless community stays warm.
Yeah, this morning the city is working with the Nashville Rescue Mission to give the homeless a place to stay. Now, they are running these cold patrols. This is happening through tomorrow night. More than 1,300 shelter beds are up for grabs, and that's 200 more beds than they usually have. All right, coming up next on Channel 4 News today, we do have that team coverage of our forewarned weather alert.
A lot going on. We are live across the mid-state as snow, sleet move in.
All right, as we take it a break, we have more live looks for you from Mobile 4. Channel 4's Nikki Jennings is out and about with the very latest, talking about ice, freezing rain, talking about sleet and snow this morning. The latest just ahead on Channel 4 News today.
Live with a forewarned weather alert. This is Channel 4 News today.
We're expecting to see the most snow the mid-state has seen in years. Early this morning, we saw sleet, and now the snow is starting to move in some areas. We are under a forewarned weather alert today. Also been seeing power outages throughout the mid-state. The latest number now out of NES, we're at 99 customers. So we're going to continue to follow this and bring you the very latest team coverage, of course. Good morning and welcome to Channel 4 News today on this Monday, 6 o'clock right now. I'm Holly Thompson.
I'm Rudy Kalis. It's been a busy morning. Very interesting from a weather standpoint, though treacherous. We've got team coverage. You can see Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live in Clarksville. We have Haley Mason live in West Nashville. Mobile 4 is out trying to check the roads and see how they are working. And first of all, however, let's go to our chief meteorologist, Lisa Spencer and Paul Hagan, who are tracking this storm at our Forewarned Weather Center. Good morning to you guys.
Good morning. Well, for some folks, it is snow that we're looking out of the window, and we're seeing that fall. But for others, it's sleet and even some freezing rain.
Right. A lot of people had their hopes up for snow when we were talking about those possibilities, but the more likely scenario was that it would jog to the north. It's exactly what it's done. And let's start with the snowbird report, because there were some schools that were going to be in session on this President's Day that have now rethought those plans. Out of school in Lincoln, Pickett, and Williamson counties on the Tennessee side of the border, and in southern Kentucky, it's Clinton, Cumberland, and Barron counties that are out for the day. So we'll keep you posted. All the information is scrolling along the bottom of your screen, and it's on our website, WSMV.com. Lisa?
And topping our headline page for this day, we are going to see that combination: snow, sleet, and ice as a result. To the north, more snow. To the south, more ice. And right in Nashville, sitting on the line between the snow and the ice. So we're seeing a little bit of both. Some sleet's been popping off the windshields right now around the Nashville area. Paul?
Right. We do have a lot of snow on the map in southern Kentucky. It's mostly sleet, though, on the Tennessee side of the border. So anything in white, that's more likely to be sleet in between the Tennessee-Kentucky state line and Metro Nashville. Metro Nashville itself is more on the dividing line between sleet and freezing rain, both of which are problematic. The freezing rain is more likely to add up on tree branches and power lines. The sleet more likely to add up on the roads. We have problems in both directions. Farther to the south, that's where in the pink area, more likely to see freezing rain, and that's where an ice storm warning is actually in effect because of the potential for over a ½ inch of ice accumulation and power outages. How much are we going to get?
All right, here it is. A look at that shows that snow really hugging that Tennessee and Kentucky line up here. 6 to 8 inches and then 8 to 10 farther north. And then we start to trim that back as we see around Nashville 2 to 4 inches. Remember, some of that in the form of some sleet. And then we're talking about the icing that's taking place here to the south. And then across the southeast, you may escape this as we could see a changeover to some rain. For this afternoon, we are looking for a changeover to snow in Nashville. 25 at 7 o'clock with that combination of some sleet and also a little bit of snow, but mainly that sleet coming in, and sleet and some freezing rain changeover around noon. And then we're talking that snow this afternoon with 31 degrees for our high.
I'm Ann McCloyan for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic. We are headed to Rutherford County right now in Mobile 4 because there are 2 major crashes in Rutherford County right now. This is breaking. We just learned about this on I-24. It's 2 tractor trailers, and we're trying to gather some more information. We're hearing that there could be a fire involved in one of these crashes, and Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is telling us that they're dealing with just a ton of minor crashes in Rutherford County as well. So Mobile 4 is on the way there. We're still in the metro area, and you can see the snow and sleet on the interstate. That's what drivers are dealing with right now throughout the area. Let's get over to the map right now. So there it is again. Rutherford County, 2 semi-trucks involved in crashes there. And then this is the metro, just lit up in red because we have about 15 crashes that Metro Police is dealing with right now. And I'm going to give you an update on those coming up in First Traffic. Back to you.
So many problems on the roads this morning, and thank you for the latest. Now, our team coverage continues this morning where many of you are seeing sleet and snow.
Indeed, Clarksville is expected to be one of the hardest hit areas, and that's where we find Channel 4's Adrian Flores. Adrian, what are you seeing out there so far?
What haven't we seen out here? We've seen snow, we've seen sleet, freezing rain, wind, below freezing temperatures. We've seen it all, felt it all. Right now, it seems like it's getting back to that snow-sleet mix. I'm getting pelted a little bit at this point, so I'm thinking it's switching over to sleet again at this point. We've seen about, at this point, I'd say 2 inches. We're approaching 2 inches at this point. And this, again, not just snow, mostly sleet. And now we've seen snow about a half an hour ago, switching back over to sleet. We are on Wilma Rudolph, just off exit 4, off 24. Traffic starting to pick up a little bit out here. We're seeing more cars out here. But again, the people who are coming out here, they're definitely heeding the warnings. They're taking their time, going slow. They're not driving too fast on this road. Snowplows have been out here, but they're just not able to make a dent because this thing is relentless. It's just been going and going and going for hours. So if you can, stay home. If not, just keep it right here on Channel 4. Give yourself a little extra time as you head out the door. Slow down, and we will keep you posted on how the roads are looking as you head out the door. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, Adrian, thank you.
Adrian is radiant in all of that snow, keeping a smile. Our team coverage continues with Channel 4's Haley Mason. She's live in West Nashville where this weather is coming through. What's it like where you're at, Haley?
It's really coming down, still even more so this hour, Rudy. Right here at I-40, the eastbound entrance heading into town, right at White Bridge Pike. But I want to show you what it is that we're seeing here in Nashville, on the ground in West Nashville at least. It's not snow, it's these little pellets hard pellets that are really making these sheets of ice here. That's what's accumulating on the ground. If you see this entrance ramp onto 40 East, you see it's completely white, covered with those pellets that have turned into sheets of ice. This freezing rain is made for really slick conditions, tough driving conditions. It's really hard to brake quickly or make any quick adjustments while you're on the road. So it's best that if you have to go to work, if you have to be out here in this, that you go as slow as possible. Right over my shoulder is 40 east and westbound. You only see about one car, but still there's a lot more traffic in this 6 o'clock hour, I guess, as those who have to go to work are indeed getting on the highways. So again, slick, hard to brake, hard to really maneuver and navigate. So if you're out here, just go as slowly as possible, especially if you're getting on the highways here. Reporting live in West Nashville, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, Haley, thank you. Glad you've got that hood up, trying to keep the weather out a little bit. Boy.
No, jump into that live truck. Got to warm up for sure. 6:07 is our time right now. We have more team coverage for you, talking about freezing rain, snow, and sleet, guys.
That's right, and that's what Haley's seeing. She's talking about those little ice pellets. That's the sleet that's coming down.
Right, so what you're getting depends on how much warm air is above your head. If it's a lot of warm air and a very shallow layer of cold air, it's going to be freezing rain. That's that glaze that forms. If it's a thicker layer of cold air, then it freezes into those pellets. If it's all cold air, then it's snow, but that's mainly southern Kentucky. Snowbird map, real quickly to remind you, there are some schools that were going to be in session today that are now going to be out of session. And we're talking about Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties in southern Kentucky. It's Williamson, Lincoln, and Pickett counties in middle Tennessee. We'll keep you updated as we head through the morning. Lisa?
Oh, yes, and of course it is going to be quite the day. We are talking about a mixed bag of weather. Predominantly sleet and freezing rain for some of you, and then you farther north that you go, that's when we're looking at more snow, but freezing rain as we find here to the south, and then that change over to snow is expected late in the afternoon into the evening. So here's where we have snow mostly to the north, and we've seen it coming down there with the live pictures coming out of Clarksville, and then we've got that line forming right through here. We've had some freezing rain. We've got that changeover, those ice pellets, as Haley was saying, the sleet that is coming down. Little sleet mixed in here to the south, but also a lot of freezing rain, which looks like rain when it's falling, but it freezes because the temperatures are so very, very cold. So quite the mess out there. Paul?
Yes, it is, and temperatures are cold enough that we're talking about mostly sleet around Metro Nashville with some snow beginning to mix in. Just had a report on Twitter here. That's what I'm looking at on screen in Brentwood of snow is starting to mix in with the sleet now. So we're going to keep you posted on that. If you have pictures you want to post to Facebook or Twitter, we're going to share those as many as we can as we head through the morning. That cold air near the ground has been getting colder. We're now down to 23 degrees in Nashville. That's why we've seen the transition over to sleet, as it's a thicker layer of cold air near the ground. It feels even colder. 11 for the wind chill in Nashville, single-digit wind chills in Hopkinsville and Clarksville. Those temperatures are going to stay in the low 20s for the next few hours. And then we're going to try to warm up a little bit, but I think at best we'll struggle up to near freezing as we head towards midday and into the afternoon. So those dividing lines between the sleet and freezing rain, between the snow and sleet, they're going to be wobbling around. Metro Nashville is going to be on that dividing line between sleet and freezing rain farther to the south. Significant ice accumulations possible farther south, and then a change over to snow on top of all that stuff. So it's kind of a layer cake. Freezing rain, sleet on top of that, and then some snow on top of that, but not until later on today. How much of all of it's going to add up? Lisa's got to look at that forecast map.
All right, and let's check it out. Again, we're looking at some of the highest accumulations going on up to the north, and this is how it's going to unfold. We've got the freezing rain and sleet, and then of course we've got a little bit of snow developing here around 9 o'clock. By lunchtime, the freezing rain and snow, and then all snow we think this evening again. So more of the snow is going to be north of I-40, more ice is going to be south of I-40, and that's what we have laid out here for you. The icing to the south, and then along that Tennessee and Kentucky line, that's where we are looking at the snow developing.
Real quick check of the 7-day forecast. The story later this week will be the bitter cold, and there are some more snow chances down the line. We're going to have to take those as they come. For today, it's just a wintry mess, including on the roads, Ann.
Yeah, so we have a new crash, I-40 and Spenceley, and I want to take you right out there on our TDOT camera. It's really hard to see the road from our TDOT camera because of all of the sleet coming down right now, but you can see the flashing light beyond the sleet in that camera shot. Let's get right to our map because we have a lot going on Rutherford County right now, as well as the metro area. In Metro, at least 15 crashes overnight. I keep getting a new crash through Metro Police about every 3 to 5 minutes. So that tells you that people are trying to travel and it's not really happening for them this morning. In Rutherford, 2 semi-truck crashes, one at I-24 and Highway 96, the other at I-24 and Epps Mill Road. Back to you.
All right, thank you for the latest. We're at 6:11 right now. Coming up next, team coverage continues of our forewarned weather alert this morning.
We are all over the mid-state so that you know what to expect as you head outdoors today.
Keep watching for your chance to win the big ticket giveaway from Channel 4. Channel 4 News Today brought to you locally by Automasters. Double your income tax refund up to $1,500.
Good morning, everybody. 6:14 right now. Breaking news out of Williamson County this morning. More than 1,100 people are now without power. This is through Middle Tennessee Electric. You're looking at a live picture right there of their outage map. You can see those outages mainly in the Franklin area. We do have a crew headed that way. I wanted to let you know we've been checking with the Franklin Police Department and the last tweets that they have sent out. Downtown Franklin, pitch black, no power. Police headquarters keep losing power, going onto generator power. Officers right now reporting transformers along Highway 31 and near downtown Franklin are blowing. So these are tweets coming from Franklin PD this morning.
That is the area with a great deal of ice, where the rain turns into ice on the roads and on the wiring, so that you have the outages. Now, this is a live look from Nikki Jennings in Mobile 4. He is dealing with a lot of sleet in his windshield. He's on his way down to Rutherford County to report on a crash there. 35 miles an hour in the city, maybe a little bit more than that now with cars out trying to heat the road somewhat, but it is treacherous driving for him as well. Holly?
All right. We want to head back out to Montgomery County this morning, where residents there in Clarksville are waking up to sleet and snow this morning. Channel 4's Adrian Flores has been out there all night, all morning. Good morning to you, Adrian. So what's the latest there? Is it still coming down as hard as it was?
No, it comes in spurts. Right now it seems to be a little bit lighter than it was, let's say, a half an hour ago. But you can see it's switched over to more snow than sleet. So it's kind of a powdery thing. Although, again, it still looks like snow out here. But a lot more snow covering that sleet that we saw earlier. Underneath the snow, underneath the sleet, you still have ice. And so you've got few cars out here on the road. Seems to be picking up a little bit. Snow plows hitting Wilma Rudolph where we are, but because it's just relentless, it's been going for hours and hours, not really making a dent in all of this, which is why TDOT is really asking people to stay home while they try and clear off the roads. If you can't stay home, definitely give yourself some extra time. You want to slow down, because it doesn't matter whether it's the bridges, the overpasses, your driveway, you are going to hit snow, you're going to hit sleet, you're going to hit ice, and that makes for a really bad slick combination this morning. So if you can, just go ahead and stay at home and watch TV, and we will keep you posted on what the roads look like. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Great advice. Stay home if you can. Adrian, thank you for the latest this morning.
My wife knitted this for me last night, thinking I'd have a snowman to make today. It looks like it's going to be an Iceman, I think.
He's prepared, Lisa. Paul?
Well, at least you've got a lid on to hold that heat in.
That's
because
it.
It's so cold outside, Paul, and messy, too.
You can try to pile up the sleet pellets, I guess, into some kind of vaguely human shape, but it is turning more into an ice storm for Metro Nashville, with still snow falling in southern Kentucky. So
yeah, so
let's take a look at what's happening.
Yeah, be careful too, because a lot's going on. And by the way, here's a quick look at our snowbird report this morning. There are a few schools that were having either a teacher day or we're still planning to go on this holiday. Well, they're not going now. Williamson County is one of those, Lincoln another. You see a few of our Kentucky counties too, and more scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So here's what we're going to expect today, and we are talking about a winter mess, all forms, shapes, mostly sleet and some freezing rain. And then when you head north up towards the Tennessee-Kentucky line, that's where we're going to find our greatest likelihood of getting that snow, and accumulating snow at that. But the sleet will also be accumulating, and that's going to cause some problems. Plus, we're looking for some icing even farther south. And you know what? You're putting an icing layer underneath some of that snow, and that does make for traveling just hazards out there. So do be careful. Numerous accidents already happening, and this isn't really going to be in a big hurry to melt anything that does freeze, because we we are looking for a continuation of very cold, reinforcing cold air. Here's a look at where we're seeing the white. Now, up here in Kentucky, definitely all snow. We've got a big changeover to some snow here from Clarksville, and then we have a little bit of sleet mixing in. This is kind of a mixing area right through here with a little bit of snow, but a lot of sleet throughout this area, making for nasty conditions right around Nashville. Just if you don't have to go to work today, that would be the best scenario. Many folks are off for the holiday. All this pink indicating some freezing rain that continues to come down, which looks like rain, but it makes ice.
It does. I want to take a look at a different radar view so we can see where that dividing line is between the sleet and snow, and it's kind of subtle, but along this little line right here, we're in a different mode on the radar. North of that, it's mostly snow. In between that and Interstate 40, that's where it's mostly sleet, and then south of I-40, we've been talking about mostly freezing rain. So we got a lot going on. Want to begin with a couple pictures from Facebook and Twitter. This is from Crystal Hermitage showing a sleet-snow mix there. This is from Linden. This is from Jesse Lynn there in Perry County, showing that ice accumulating in southwestern Middle Tennessee. That is a significant issue. Checking some WeatherBug cameras, and we're talking about just freezing rain in Bedford County. Pretty light, though. It's heavier in city of Clifton there in Wayne County, and raindrops frozen to the camera lens downtown Nashville. Plenty of sleet, as well as the cold air keeps getting colder. 22 degrees here at the station. Big picture radar view. This is a huge storm system. It extends way back into Arkansas. It's got a long way to go before it transitions all the way through the mid-state, and we're going to see those dividing lines between the snow and sleet, between the sleet and freezing rain, kind of wobbling around as the temperatures wobble around a little bit. Could warm up enough in southern Middle Tennessee for a transition over to just cold rain showers. That's your best case scenario. But for Metro Nashville, we're going to go back and forth with sleet and freezing rain. Sleet farther to the north, snow in southern Kentucky, and that freezing rain to the south of Interstate 40, adding up to potentially some significant amounts, adding up to sleet and snow. Combining most of this is going to be sleet for Metro Nashville. Talking a couple inches of it, and then maybe another inch or two of snow once that transition to snow happens, but it's not going to be for several more hours. The most significant ice accumulations are going to be in southern Middle Tennessee, up to a half an inch of ice, maybe even more than that, and that's enough to bring down some power lines and cause some significant issues like we've already seen in Franklin. Lisa?
And then, of course, we do have some snow accumulations here across the north, 6 to 8 inches, 8 to 10 in Kentucky, and then it's that mixed accumulation of sleet and snow right here in the middle of the mid-state, and primarily ice farther down to the south. And as Paul mentioned, we're hoping to kind of alleviate that scenario with a changeover to just plain rain, but we'll see how that fares this afternoon. Looking ahead, you can see how cold it remains. We've got a 30% chance of some snow showers Tuesday, continuing with a little bit of that on Wednesday, and those temperatures just drop by Thursday. 3 below, that is going to be enough for a record for that day. Very cold. Ann?
We have some new information on the crash I told you about earlier on Spence Lane and I-40. It's on the interstate. This is a multi-car crash, and it's not going to be cleared until about 8 o'clock this morning. So not only are we dealing with sleet and icy conditions on the roads, because of all the crashes we're seeing, there's going to be backups anywhere where you try to get out this morning. So be aware, we have a camera shot in that location. If we can get out to it, can't see much because we have so much snow and sleet hitting that camera, but you can actually see the emergency lights behind the sleet kind of flashing there. Let's get back to the map because I want to talk about the other crashes just reported. I said before, we're seeing a new crash about every 5 minutes through Metro Police. I-65 and Alma Loma Road, a new crash. There's one at I-65 and Rivergate up in the Goodlettsville area. I-440 and West End, that's the second crash in that very same location. I-24 West at Briley Parkway, and then up north, Brick Church and Ewing, a new crash. We're up around 20 crashes for the morning. Please stay home if you can. Back to you.
Great advice.
All right. Let me help you a little bit. I've been telling people kind of pump brakes while they're out there. That's old school. That's me the way now I'm learning and reminding from people new anti-lock brakes. Just apply slow, steady pressure. Don't pound on it. But I'm kind of the old school guy, so that was probably my fault. But coming up next, Channel 4 News Today, the latest on this morning's snowstorm.
We are taking you live across the mid-state, tracking today's forewarned weather alert. The very latest for you. More team coverage coming up next on Channel 4 News Today.
Hey, 6:26 in the morning as the snow falls this morning. Make sure that you take time to take a picture and send it to us. We want to be able to see what it looks like in your neighborhood.
All right, so we're checking out some of these. Look at that. They wrote WSMV forewarned. We appreciate it, and we're getting some measurements. You can see that's about 1 inch, depending on where you are.
Look at there.
Keep them coming, folks. We're seeing lots of snow, ice, freezing rain, depending on your community. So continue to send those in. You can send them to Pix, that's P-I-X, at WSMV.com. Hey, be sure to include your name and location so we can talk about these throughout the show. But we certainly do appreciate those. Hey, and if you're just waking up, a reminder, Austin P, MTSU, TSU, Belmont so far have all canceled classes for today. All right, coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, we have team coverage of today's 4-1 weather alerts.
We're all over the Middle Tennessee area, so you know what to expect. We're taking you live and tracking this winter storm next.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
Well, you are waking up to winter weather. We see sleet, snow as well this morning, and that means the roads are mighty slick as we track this winter storm on in Middle Tennessee, as we've got the only live Doppler radar in the area, so it's important to be able to take a look at that. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today, and this is so significant that we're staying on beyond 7 o'clock, up to 8 o'clock and beyond as we need to with all these wrecks and things that have been happening.
Yeah, following this special winter weather coverage for you, we are under a forewarned weather alert. We have crews all over the mid-state, so you know what to expect. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville, where the storm first hit, and we're keeping an eye on the roads in Mobile 4. But first, we have team coverage in the 4-1 Weather Center. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer and Paul Hagen are tracking the storm. Lisa, Paul.
Well, we are getting a combination of weather this morning. Farther to the north, we're looking at snow. We're sort of in the middle of all this in Nashville, and it's freezing rain farther down to the south.
Yeah, we're going to stay on that transition line. I know a lot of people were hoping for snow on a holiday especially, but that snow accumulation has been pushed to the north. That was kind of the worry, and it's a justified worry. As few schools that were either going to be in session or had teacher days scheduled for the holiday have canceled. Williamson County out for the day, Lincoln County, Pickett County as well, and in southern Kentucky, Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties out for the day. We'll keep you updated on those. Lisa.
And just right on top of the headline, it's the combo. The snow, the sleet, forming the ice across the area. What a mess. More than likely, if you're to the north, if you're in Clarksville North where you're seeing snow, to the south, it is more of an icy situation. And then Nashville's right smack dab in the middle. So we've had a lot of sleet this morning, but we're getting some reports of seeing a little bit of snow taking place. I had that around Antioch, and then farther to the south, we're getting the freezing rain all in this pink shaded area. And of course, Nashville right here in the middle. And we think it will be kind of waffling back and forth throughout the day today.
Yeah, so back and forth between freezing rain and sleet for Nashville. Elsewhere, we're talking about freezing rain in southern Middle Tennessee. We're going to pick up a ½ inch to an inch of ice in those white shaded areas, and then maybe an inch or two of snow on top of it. That's not going to be for several more hours. This is mainly going to be an ice storm for southern Middle Tennessee and for Nashville as well, just back and forth with freezing rain and sleet, and then another inch or two of snow on top of that. So total of the sleet and snow together, 2 to 4 for Nashville. More snow and more of it as you head farther to the north, especially into southern Kentucky. As we head through the day, temperatures will stay below freezing. It's sleet, freezing rain, and snow. Once we get to late afternoon and evening, that's when that transition to all snow will occur. But until then, it's an ice storm for parts of the mid-state and a snowstorm as you head farther to the north. We'll keep you posted as we head through the morning. Ann?
We have a couple things going on right here. I-40, we have a new crash. I'm going to get right to our camera if possible. This is reported at the Old Hickory Boulevard exit in Hermitage. You can see the emergency lights flashing. We don't have many details on this at the moment. This just happened, and it looks like crews just got to the scene there. It's not expected to be cleared by 8 o'clock this morning. That comes from TDOT. So if you live out in Hermitage near Old Hickory Boulevard, you'll want to try and avoid that area. Look at the white on the interstate. It is, we've got a nice layer of snow out there, and I'm sure that the weather played a part in this because most of the crashes we've seen this morning have been weather related. Let's go to our next camera. This is out in Bellevue. Look at that. Hardly any cars out there. I'm very happy that some of you listened to our advice and stayed home this morning because we've seen just a ton of accidents, more than 20 in the metro. We are going to have some more information for you coming up in First Traffic. I'll send it back to you for now.
Goodness, lots of problems out there this morning. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Our team coverage continues in Montgomery County, where folks are dealing with a lot of sleet and also snow there as well.
Yeah, it's been coming down for hours now. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville. Good morning to you, Adrian. So what's the latest? Are you seeing more snow, or I'm hearing a little bit of pinging at the moment?
Little pinging, not sure what I'm feeling right now. I just know I'm cold. That's the big deal out here. Don't know, maybe hypothermia is setting in and I'm getting a little loopy, but it's extremely cold out here. Lots of wind, snow, sleet, freezing rain, a little bit of everything this morning. First sign of trouble that I've seen all morning on the road just a few minutes ago, saw a Camaro starting to fishtail out here on Wilma Rudolph. Other than that, not a whole lot of problems, believe it or not. Talked to dispatch several times this morning, just a few minutes ago. They still aren't seeing any problems, and I guess it's because a lot of people just heeding the warnings. They are staying home. They are not trying to venture out in this. Now, obviously, you see some cars out on the road right now, but those folks that are out, they're leaving early, they're taking their time, they're taking it slow because of what you see here underneath my feet. You've got a layer of snow, sleet, and then beneath all of that, and I'm guessing a good 2 inches at this point, ice, solid ice out here. And so this is really the dangerous part in all of this, whether you're driving or walking. You definitely want to be careful. Give yourself a little extra time as you head out the door. Better yet, just stay home. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
All right, Adrian, thank you for the latest out of Montgomery County for us this morning. All right, right now, if you are heading out to work, we've been bringing you live pictures of Mobile 4, what's been happening on the roads this morning.
I'm guessing we're clear.
Slick conditions out there, talking about ice, freezing rain, and some snow.
You got that right. We've got a look. We can take a look at some of the TDOT cameras. I-40 at Briley Parkway is one of them that we can look at. There's an accident there being dealt with. The car is going maybe 30, 35 miles an hour. All of that for safety. There's that ice underneath, so people are listening. Another look, I-440 west of I-24. That is slow as well. And because of all of these wrecks and things that have been happening, and with this weather continuing to change, we're going to remind you we're going to stay on past 7 o'clock until 8 o'clock or whatever needs to give you the best information possible to help you through your day.
And one of those shots, I just saw one of the salt trucks heading on out.
Good.
So they are out and about in full force. Just know that. And for road conditions, you can also call 511. TDOT is suggesting everyone call 511 for the very latest on road conditions. Right now, we've got team coverage in the weather. Let's check in for the very latest. Lisa and Paul, how are we looking right now?
Well, we've got that combo across the area. Snow and sleet, what a mess.
It's the combo meal that no one ever orders. It's freezing rain, it's sleet, and you go far enough north and it's mostly snow. So we do still have that in the area. It's just not snowing in Nashville. We have had some snowbird cancellations because of either teacher days being canceled or some schools that would have been in session on President's Day letting out. So it's Williamson, Lincoln, and Pickett counties, and then Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties in southern Kentucky that are going to be out for the day. We'll keep you posted. I bet this map is going to be mostly blue tomorrow, Lisa.
I bet so too, extending that because our temperatures are not going to warm up and we're getting quite a coating of sleet. Also some freezing rain in many spots. We do find some snow when you head up toward Kentucky, and some parts of northern Middle Tennessee are seeing a little bit of snow. Freezing rain to the south, and then we are anticipating a changeover to more snow later this evening around the Nashville area and staying snow to the north later this afternoon into the evening. Lafayette over to Portland, Clarksville, you can see they're shaded in white. We've got that little mix. I had a report from someone who's about 10 minutes from Adrian, said they went out to feed the birds and they are getting sleet right now. So little ice pellets are falling down. And then right here in Nashville, we're on that line. We've got some sleet. We've got a little coating of ice there. I did have a report a little earlier of someone in Antioch seeing a little bit of snow mixing in with that sleet too. And then all of this freezing rain down to the south, and that is what forms that ice. It looks like you're seeing some rain falling down, but you're really seeing ice collecting.
You are, and the problem is this is going to continue for a while. We have some pictures posted to Facebook and Twitter. This one is from Lynn in Spring Hill, and if you look out the window, you think, okay, wet roads, no big deal. Nope, that's ice. You've had freezing rain to the south of I-40, including obviously Spring Hill. Some sleet has accumulated near Cane Ridge. This is changeover. This is Rob in Cane Ridge. producing quite a bit of snow or sleet rather, that has collected near the windshield wipers, and that's going to be an issue as we head through the rest of the day. In Nashville, there's that coating of sleet that has accumulated downtown. The winds have died down a little bit, so at least that's one good thing. 25 degrees the temperature. It's a fairly deep layer of cold air, which is why we've gone from freezing rain, which is a shallow layer of cold air, to a deeper layer that produces sleet. It's mostly snow in southern Kentucky. Freezing rain is going to be the concern for southern Middle Tennessee. Wind chill values, again, if you're heading out the door, it's cold. 17 is what it feels like in Nashville, 8 Clarksville, 5 in Hopkinsville. Temperature pattern throughout the day, we're going to stay below freezing in all likelihood. The one computer model is optimistically saying that maybe we'll climb above freezing in southeastern Middle Tennessee, so maybe you'll be able to dodge the heavier ice accumulations. But between here and Nashville is where you're looking at the potential for up to an inch of ice accumulating in power lines, tree branches, and those are the ones that can cause some significant power outages when they start coming down. So we're talking about sleet, freezing rain, and snow this morning. Same thing as we head into the afternoon. I think it's going to be predominantly sleet around Nashville with some freezing rain mixed in. Snow as you head along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line and into southern Kentucky, and then a transition to snow. So we're going to get that layer of ice and then sleet and then snow on top of it. More snow north of I-40, it's more ice. The south of Interstate 40, significant travel problems either way. It's just a layer cake of things that you don't want on the roads. Lisa?
That's right. Now, most of that snow is going to accumulate towards the north. Some hefty totals here from 6 to 8 inches, even 8 to 10 in Kentucky. And then right here around Nashville, 2 to 4. Now, that's the combination of sleet and then snow that will come later this evening. And primarily icing, as we see here across the south. That 1 to 2 inch layer right there does include Murfreesboro. And again, we're talking about that combination of winter weather that will accumulate. So here we are under a forewarned weather alert today. A little bit of snow in Tuesday and Wednesday's forecast, and we've issued another forewarned weather alert for Thursday because of bitter cold. We're talking 3 below for a morning low. That will be a record setter coming up for that day on many different levels, not only the coldest for the day, but for sub-zeros being that late in the winter. Cold stuff.
Yep. And what's going on the roads?
Just checked in with Metro Police, got an update on that crash over on I-40 in the Hermitage area at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's what we're looking at right now. This is a truck that crashed into the sidewall. This is what we've been seeing over and over again throughout the morning. We have a really thick layer of ice and snow on the interstates right now, especially in West Nashville and East Nashville is where I'm seeing this on our TDOT cameras. You can see it. It's covered in white as cars are going through and they have their emergency lights on. So a dangerous situation for drivers this morning. I have 6 new crashes. I want to flip to our next camera. This is in the Metro downtown near the farmers market. I-65 at Rosa Parks. We're getting a nice layer of ice and snow there as well. If we could pull up the map real quick too, we have a really big problem in Rutherford County right now. We have 2 semi-truck crashes at the same time in 2 spots. So I-24 at Highway 96 and then I-24 at Epps Mill Road, and Mobile 4 is on the way. Back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you. By the way, we're just hearing from TDOT. Heather Jensen's talking about problems on I-40, and she mentions a couple counties.
Yep.
Humphreys, Hickman, Dixon, and Wilson, the worst spots this morning.
Try to avoid those for sure if you can.
All right, coming up next, our team coverage continues of this morning's storm.
We are live with complete look at our forewarned weather alert. We're staying on the air until at least 8 o'clock this morning to keep you safe. So stay with us here on Channel 4 News Today.
Keep watching for your chance to win the big ticket giveaway from Channel 4. This is your chance to win. Call 737-4968. The 4th caller wins tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld from Channel 4.
It is 6:45 in the morning. You've got a live look there. This is Mobile 4 on I-24 at mile marker number 74. There was a semi crash there. You can see it there in the median and the inside, and traffic has slowed down considerably as all traffic has gone very slowly. There have been accidents all over the place. I think Ann McCloy said there's as many as 15 different crashes in the area, so be careful as you drive out there. Again, this is on I-24 there at mile marker number 74. Now, our team coverage continues on this forewarned weather alert day with Channel 4's Haley Mason. She is live at I-440 on the West End Avenue exit, I believe, right?
That is correct. We moved down just a bit. And let me tell you, when we were driving out this way, you pretty much just had to make your own lane. The snow or ice covered roads really made no room for you to see. There was very low visibility as to whose lane was whose or which was a entrance ramp or exit ramp. But right over my shoulder here, you can see there are not many people on 440 westbound. There was an incident where a TDOT help truck was assisting a stranded motorist. That was a truck. Metro Police were assisting as well, but people are driving, moving along here now. A few more cars coming down our way. You can see they're pretty much sticking to about one lane. This right lane here is what is most clear on this side of town, but more people are out as the sun is coming up, and no serious incidents or accidents have we seen on this side of town on the west side of Nashville. Reporting live right off of 440 at the West End Avenue exit. Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, Haley, thank you so much for that. I even saw a truck go by with a plow down a little bit and some snow flying.
I've got a lot of the salt trucks out there and trying to put a lot of that snow out of the way. Hey, just a heads up too, TDOT has just sent out another text saying I-40 conditions there not good. TDOT has actually been forced to pull back, so they are attempting to clear at least one lane, but the worst areas, Humphreys, Hickman, Dixon, and Wilson County areas, are talking about the worst spots this morning. So they say rethink your travel plans if you still have those. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Lisa Spencer, Paul Hagan for the latest.
And we are looking at some of the reports coming in. Just got a report of some heavy snow that was falling in Westmoreland, and that kind of goes with what we're seeing. Snow to the north.
Yeah, snow along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line in the first 5, maybe 10 miles of northern Middle Tennessee. Lots of snow in southern Kentucky. The rest of us, it's sleet and freezing rain. Let's start off with the snowbird map, and then we'll show you the overview what you can expect. Few schools that were going to be open today or that the teachers had in-service days, those have now been canceled. Williamson County, Lincoln County, Pickett County for the Tennessee counties, and then in southern Kentucky, it's Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties that are now closed for the day. Lisa?
All right, so as we go through this day, we are going to see quite the combination of some sleet, a lot of that, also some freezing rain, more snow along that Tennessee-Kentucky border, and significant accumulations of sleet, snow, and ice. So we're talking about inches for many of you before all is said and done, but not just of snow with that sleet on the bottom, as we're seeing that already laid, which is going to make for treacherous traveling here. So very icy. This is the worst case scenario, particularly when you've got that freezing rain in some spots. And then we're just going to add to that by another really strong blast of cold air coming up later this week. Here's what we're seeing on our forewarned live Doppler radar, the only live radar here in Middle Tennessee. Picking up on the snow here to the north. That's what the white is representing here. But we're seeing a bit more sleet mixing in when you get down over the Tennessee line. And that's not to say there's not some snow, like Westmoreland is getting some heavy snow. And then we've got some other reports around Lebanon. We've got a report there that it's changing over from sleet to freezing rain right now. And right around Blackman, there's a report there that we're looking at more of a sleet storm coming down. So that's that combination right in through here, Paul. It's wavering back and forth.
And it's going to continue to do so through much of the morning. Some pictures posted to Facebook. I'm going to share as many of these as I can. If you post them to my Facebook page or Twitter, just search for Paul Hagan WSMV. There's no way we'll be able to share all of them, but I'm going to try to share as many as I can. This is from Clarksville. This is Jackie who posted this one, and that is a sleet and snow-covered landscape there in Clarksville. This is from Carol in Murfreesboro, who was having a little bit of fun with the freezing rain, saying ice, ice, baby. About the only time that a Vanilla Ice reference is actually warranted. Let's take a look outside and show you what's happening from the WeatherBug camera network. And this is sleet and a little bit of snow that's accumulated in Westside Elementary School, the Macon-Sumner County line. Mostly sleet in that location, mostly sleet from this perspective in the southern part of Metro Nashville, Woodland Middle School in Brentwood. Looking at Carthage, and they've pointed the camera at the ground to check the road conditions there, and you can see that sleet accumulating in Smith County. Looking towards downtown Nashville from the Adventure Science Center, that's ice that is accumulated on the camera lens. And this is what's going to be on power lines, on bridges and overpasses, on tree branches, on your windshield, and that's a significant problem. Temperatures are below freezing everywhere. The warmest temperatures on the map, Tullahoma and McMinnville. You're in the teens farther north. Snow southern Kentucky, sleet between the Tennessee-Kentucky state line and I-40. More likely to be freezing rain as you head farther south. And that's going to be the case throughout the day. This dividing line between the freezing rain, the sleet, between the sleet and the snow, it's going to wobble around a little bit. Even the potential for some plain old rain, cold rain, in southern Middle Tennessee might limit your ice accumulations there. But in between that and I-40 is where you're looking at the potential for up to an inch of ice accumulation, that layer of ice, that glaze that forms on tree branches and power lines. In terms of sleet and snow, adding those two factors together, not just snow, but also the sleet, it's going to be about 2 to 4 inches around Metro Nashville. Mostly sleet with a little bit of snow on top of it. Much more accumulation and mostly snow in southern Kentucky. Lower amounts of sleet and snow in southern Middle Tennessee as it transitions over this evening, but it's going to be falling on top of some significant ice accumulations, estimating up to 3/4 of an inch of ice in portions of southern and southwestern Middle Tennessee, and that's enough to bring down some power lines and some tree branches. Lisa.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of things to pay attention to here, and snow is falling further to the north, so look at how much we could see pile up. 8 to 10 inches, 6 to 8 along that Tennessee and Kentucky line. Right here in Nashville, 2 to 4 inches, mainly the icing down to the south. And our forewarned live Doppler radar shows just how cold it stays. That means we're not going to be in a hurry to get any of this out of here. A few snowflakes coming in on Tuesday and Wednesday, and just the bottom falls out on Thursday, 3 below for a record.
And we have a new crash regarding the weather. All of the crashes we've seen so far this morning have to do with cars slipping and sliding, and look how slow those cars are moving. The new crash is at Briley Parkway and Opry Mills Drive. I think they may have just changed the camera view on us because I was just seeing this crash, but it looked like somebody had just crashed into the interior wall right here on the interstate. Let's move on to our next camera and just get another look. This is I-40 at the Arlington overpass. Another nice layer of snow and ice there, and hardly any cars in that section of the metro area right now. We are just seeing crash after crash. We can't stress it enough. If you don't have to drive, please try and stay home. There's a crash at I-40 East in Jefferson in the metro right now. New crashes reported by Metro I-65 North in Madison. There is a crash in I-24 West at Harding. There have been 3 to 4 accidents in that area overnight. Back to you.
Wow, a new accident every couple of minutes. It just shows you how dangerous these road conditions are. So stay home if you can. All right, 6:52 right now. Coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, as the temperatures drop and the ice and snow roll in, officials are working to keep the homeless safe.
We're going to tell you where anyone who needs one can find a warm place to sleep as we take a live look outside. And a reminder, we will stay on past 7 o'clock till 8 o'clock at least with all the crashes and all the weather issues that we have to keep you up to date. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. Officials will be on cold patrol to make sure that the homeless community stays warm.
Yeah, this morning the city is working with the Nashville Rescue Mission to give the homeless a place to stay. Now they are running these cold patrols. This is through tomorrow night. More than 1,300 shelter beds are up for grabs. They're available for folks, and that's 200 more beds than they usually have. So they'll be out and about today.
Some of them don't want to come in, but you need to. You know, obviously they should.
With our wind chill, teen single digits this morning. So bundle up, folks. We are coming up on 6:57 right now. Just ahead on Channel 4 News Today, team coverage of our forewarned weather alert.
Stay with us. We're going to stay on past 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at least. We're live across the mid-state as snow and sleet moves in.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
We're expecting to see the most snow the mid-state has seen in years. Early this morning we saw sleet, and now the snow is starting to move in. We are under a forewarned weather alert. Good morning, everybody. So much to get to with our winter storm warning. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today, 7 o'clock right now. I'm Holly Thompson.
I'm Rudy Kalis, and we're staying on because of the many accidents that we've had. We've got team coverage for you. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live in Clarksville. We have Haley Mason live on 440, I-440 and West End Avenue. And Mobile 4 is keeping an eye on the roads as well. But first, Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer and Paul Hagan have been busy all morning long and all night long, it seems as if, getting all this together for us. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. We are looking at an icy mess. Unfortunately, not as much snow as many of you would like. A lot of sleet, a lot of icing.
Yeah, and that was kind of the worst case scenario, is that this would jog a little north and produce more ice than anything else. First, a snowbird report for any schools that might have been in session on the President's Day holiday. More likely, these were teacher in-service days that have been canceled. Williamson and Lincoln counties, also Pickett County canceled in Middle Tennessee, and then it's Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties in southern Kentucky. We'll keep you posted. Lisa.
All right, so quite the combination we've got going of snow, sleet, and ice. We just had a report come in from Coffee County say it's coming down as freezing rain right now, and that means the roads are getting slick. More snow to the north and to the south. We've got that freezing rain.
And that dividing line goes right through Metro Nashville. The pink shaded areas, you're more likely seeing more freezing rain than sleet. The white is either sleet or snow. The computer doesn't make a difference between those two because it accumulates either way. So we're talking about mostly sleet in this area between I-40 and the Tennessee-Kentucky state line, and then mostly snow in southern Kentucky. And it's been adding up. Just saw a couple pictures on Facebook of several inches of accumulation in those parts of the mid-state, and we're going to see more accumulations of all of this stuff. Lisa.
And boy, it is definitely accumulating farther to the north. We've got 6 to 8 inches of possibility along that Tennessee and Kentucky line. And even farther in Kentucky, 8 to 10 inches, a good possibility there. 2 to 4 around Nashville. And then you can see 1 to 2 inches. That does include Murfreesboro, but also a lot of icing in here too. So we're not talking about all snow accumulations. It is that combination. So going through the day, temperatures for the most part in Nashville will be below freezing, 25 at 7 o'clock. And of course, as we're seeing right now, and then we're talking 30 degrees at noon and 31 degrees for this afternoon. A very cold day, plenty of icing, and that has caused some problems, Ann.
McCloy for Jennifer Herron in forewarned traffic this morning, and we want to get right outside. If you are thinking about getting in your car and going somewhere right now, I want you to take a look at these TDOT cameras and make your decision based on them, because we are seeing just a whiteout on the interstates right now. I-440, this is at I-40, and I mean, that looks like a lot of snow to me. I would not try to get out and drive on it. I just asked Paul how much he thinks maybe out there. He's thinking about a ½ inch, but we've seen over 20 accidents in the metro because of these whiteout conditions. I-40 at 46th Avenue, same thing. And when I say whiteout, I mean on the ground as opposed to in the air. So your visibility is fine, but it's what you're dealing with just driving around. The ice and the snow are causing people to slide into the walls on the interstate. We've got a crash right now on I-65 North in Madison. This is at Old Hickory Boulevard. Multiple cars involved in that one. And then in Rutherford County, major problems for authorities out there because they've got minor car crashes and then 2 huge car accidents involving semi-trucks on I-24. Back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you very much. Power has been flickering on and off for more than 1,000 people in the Franklin area.
Yeah, this morning we are joined by Charles Warner on the phone. He's the public information officer there, the Franklin Police Department. Hey, good morning to you. Can you tell us what areas are affected this morning?
Good morning, guys. We've had the lights at police headquarters here flickering on and off all morning, and we've switched from regular power to our generators about a half a dozen times or so already this morning. The reports that have been coming into us are centrally located in and around the downtown Franklin area and along the Route 31 or Columbia Avenue corridors. Officers that were out on patrol actually reported seeing several flashes of light in the sky when it was still dark, and so we assume that those may have been transformers and that may have contributed to the power outages here.
Are you hearing or understanding, I think, is that MTEMC, is that who services you guys?
Yes, yeah.
Do you have any idea, are they letting you know how soon power would return?
Well, the latest report is that power has been restored, but again, it's gone on and off for a good majority of the morning already.
Gotcha. All right. And as far as your folks who are out and about on the roads, what are you seeing? Any major trouble spots? Are you basically telling everyone to stay off and stay home?
Really, our best advice is that if you can stay home, do, because this looks like it's going to get worse before it gets better. The roads are deceptively slick this morning, and the rain continues to turn to ice on contact. Roads look very passable. The problem comes, though, when you try to stop or negotiate a turn. That's when things get pretty bad pretty fast.
So many accidents out there this morning. We appreciate your time. Charles Warner with the Franklin Police Department. Thank you for joining us. All right, 7:06 right now. Our team coverage continues this morning, where many of you are seeing sleet and snow.
Clarksville is expected to be one of the hardest hit areas and has been already. That's where we find Channel 4's Adrian Flores. Adrian, you've been out there a long time, been pelted by snow and sleet, and you're still smiling, but how are you doing now?
Still hanging in there. Ask me in another half hour or so. Just to give people a frame of reference, we are just off 24, exit 4, Wilma Rudolph. Not a whole lot of people outside on the road. Obviously, traffic is picking up a little bit as people start to head out, but folks seem to be heeding the warning about just staying home if they don't have to go outside. Want to show you just how much we've been seeing so far. You know, it started falling as sleet earlier this morning, then switched over to a sleet-snow mix, and now we're looking at more snow than anything right now, but it just varies. Here it's saying 1, but depending on where you are, we've seen as much as 2 inches, and under all of this is ice. So that's really the problem right now for folks as they head out the door, whether you're in your driveway or on a sidewalk or on the roads like Wilma Rudolph. That's what you're going to be dealing with. Plows have been out here all morning long. They finally made some progress in that one lane after about 4 or 5 passes, but it's going to take a number of passes to clear all of this out. And so again, TDOT's asking people to just stay home if you do not have to go out, to give them a chance to clear off the road. We are live in Clarksville. Adrienne Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Thank you so much, Adrienne. You've had a great spirit through all of this. It's been a long night for her. Meanwhile, our team coverage continues. We've got Channel 4's Haley Mason. She is live on I-440 at West End Avenue. Haley, what is it looking like there for you?
This freezing rain and sleet is still coming down. I don't think it's stopped since we got here. We moved from I-40 at White Bridge and now here at 440 westbound at West End Avenue. Just over my shoulder, you can see that traffic is moving. Not a lot of traffic, but still, I know Ann called it a whiteout. That's what you see on the roads. Just off in the distance, you see one of the TDOT trucks there. Looks like he has salt on the back, no plow on the front. Another one of his colleagues was pulled over having to get the ice off of his windshield. So of course even the TDOT workers have to maintain their cars too, as this freezing rain accumulates on your windshield wipers pretty quickly and you just have ice blades going back and forth. That's what we've seen a lot of. An incident pulled off to the side, a couple as we drove this way, but we haven't seen any major crashes, just stalled drivers here and there. Slick roadways, again, you can't really see the lines or lanes, really low visibility on the highways again, so driving slowly is the key out here. Reporting live in West Nashville, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, thank you very much, Haley, and you stay dry out there as best as you can.
All right, let's head on out to Mobile 4. The roads are expecting to be slick now that the storm's moving in. You can see on Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar right there. Channel 4's photojournalist Nikki Jennings is live for us in Rutherford County, where we've had some reports of several crashes. He's at a semi-crash right now. This is I-24 west at mile marker 74. Nikki, what are you hearing about this?
Holly, a state trooper came down and checked my well-being when I was here parked behind him a while ago, and he said this one is just, this semi driver is very, very lucky. He just spun all the way around on the road, is heading back the other way. There's other vehicles that are off on the side of the road here also around him. I guess when it happened, they all tried to miss him, ran off the road. It was very slick here. He said this is just one of 3 semis that he has jackknifed or turned around in the road. Rutherford County Sheriff's here, and also state troopers are here too. He's trying to move off the cable right now. I think he's stuck on that cable there on the side, but he's spinning there on the side of the road now. So Holly.
Wow, 1 of 3 jackknife tractor trailers there, talking about the icy road conditions. This is throughout Rutherford County. So we heard from Franklin PD down in Williamson County, talking about problems here. And of course, I-40 west, lots of problems, no matter where. Ann's reporting several accidents for us this morning.
Can you imagine the sight of seeing a trailer that big swapping ends in the middle of the road and then turning the opposite direction? He's trying to get out, but
spinning out there. All right, 7:10 is our time right now. We are going to check in with our team of meteorologists who are tracking this whole system as it moves through the mid-state. Both Lisa and Paul for the very latest. Hey, good morning.
It is very messy traveling. You can see it in the pictures there. An ice storm warning is in effect from kind of I-40 southward, that general vicinity, and then a winter storm warning remains in effect.
Yeah, so icy accumulations of some type. Snow, southern Kentucky, sleet in some spots, freezing rain in others, and a few school cancellations. Of course, most schools were out for the President's Day holiday anyway. Some school districts did have teacher in-service days scheduled. Williamson County, Lincoln County, Pickett County, you're canceled for the day. Barron, Cumberland, Clinton County is also out for the day in southern Kentucky. Lisa?
It is sleet. It is freezing rain that's topping our headline list for today. So not as much emphasis on our possibility of snow as These two. And then we've got the snow much farther to the north, and then the freezing rain much farther to the south. We are anticipating a change over to snow in the Nashville area. That will be this afternoon into the evening. Not to say we won't get a little snow here or there from time to time. Looking right now, we've got snow, and it does appear as white here, all snow across Kentucky. But even though it's white right through here, a lot of this is some sleet with a little bit of snow mixing in some locations. And then we've got a mixed bag right here in Nashville. Some sleet. We've had some reports of some freezing rain and a lot of freezing rain here across the south, which freezing rain, what it is it looks like rain when it's falling, but it freezes on contact because the temperatures are so cold on the surface.
And what it produces can look like this. This is a picture posted to Facebook from Dan Yancey, taking a picture from the inside of his car, rolled down the window, and it looks like he didn't roll down his window because that ice has remained behind. This is from Murfreesboro. Some other pictures that have been posted. Again, I'm going to share as many of these as I can. From Scottsville, Kentucky, Lisa picking up some significant snow accumulations on the Kentucky side of the border and in extreme northern Middle Tennessee. Elton, Kentucky, Tammy reporting about 4.5 inches of snow already on the ground. Dover, Tennessee, this is mostly sleet with a little bit of snow. Kathy Singer said, whoever upset Elsa, please apologize. So you can probably identify with that. Smithville, a lot of ice on the ground. That's the result of freezing rain. Bellevue, that's sleet with a little bit of freezing rain that already accumulated underneath it. Nolensville, yep, that's going to be a problem underfoot and underneath your tires. Another picture from Scottsville with snow. From Donaldson, that's an issue anywhere on the side roads and some of the main roads as well, as you've been seeing from our traffic reports. From Fort Campbell, starting to see more snow accumulating on top of that. This is Franklin, Kentucky, and that snow is going to continue sticking. This picture is wild. This is from Savannah. Tim's at this end of the ice accumulating around the rim of his tire. So thank you for all your pictures. Temperatures right now, they're in the 20s. Cold enough for that sleet and freezing rain. The cold air is deeper in southern Kentucky, and it's cold enough for just plain old snow. 18 Hopkinsville, 19 in Clarksville. You're transitioning to more snow now as well. As we look at the wind chills, 15 in Nashville for that feels like temperature. 7 Clarksville, 6 Hopkinsville. Just don't head out. It's unpleasant, and it's going to be actually just dangerous on the roads. As we head through the rest of the day, temperatures will warm up a little bit. We're talking about struggling up to near freezing for temperatures by the middle of the day and into the afternoon. Better chance of getting above freezing in southeastern Middle Tennessee, where you may see the freezing rain transition to just plain old cold rain. That's your best case scenario. That would help to limit your ice accumulations as we head through the rest of the day. But then a changeover back to snow, so the timeline is complicated. We've got sleet, freezing rain, and snow this morning. That's going to continue into the afternoon, but as we head farther into the afternoon and this evening, that's when we'll see a transition to all snow across the mid-state, but it's going to be a layer cake effect of different types of wintry accumulation, Lisa.
And that means awful traveling. Now, the biggest amounts of snow, of course, are going to be here across parts of Kentucky. 8 to 10 inches of snow will be there. And then we'll look for the icing much farther down to the south. Now, how about these temperatures? They are not going anywhere up. They are going down, as a matter of fact. See how cold it's going to be this week? 16 your morning low Wednesday with a little more snow Tuesday and Wednesday. And then notice Thursday. I've highlighted that for another forewarned weather alert day because 3 below will be a record-setting cold. We haven't seen temperatures like that ever if we hit that around this late in the season. Ann?
We have an update from Wilson County right now. Wilson County EMA says all of its roads in the county are impassable right now. If you live in Wilson County, you will definitely want to stay home because they're having a lot of trouble. That's a heads up for you, Wilson County folks. In Metro, this is what we're seeing. This is Briley Parkway west of Clarksville Pike. Look at that. No cars in that section of Briley Parkway, and we've got a thick layer of snow and ice on the ground. I-24 east of Harding Place, this is just south of downtown. We're seeing the same conditions there, and people are trying to drive on the freeway. I-40 east of Briley Parkway, this is in the Hermitage area. We have either a TDOT vehicle or an emergency vehicle trying to move through in that area. And this is I-40 west of Sawyer Brown, the west side of town. Cars moving slowly and white conditions. This is a live picture in Rutherford County at I-24 West. This is near mile marker 74. There have been 3 semi-trucks that have jackknifed in that area. This is one of those scenes where crews are trying to help this driver get his truck out of the way. And all of this speaks to the fact that if you can avoid driving today, please stay home and don't take the chance. Back to you.
All right, good information. We're at 7:16 for you right now. Coming up next, team coverage continues of our forewarned weather alerts.
We are all over the mid-state, so you know what to expect as you head outdoors. And as we go to the break, this is Clarksville, Tennessee. They've gotten a lot of sleet with some snow on top of it, and it is slippery there. And good morning to you. It is 7:18 here in the morning. We are back with a live look downtown Nashville, Tennessee. You can see the snow, a bit of that, but a great deal of sleet and ice on the ground as well, making it very treacherous driving.
All right, we want to head back out to Montgomery County right now, where residents in Clarksville are waking up to sleet and snow this morning. Channel 4's Adrienne Flores is out there live for us. She's been out there for several hours so far, just giving us the very latest. And you've kind of seen a mix of some freezing rain, some sleet, and some snow. What are you seeing right now, Adrienne?
A mix. Just what I've been seeing all morning long. Been seeing a mix, and I'm guessing we're probably seeing a good 2.5 inches, depending on where you are. We're on Wilma Rudolph, which is exit 4, just off I-24. See, not a whole lot of people out here. Traffic's picking up a little bit, but everybody seems to be, for the most part, taking it slow, heeding the warnings, because underneath all of this snow and the sleet that we saw earlier this morning, a layer of ice. And that's really the treacherous part about being out here, whether you are walking or riding. The roads are slick, sidewalks, driveways, everything is slick. And so TDOT's just asking people really just to stay off the road so that they can get their trucks out here to plow and clear some of this up, which, I mean, you can see how much is out here already. It's going to take some time. If you can stay home, it's best that you do that. If not, again, you're going to need to leave early, give yourself some extra time, and slow down. Live in Clarksville, Adrienne Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Certainly stay home if you can. All right, Adrienne, thank you for the latest this morning. 7:20 right now, and we just got another university closed.
Lipscomb University just announced that they are closed as well, so we add that to Belmont, MTSU,
TSU, and Austin Peay.
Austin Peay.
All closing. No cancels, no classes. They're all canceled for today. All right, let's check in with our team of meteorologists, Lisa and Paul, for the latest on what you're tracking this morning.
Oh, it's a combination. Sleet, freezing rain, and some snow, depending on where you're located.
Yeah, the track of this thing has been pulled a little farther north, and that means that we're seeing more sleet and freezing rain across much of Middle Tennessee. Either way, it's a mess, and we do have some school cancellations. Either they were going to be open for in-service, or maybe a few counties open on President's Day. Williamson and Lincoln and Pickett counties in Middle Tennessee, and in southern Kentucky, it's Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties that are closed for the day. Lisa.
And here's what you can expect on this Monday, President's Day, as we are finding a combination of sleet, a lot of that, and some freezing rain. Significant accumulations in terms of sleet, snow, and ice, and really emphasizing this sleet for so many of our viewers that are watching, and that is that coating of ice as it just continues to pile up, making for terrible traveling conditions. And then later in the week, some record-setting temperatures will be a part of our forecast. We're talking below 0 temperatures. A look right now at our full-more live Doppler radar. This is the red sweep coming across the LE Live radar here in Middle Tennessee. This is all snow that we see here across parts of Kentucky, and then we have a mix, a lot of sleet right through here in this white shaded area, a little bit of snow. We had some heavy snow reported a bit earlier in Westmoreland, and then we're right here on that line right here through the Nashville area. Some sleet. We've had some reports of some freezing rain, but mainly when you get farther down to the south in the pink shaded area, that's where we have a lot of freezing rain, which forms that ice.
And it could add up to more than a half an inch of accumulation, which is enough to bring down power lines and tree branches. That's a concern. A lot of pictures posted to Facebook. Want to show you kind of a perspective of what's happening across the mid-state. Mount Juliet, it's been mostly sleet so far and some freezing rain as well. Picture from the north end of Fort Campbell. That is sleet with a layer of snow on top of it. So that transition to snow has happened. Springfield getting kind of a mixture of sleet and snow as well. Lebanon, that is sleet on the deck. Brandy posted that picture a little while ago. This is in Waverly, where it's been mostly freezing rain and sleet. The farther south you go, more freezing rain, including in Laverne. That is just a coating of ice, basically encasing the car there. Thanks for that picture. Hillary said they let the dog out. Can't see the tracks. Covered them up right away. This is not sure what the location is, but sleet and snow covering that back up. Clarksville changing to all snow. This is just North Clarksville, just shy of the Kentucky line. You can see that snow beginning to add up. How about this? Cerulean, Kentucky, that is a significant amount of snow. That's in Trigg County near Cadiz, and that's where the snow has been adding up. Hendersonville, ice continues to fall. Looking down towards Vandy, and you see all that sleet that's accumulated on the roads around Metro Nashville. solid sheet of ice in the borough, and looking at a lot of snow in Hopkinsville. So in southern Kentucky, you are the winners in the snow derby. Otherwise, we're talking about sleet and freezing rain, which obviously isn't as fun for anybody who wanted to go sledding, but it's still a mess on the roads. Temperatures well below freezing everywhere. How deep the cold air is determines whether you're getting snow in southern Kentucky and along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. Sleet between the Tennessee-Kentucky state line and I-40, or then freezing rain farther south. The computers say some of this is going to change over to plain old cold rain in southern Middle Tennessee, with a lot more warm air moving into the atmosphere, or warm enough, and that would have a big impact on our total accumulations. The computers are adding it up, and we'll show you our forecast in just a moment, but just the automated version shows about 2 to 4 for Metro Nashville. I'd bet on the low end of that. I was at the under in Middle Tennessee snowfall. And actually, it's not going to be snow. It's going to be mostly sleet with a little layer of snow on top of it once that transition occurs. But southern Middle Tennessee, the problem is ice, and significant accumulations of ice at that, between 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch, and that'll bring down some power lines. So we got all sorts of problems, Lisa.
Yes, not to mention the power, and then of course there's the roads too. So we're talking 6 to 8 inches of snow possible here across the north, even more in southern Kentucky, and we had mentioned that 2 to 4 around Nashville, with it being a lot of sleet first and then the snow, and then here is where the icing will really be a problem. We've got a little hope that maybe across the extreme southeast we might get a change over to rain a bit later on, but right now in Nashville we are talking about freezing all the way through. 31 degrees. That will be our high for today. Morning low tomorrow at 22, 30 tomorrow. 30% chance of a few snow showers Tuesday and Wednesday. And then that red around Thursday, another forewarned weather alert for record-setting cold. 3 below will be a record for the day and a record for sub-zero temperatures so late in the season. Ann?
And let's take a trip around the metro with our TDOT cameras to give you a look outside. No cars in this area. This is I-24 west of Briley Parkway. I'm glad there's no one out there because it looks very icy, and it's hard to say just how much ice is covering the interstates at this point. We're thinking about a 1/2 inch to 1 inch, and it's enough where we've seen at least 20 car accidents just in the metro area. Look at Bellevue. This is I-40 east of Bellevue, and people are still trying to get out there and get to work and do whatever they need to do despite the winter weather that we're seeing, which is contributing to the accidents. Nikki Jennings, our photojournalist, is in Mobile 4. I believe you are in Rutherford County. Am I correct?
That is correct, and I-24 westbound toward Nashville. The roads are covered out here, Ann, and you're right. Everybody's doing around 35, 40 mile an hour. Everybody's being very respectful, keeping their distance in between each other, which is a big deal. Traffic's moving right along, Ann.
All right, and I know that you just left the scene of a semi-truck that had jackknifed, and apparently there were a couple problems in Rutherford. Did they clear those up before you took off?
Yes, they did. There were about, I think 3 to 4 just people slid off the road. I think was caused when the semi spun all the way around in the road, and I think everybody was trying to miss him. And yes, they cleared him up. They got the cables off the truck, and everybody's headed out, Ann.
Thank you so much, Nikki Jennings. We'll check back in later on. Back to you.
And thank you.
Oh, slowly, they're all having to go, but good for them. Smart enough to think about it. Coming up next here on Channel 4 News Today, the latest on this morning snowstorm.
We are taking you live across the mid-state, tracking today's forewarned weather alert. It's all coming up next on Channel 4 News Today. Good morning, everybody. 7:28. To give you an idea of just how much ice we're seeing out here in West Nashville, check this out. Yes, we have our snowbird out there measuring outside our studios, and you can see almost 1 inch right there. So dealing with mainly sleet and freezing rain, not snow here in the Nashville area as of yet. Hey, coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, we have team coverage of today's forewarned weather alert.
Hey, we are all over the Middle Tennessee area so that you know what to expect. We're taking you live and tracking this winter storm next.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
It is 7:30 in the morning, and you're waking up to a winter weather wonderland. No, it's not that. There's a great deal of sleet out there and a little bit of snow. You thought it might be a pretty day for a snowman. It's not. It's a very treacherous day. That means the roads are very slick. We are tracking this winter storm, Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar. Good morning and welcome to Channel 4 News Today. Extended version until now. We'll be on the air until 9 o'clock because of all the accidents.
We are glad you're watching. We have a lot to get to. We are under a forewarned weather alert. Now, here's what you need to know. First, we have team coverage for you. We have crews all over the mid-state, so you know what to expect. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville, where the storm first hit. Channel 4's Haley Mason is out in Nashville, which is mainly seeing that sleet right now. We're also keeping an eye on the roads in Mobile 4.
Everywhere. But first, we want to take a look at our team coverage for the forewarned weather team. We've got Lisa Spencer and Paul Hagan in the Weather Center and giving us an update.
Well, we've just seen a combination this morning of mostly sleet, some freezing rain, and also some snow.
It depends where you are. The farther south you are, more freezing rain. Farther north, Kentucky's already received several inches of snow, but that shifted to the north. We do have a few snowbird cancellations to tell you about. Either school wasn't out on President's Day and now is, or some teacher in-service days have been canceled through Williamson, Lincoln, and Pickett counties in Middle Tennessee, Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties in southern Kentucky. We'll keep you posted.
Now, we still are talking about that combination of weather across the area. Snow, sleet, and ice to the north. That's where we see most of the snow. To the south, it's more ice. And then Nashville, right smack dab in the middle of that. We're between the snow and the ice, and we've had a lot of sleet this morning.
We have, and it's going to add up. Nashville's going to stay on that line between snow and ice, mostly sleet, but freezing rain just south, and that snow staying just north. The forewarned live radar shows the dividing line move just right through Metro Nashville. I mean, couldn't be more inconveniently placed. All the pink stuff, that is where the freezing rain is more likely, and it's going to add up to potentially cause some power issues. Could see up to a ½ inch of accumulation on power lines, maybe even more than that. Looking at sleet in between I-40 and the Kentucky state line. That white shaded area, that is sleet, and then the white stuff in southern Kentucky is actual snow, and it's adding up at a pretty good clip. So have all different types of precipitation, but that sleet uses up a decent amount of moisture, and that's going to limit how much snow we see around Metro Nashville, Lisa.
All right, so no snowmen coming out of this, at least not right in Nashville and southward. We've got 6 to 8 inches of snow, though, possible to the north, and that's where we could see a snowman made up through Kentucky, and 4 to 6 inches. But this is going to be a combination of some sleet and snow all the way through the Nashville area, too. Primarily, we're talking about icing conditions the farther south that you go, so things are not so great through here. Temperatures are frigid throughout the day. Only 27 degrees at 9 o'clock this morning, about 30 degrees around lunchtime, and still looking for that combination of the sleet, the freezing rain, and snow. I think we do have a better chance of seeing more snow the later in the day that we get, particularly toward the evening hours. But we're talking mainly this has turned into quite the icy mess across the area, and that's affecting roads this morning.
It sure is. And let's go right outside and get a look at the conditions for you. As you attempt to head out, I really want you to take a look at these TDOT cameras and make your decision based on what we're seeing outside. I know some of you are thinking about going into work. We advise that you stay home if your employer will allow you to. This is I-65 at the Cumberland River, so just north of downtown Nashville. We're seeing a really thick layer of snow and ice. This is I-65 north of Rosa Parks. This is near the farmers market, and just north of the downtown looks a little bit worse than south of the downtown area. So just to give you an idea as you head out the door, I want to go to the map. These are 3 new crashes just reported by Metro Police, one at I-40 West and Jefferson, another 1401 Charlotte Pike, and then another just a little bit south of the downtown area, I-40 West. This is on the ramp from I-65. Again, over 20 crashes reported in the overnight hours just in the metro area, and Wilson County EMA is saying that many of the roads in Wilson County are impassable at the moment. So we just stress, drive slow if you're going to take the risk, stay home if you are able to. Back to you.
And thank you for the latest. We're at 7:34 right now. As you know, the roads are becoming treacherous. We've been hearing all these accident reports. This morning, we're joined by Heather Jensen with TDOT. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, guys.
Thanks for joining us. All right, first, tell us, where are you hearing, where are you seeing the worst reports right now as far as road conditions?
Talking to my crews out in the field, our worst spots are on I-40. This is west of town. We're talking about Hickman, Humphreys, Dixon County, just out of the range of our SmartWay cameras that we have in the Nashville area, and to the east of town in Wilson County, as you just heard. She was talking about their side roads, but the interstate is actually bad out that way as well. It's becoming a condition where our forces are pulling back a little bit and focusing just on one lane of traffic, that far right lane, so that people can use that one lane and get on and off the interstate. it's just been really difficult for us because of the continuous precipitation that we're seeing.
Heather, any recommendation for people that need to get out there?
It's so difficult. My biggest recommendation is please stay home if at all possible. If you do have to travel, give yourself plenty of time. A lot of these interstates are looking at 30 to 35 miles per hour if they're able to get through there. So again, moving very slowly. And again, stay in that lane of travel that has been plowed or has been salted so that you can get some traction. We're hoping for a little bit of snow because that will actually allow us to get a little bit more traction on that ice, believe it or not. But we definitely want people just to use every precaution that they can. If they don't have to be out, please don't be out.
We're showing different TDOT cameras. You can see the roads just are covered with this snow and ice, so very dangerous. Real quickly, if folks do have to get out and about, what are you suggesting as far as a phone number? Is 511 still a good number to hear specific road conditions, or what are you telling?
Absolutely. 511 is a great way to know the road conditions. We always say know before you go. Call that number from any landline or cell phone. You will know the road conditions. You can also go online. The TDOT SmartWay system is online. You can look at any region that you want to go to. If you're heading to Knoxville, if you're heading to Memphis, go on the SmartWay system, find out what the roads look like. I can tell you my counterpart to the west of us in Memphis, she's telling me that visibility is real low, as you just saw on one of your cameras. So it's not just the ice and the snow, it's also that it's just difficult to see out there.
Certainly. All right, Heather Jensen, we appreciate your time joining us from TDOT this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Our team coverage continues in Montgomery County, where folks are dealing with a great deal of sleet and some snow mixed on top of that.
Yeah, we've been bringing you all the live pictures. It's been coming down for hours now. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us there in Clarksville. Good morning to you, Adrian. So what's the latest? It looks like a lot of snow falling at the moment.
Snow falling, but I heard you guys talking earlier about snowmen. Not enough to make a snowman, not even enough to make a good snowball, because it's just too much ice mixed in all of this. Because remember, earlier this morning, we saw sleet before we ever saw the snow. Then it was a sleet-snow mix, back to snow, sleet, back to snow. And so that's the problem that you're seeing out here on the roads, which is where we are. Wilma Rudolph, exit 4, just off 24. Not a whole lot of cars out here, so we're not seeing problems in that sense. Not a whole lot of accidents. Police haven't responded to people going off the road, slipping and sliding, any of that. So that's the good news in all of this. People seem to be heeding the warnings, which is stay home. If you can't stay home, leave early, slow down. And you can see that the plows have gone through, starting to make a little, and I stress that, little headway in clearing off these roads. We actually can see a little pavement at this point from those plows going through. But again, TDOT's asking everybody to stay home because they want to be able to get those plows out, clear the roads, because underneath all of this snow and sleet, you've got a layer of ice. And so that's really the problem for people as you head out the door today. So again, if you can, just stay home, or maybe go outside with your kids, have a little fight. Back to you in the studio.
Whatever you can to do that snowball, if you could make one. Goodness, but lots of problems out there. Adrian, we appreciate you keeping us posted with the very latest. The storm has made its way to the metro area, where road conditions, unfortunately, are deteriorating out there. Channel 4's Haley Mason is live for us out on I-440 at West End Avenue. Hey, good morning to you, Haley.
Good morning, Holly. We are essentially standing in the rain right now. If you look down at my hand, these were pellets that I was able to kind of move around about a couple hours ago. Now it's just melting, and this rain has turned it into like a block of ice. That's what people are driving on right now here at 440 on westbound on the West End Avenue. What I will say is good to see a lot of people are driving a lot slower now this morning as more people hit the roads. I think they've been watching these reports and seeing how serious this is. A lot slower than they were driving earlier this morning, which was resulting in a lot of these accidents. You can see it's just turning into slush here as this rain starts to come down and turns this ice into this slushy stuff, a big mix of precipitation out here. But right now it's just coming down like rain on us on the west side of town. Reporting live right off of 440 westbound, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, Haley, thank you. By the way, Nashville MTA buses are now operating on snow route detours, so a heads up for all you folks who typically rely on MTA buses. If you are heading out to work this morning, if you do have to get out, this is what you're going to see. This is what we've been talking about, giving you live pictures with our roaming mobile 4 for us. Channel 4's Nikki Jennings has been giving us a live look throughout the morning, just showing us the different conditions and what you can see.
Part of that is a defroster, but before he had a great deal of ice. The windshield wipers couldn't even really work. They were iced over. I think maybe there's some of that is a bit of the changeover, maybe the defroster on the inside. But either way, you can see the slush in there and that sleet that you just never-endingly have to deal with.
Yeah, Paul and Lisa have been talking about the freezing rain that's now hitting Metro at the moment. Let's check in with the two of them for the very latest here. Good morning.
And that's a really good point. What Haley was saying is, hey, it looks like it's just raining out here now. Yeah. But that's freezing rain. It looks like rain, but it's freezing rain.
And it feels like it. The freezing rain is what freezes as a glaze on any surface it hits, except your skin, because you're warm. So it stays liquid when it hits you, but anything that is cooled by the air around it is going to form ice, trees, power lines, the roads even. Snowbird report first. We have a few schools that we're going to have in services or maybe even classes today, not sure, but they have canceled. It's Williamson, Lincoln, and Pickett counties in Middle Tennessee, Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties in southern Kentucky. Lisa?
All right, so here is what you can expect on this very cold February day. A winter mix. That's really the best way to describe it because it is every bit that. Snow to the north and then sleet mixed in with some freezing rain, a little bit of snow right around that I-40 corridor when you go a little bit farther north, a little bit farther to the south, and then freezing rain definitely to the south. So all of this is forming a layer of ice across the area. You've got this ice, and then later this afternoon we can see some more snow, and that's going to hide that ice a little bit, but I like what was said a little while ago. Maybe even provide us with a little more traction out there, which would be great. Cold temperatures aren't going anywhere. They're going to stick around, which is going to keep this in kind of a frozen state and even colder later in the week. Well, here's what we've got going on right now. This is that mix I was talking about. This is snow here to the north, and then this is what I mean by a little bit of a mix of sleet and some snow right through here across that northern tier of the mid-state. And then when you get a little farther down to the south, right around the Nashville area, that's where we are seeing a mix of some sleet and then some freezing rain mixing in some of these counties right in through here, right along I-40. But when you get a little farther down to the south, that's where it is all freezing rain. And that is ice that is forming. It looks like rain, but forms a sheet of ice.
And that's what we have some pictures of actually to show you this morning. We do have a picture, this one posted by Amanda. This is from Baxter, so eastern Middle Tennessee. Had to break it up with a spoon to see how much there was. About a quarter inch that added up on the driveway even. We're talking about some snow though in Russellville, Kentucky. That's adding up to a few inches of accumulation already. Hermitage, it's been mostly ice. This is Franklin, Kentucky, and they're adding up to a decent amount of snow. Southern Kentucky is the snow winner with this system. Middle Tennessee, it's sleet and freezing rain. 5+ inches of accumulation from Wendy and Hopkinsville still coming down. Dixon's been mostly sleet and freezing rain, ice on top of the horse trailer from Suzanne, and some icicles already hanging off the bird feeder from Whites Creek. David posted this picture a little while ago. Centerville, mostly sleet and freezing rain as well. Thanks for your pictures. We'll share as many as we can. We've warmed up to 27 in Nashville, still substantially below freezing. So sleet and freezing rain still going to be the concern around here. It's cold enough, a deep enough layer of cold air for that snow in southern Kentucky. Feels colder. 17 Nashville, 16 White Bluff, 8 for the wind chill in Hopkinsville and Clarksville. Wind chill doesn't have anything to do with precipitation type though. That just matters what the air temperature is near the ground and farther up in the atmosphere. So we head through the day. We're going to try to warm up maybe up to around freezing. That would be the best case scenario, even above freezing in southeastern Middle Tennessee where you might see a transition to just plain old cold rain. That's the best case scenario to avoid those heaviest ice accumulations in southeastern Middle Tennessee. So in between, just to the south of Nashville into southwestern Middle Tennessee is where we have the greatest potential of seeing a ½ an inch to maybe up to an inch of ice accumulation. That's enough to cause some power outages. So we're talking about freezing rain, snow, and sleet all mixed together across the mid-state. That'll continue through the afternoon, and then a transition back to snow as we head into the evening. Significant travel problems anyway. You slice it, Lisa.
All right, and we've made a few adjustments here to our sleet and snow totals, kind of gauging what's going on right now. So we've trimmed them back here across the north, and you can see 1 to 3 inches is now. We're talking about that combination of some sleet and also the snow that we could see this afternoon piling up there, and then still looking for that icing situation farther to the south. Our forewarned forecast for the next 7 days. Look at these cold temperatures. It's not going to warm up till we get to next weekend. So in between that, we've got some snow flurries Tuesday, Wednesday, some snow showers, and then bottoming out to 3 below, record-setting cold coming up on Thursday. Ann?
And I want to look outside and just take you around the metro area because it's just important that you know what the conditions are when you head out. This is I-65 at Wedgwood. This is just south of downtown Nashville, and we're seeing that really thick layer of snow and ice there. This is the west side, I-40 west of Charlotte Avenue, and it's the same thing really in various parts of the metro area. I-65 at Vietnam Vets, it's hard to see out there, and cars are moving slowly. It looks like TDOT has a sign up for some reason out there. Another look for you, Briley Parkway. Really, if you're going to be traveling, do not get onto Briley Parkway because all around the metro, Briley looks like this. This is Briley at Lebanon Pike for you. And we do have some new crashes. I-40 west at Jefferson Street. There's 2 crashes reported in the last half hour. There's another crash on I-40 east. We have a ton of crashes on I-40. I would avoid using I-40. Back to you.
So many problems. Humphreys, Hickman, Dixon, Wilson, and the list goes on. So just be careful. Stay home if you can. 7:46 right now. Coming up next, our team coverage continues of this morning's winter storm.
We are live with a complete look at our forewarned weather alert of this ice storm.
Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Good morning, everybody. 7:48 right now. We're showing some pictures that you folks have been sending in from throughout the area. The first couple, these are out of Bellevue this morning, so just west of Nashville. But look at the roads, and you can see they are covered. We've been talking about the freezing rain and the ice, the sleet that folks are dealing with. We also have a picture. This is northern part of Tennessee, the Kentucky line there at Macon County. So it's kind of hard to make out that measurement, but I know some areas have already received and 1 inch plus of ice and snow to the north of us. So I'm told this is now at 2 inches. That's where that is. We want to see what it looks like where you are. So keep those pictures coming. Send those to PIX at WSMV.com.
There you go. Here's a look at Mobile 4 moving slow. Look how slowly, about 35, maybe 40 miles an hour. That is Nikki Jennings, who's moving down. This is he was at a crash, going to a crash, Middle Tennessee Boulevard at Rutledge Way. So he's on his way there. There was a deputy who hit a utility pole. So he is on his way to that. A deputy hitting a utility pole. All part of the many things that are happening. This is now officially, we could call it an ice storm, as Lisa has said, because the snow is really not as significant as the ice is, and that has been the treacherous part of all of this.
All right, 7:49 right now for the latest on this winter storm warning and our forewarned weather alert. Let's check in with both Paul and Lisa.
It is very icy there, and we've said it over and over. Ann has been talking about terrible traffic issues.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were waking up hoping for snow in the front yard, but this was the way that the forecast could have wobbled, and it definitely wobbled north, pulling that heavier snow into southern Kentucky. A few school cancellations there. A lot of schools, most schools, in fact, out for President's Day, but even the teacher in-service days have been canceled for Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties in southern Kentucky. In Middle Tennessee, it's Williamson, Lincoln, and Pickett counties that are now closed.
All right, so we are expecting more of the same today. We're talking sleet, some freezing rain, and snow along the Tennessee and Kentucky border. Significant snow accumulations primarily to the north. We've trimmed back our sleet snow accumulations farther south, as you will see, and then we have got just horrible travel conditions. Stay at home if you can. This is not going anywhere. We've got very cold temperatures sticking around all week long with even some reinforcing cold temperatures. So here's our snow up here to the north. This is a combination of some snow and also some sleet. And then in the middle, we've got that sleet and some freezing rain that is mixing in, making for terrible traveling conditions right through here. So when you see those little ice pellets forming, that's the sleet that's coming down. And then when the rain is coming down, that is freezing rain. Temperatures at this point are all below freezing. So that's the big issue that we're seeing for today.
Want to take a look at some pictures again from Facebook to show you what's happening across different portions of the mid-state, because you're just looking out your window. We want to show you what other people are seeing outside their windows and on their cars. Manchester picking up some icy accumulations. This is what happens when it's freezing rain. It adds up on anything that's above ground level, so tree branches, but also the hood of the car. Actually, I want to back up real quick and show you some more pictures before we look at the big picture radar view. This is from Portland, Tennessee, so it's sleet with a layer of snow on top of it and still coming down right now. This is ice in Spring Hill, a layer of freezing rain and then some sleet on top of it. That freezing rain and sleet uses up a lot more moisture than snow does, so those accumulations will be lower, still very slippery. Snow adds up at a faster clip. Nashville Village, that's just a layer of sleet everywhere. Hendersonville, that's ice that is accumulated on the twigs and the tree branches. Needs to be a little thicker before those branches start snapping. Same thing with the power lines, but we're really just at the beginning stages of this whole system. And this is from the Ramirez's, the dog out investigating the sleet a little bit. And same thing, we have Spring Hill, sleet-covered streets around the mid-state. Now, big picture radar view. This is a big winter storm, and really it's just moved in with about the past 7 or 8 hours, and it extends all the way back into Arkansas and even Oklahoma. So it's got a long way to go before it pushes through the whole mid-state, mainly south of I-40. More concerned about ice accumulations. Along I-40, it's going to be sleet and some freezing rain, but hopefully not enough freezing rain to cause power outages. Then farther north in southern Kentucky, you got enough cold air where it's just all snow. So you're the lucky ones this time around. 27 Nashville is one of the warmer spots. It's cold everywhere, and temperatures aren't going to warm up much. So we're talking about freezing rain and sleet and then snow farther to the north, maybe warm enough in southern middle Tennessee for a little cold rain to mix in there. That would limit your ice accumulations. In terms of the sleet and snow, this is just the computer estimate. We'll show you ours in a moment. It's still sticking to around 2 to 4 for Metro Nashville. We're kind of saying 1 to 3 because that sleet uses up so much more moisture than snow does. But there is going to be a layer of snow on top of the sleet. That's not going to happen for several more hours. More concerning is the ice potential for southern middle Tennessee. Could pick up in this purple shading 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. That's enough to bring down some power lines. So on the accumulation map that we've drawn up, you got less snow, but you got a lot more ice, Lisa.
All right, and here are some of the trimmings that we've made. We're still looking for significant snow across Kentucky. Gone with 5 to 8 inches from Clarksville, kind of bowing over towards Salina. And then here we've got a 3 to 5 inch area, but 1 to 3 is where we're going now with Nashville area. That's a combination of sleet, snow piling on top of each other. And then, of course, our icing again is most likely here across the south. And that not going to be in a hurry to melt because we're talking 22 on Tuesday, 30 for the afternoon high. And then we are going to see some still snow in the forecast on Tuesday and Wednesday. Not a lot, but still some snow is there. And then our very cold day on Thursday for another forewarned weather alert because that's record-setting cold at 3 below. 16 will be the afternoon high on Thursday. We're not going to really warm up above freezing until we get to Saturday. Ann?
We have a new accident in Rutherford County involving a officer, and he was extricated from that car. The streets are Middle Tennessee Boulevard and Rutledge Way, taken to St. Thomas Hospital. We don't have an update on how he's doing right now, but he was injured in that crash. Even the first responders who are out there trying to help people that have been stuck on the roads or have been involved in crashes are having trouble just getting around. So that speaks to what we're seeing. Let's go out live and check on our TDOT cameras in the metro area. This is I-40 west of Jefferson. There's a crash right around this camera, but it's just out of our view. And here's another crash, I-40 west of Stewart's Ferry Pike. This looks like a minor crash. We're seeing over and over again cars running into those sidewalls on the interstate, and that appears to be what this is as well. There aren't many cars out there, so we're not seeing big backups or anything like that, but we're just seeing that thick layer of ice and snow causing a lot of single car crashes today. Back to you.
Big problems on the road. Sorry,
everywhere. Thank you very much, Ann. Now, this ice storm is making roads treacherous everywhere. We have people all over the place from our Channel 4 team. We have Michelle Palmer, our assistant news director, out on the road as well.
Yeah, good morning to you, Michelle. So tell us where you are and what are you seeing out there?
Okay, good morning, Holly and Rudy. I am in the Germantown area right now, and as soon as I'm one of the lucky ones to have covered parking, the second I came out from the garage, the ice hit the windshield and it completely iced over. So I actually had to pull over and wait for everything to defrost, and I'm back on the road again. Everything is defrosted, but not too many cars on the road. I see some city buses, a lot of people driving with their hazard lights on, and just trying to make my way to the highway. I am going about 15 miles per hour right now going down 5th Avenue.
What about the roads themselves? Are you seeing quite a bit of ice? Can you tell if you hit the brakes slightly that you're sliding at all?
Not too much sliding. I don't think I'm going fast enough for that, but really taking those turns really, really slowly and extra cautious. But yeah, I mean, it looks like there's just a sheet of ice, and I see a couple of tire marks, but that's about it.
Gotcha. Well, we appreciate it, Michelle. Thank you for the latest. Metro Public Works, by the way, is urging all drivers to stay off the roads to allow time for their crews to actually clear the roads what they can and get some of these accidents taken care of this morning.
Something physically as well. A couple of times earlier we've been out for several hours. I would talk about the old school from growing up as I did with cars that would always kind of pump the brakes on this. So I'm continually reminded these newer automobiles have anti-lock brakes, so just simply apply slow, steady pressure. Don't slam on. Obviously we all know common sense will tell you what will happen then. Apply easy, steady pressure. That's the beauty of anti-lock brakes. So that's something for me even to realize, because old school, you know, as I was.
You're used to doing this.
Well,
yes.
I grew up in that kind of stuff, so I'm learning new things always. Officials will be on cold patrol as well to make sure that homeless people are out there in that community trying to stay warm.
Yeah, this morning the city's working with the Nashville Rescue Mission to give the homeless a place to stay. Now they are running these cold patrols through tomorrow night. More than 1,300 shelter beds, though, are up for grabs, so they're available for folks. And they say that's 200 more beds than they usually have.
We're a 24/7, 365-day-a-year facility, so we never close, whether the weather's 70 degrees or -10.
If everyone sees a homeless person in need of help, they say call the Metro non-emergency line. Again, the Metro Police non-emergency line, we have it right there for you. It's 862-8600. They want to help them. No one needs to be out.
They don't turn anybody away, but some people are somewhat stubborn. They'll try to survive if they can. It's certainly not the logical thing to do.
All right, 7:58 right now. Coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, more team coverage of our forewarned weather alert.
We'll be live from across the mid-state area as we deal with this ice storm. Come.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
We have an ice storm on our hands this morning. You are looking at a live picture of riverfront downtown, and you can see not a whole lot of wind at the moment, but our temperature, we're at 25 degrees here in the Nashville area. However, with the wind chill, it's more like teens and single digits, depending on where you are. Glad to have you watching. We are under a forewarned weather alert with our winter storm warning. Much to get to. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today. 8 o'clock, we're on for another hour for you this morning. We've had so many problems. We're bringing you the very latest, what you need to know. I'm Holly Thompson.
Thought I might have a sled, maybe make a snowman. Instead, I need ice skates. But there's a lot to talk about and very treacherous roads. We have team coverage for you. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live in Clarksville. We have Haley Mason live on I-440. That is at West End Avenue. And Mobile 4 is keeping an eye on the roads as well. But let's start with our chief meteorologist, Lisa Spencer, Paul Hagan, who have been tracking this storm for hours now.
And you know, what we had first initially hoped this was going to be our big snow since 2003.
Yeah.
But our storm moved a little farther north, and that made a huge difference.
There were signs of that already on Saturday, and so things kept getting nudged farther and farther north, and that pulls the ice farther north right into Metro Nashville.
And here we are with a mess.
We're going to start with the snowbird report, and then we'll get to a view of the live radar and what you need to know throughout the day. A few schools that may have had in-service days on President's Day, or maybe the kids were going to school in a couple of counties. Either way, closed now. Williamson and Lincoln counties, also Pickett County in Middle Tennessee, and in Southern Kentucky, it's Barron, Cumberland, and Clinton counties that are now closed. Lisa?
All right, so we're going to top our headline page with this combination of snow, sleet, emphasizing that sleet around Nashville and icing. So to the north, that's where most of the snow has landed. To the south, more ice with that freezing rain. And Nashville sitting right in the middle. We're on that line with the sleet. We've got snow north and more icing down to the south. And here it is, Paul.
Yeah, the dividing line between freezing rain in pink and then the sleet and snow in white. There's no color difference between sleet and snow in this radar perspective, but it's mostly sleet in between Interstate 40 and the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. The pink shaded area, that's freezing rain. That's the glaze of ice that adds up on any elevated surface. The sleet adds up on the ground primarily. It doesn't accumulate as deeply as snow does, and it uses up more moisture, and that's going to help to limit our overall snow potential for Metro Nashville. But we're talking about more snow, especially southern Kentucky. Already several inches on the ground on the Kentucky side of the border. Lisa?
All right, it's going to be a cold day all day long, so this stuff is not going anywhere. We'll continue to see it accumulate, so the snow will land right up here in Kentucky, 8 to 10 inches, and that's where we're going to see our pictures of snowmen taken, and we'd love to see them. You can send them along along to this. And then around Portland to Clarksville, a little more in the possibility of snow, but you're still looking at some sleet through here. And then from Gallatin stretching through Nashville, we have kind of trimmed back our totals. Right in Nashville, 1 to 3 inches, a combination of sleet and snow. And then the icing is here to the south from Murfreesboro stretching back to Columbia, up to an inch. And it's just going to be treacherous traveling there. More freezing rain to the south, and that just puts that layer of ice on your windshield and on power lines too, unfortunately. 9 o'clock this morning, 27 degrees, near 30 degrees around midday, and 31 degrees this afternoon. We're thinking our likelihood of seeing a little more snow will be coming in a bit later towards the late afternoon hours into the evening around the Nashville area. Ann?
Let's take a look outside. We have seen a couple dozen accidents in the metro area overnight, and we are seeing another right here at I-65 at the I-24 junction just north of Trinity Lane. This actually, that actually looks like this car is just having some trouble and is pulling over, and it looks like TDOT has sent one of their help trucks out there for that person. Let's go to the next camera. I-40 east of Broadway. We're seeing ice on the shoulders of the interstate. In parts of downtown, so east and west of downtown, we're not seeing a really thick layer of snow and ice, but still we've seen problems throughout the morning. Just wanted to give you the comparison. This is just a few miles north of that point, I-40 west of Jefferson, and we're seeing different conditions with a very thick layer of snow and ice there, and there's an accident in that area. We've had a couple reported just north of the downtown area. Overnight, we have 3 new crashes reported by Metro Police. I-24 west at Harding Place, we have a crash. I-24 east at Haywood Lane. The exit ramp has a crash, and then in Jolton at I-24 east and Whites Creek Pike exit, another crash there. Back to you.
We'll keep adding to a very long list, and thank you this morning. Our team coverage continues this morning, where many of you are seeing both sleet and snow.
Indeed, Clarksville is really expected to be one of the hardest hit areas and has been already, and that's where we find our own Adrian Flores. All right, they love you, Adrian. You've been out there so long. You've seen it all, my girl.
Yes, I've become a fixture in Clarksville. We got a lot of people honking as they go up and down the road instead of paying attention to the road, which they really need to do. But I want to show you what you can expect as you head out the door. If you haven't moved your car all night, yeah, you're really going to need to give yourself some extra time. I actually drove my car up here with the live truck, and it is covered in a sheet of ice, icicles all over the place. All of this is what you're going to be dealing with when you head out the door, so you definitely want to give yourself a little extra time to warm up your car and thaw it out before you head out. Hopefully you get to stay home. The roads, that's what they're looking like. Doesn't matter where you are. We're in Clarksville right now, but pretty much all over this area, you've got sleet and snow. Right now it's snowing on Wilma Rudolph, but buried under that snow, you've got a huge layer of sleet. Underneath that sleet, a layer of ice. And so TDOT, they have been working on this road all night long. We got here around 2 o'clock this morning, saw the plows make a number of passes, still haven't made a dent in the road because of all the snow and sleet that we're seeing. For a moment, we saw some pavement, but yeah, that's gone away too. So if you don't get to stay home, just know you're going to need to give yourself some extra time and definitely slow down once you hit the road. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
You're a trooper, Adrian. Hang in there. All right, our team coverage continues with Channel 4's Haley Mason, who is in the same kind of element. She is live I-440 at West End Avenue, and you're hanging in there as well. How's that traffic moving out there?
Traffic is steady, pretty steady. I'm going to take a look here at West End. We're at 440 at West End Avenue. And just over this overpass, you see it's still completely white. The streets are covered. That's because that many people, or not a lot of people, have been on the roads, these side streets in particular. Most people have been down below. In contrast to the West End Avenue is 440 eastbound. You can see that this right lane has pretty much been cleared off. It's turned into slush. That's because people have been taking a lane and pretty much sticking to it. It's a little less daunting to drive in that slush as opposed to driving on black ice or just sheets of ice where you really can't gauge if you're going to break and actually stop. But so far, we haven't seen any crashes. A few TDOT help trucks have been pulled out to the side, helping stranded motorists or people who've had to take a break and clean out their windshields. But so far, just a steady flow of traffic. People are taking it slower, and that's good to report here this morning. Reporting live on 440 westbound, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, Haley, thank you very much. Just as an overview, we wanted to mention the universities in the area are closed. MTSU, TSU, Austin P, Belmont, right? Lipscomb as well. They are all closed today because of the weather conditions. There have been power outages in Franklin as well, right?
Yeah, Franklin, we've been talking about several of those, but much of that has been fixed. But it's part of the police department ended up operating off generators this morning.
Right.
So many problems. It's been widespread, NES as well. We're at 8:08 right now, checking back in with our team of meteorologists who are tracking the very latest. And it seems we've mainly been talking about ice and this freezing rain, right, with the sleet.
Yeah, definitely a lot of that has been quite the problem this morning.
Yeah, especially in Metro Nashville. Southern Kentucky, you've been getting the snow, so you have kind of lucked out with this one. That's a lot easier actually to handle than this sleet and freezing rain.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
And it's a lot more fun too. Not much snowmen building when it comes to sleet coming down. So we've got a winter mix across the area. Primarily, as Paul said, the snow is to the north across Kentucky and a few areas over that Tennessee line. And then we've got this sleet mix that is along I-40 itself, just off to the north, just to the south, and then freezing rain to the south. And freezing rain looks like rain and freezes on contact, and that creates a layer of ice. So we've got the sleet icing, we've got freezing rain also causing icing, and then you can add a little more to that, perhaps even some snow this afternoon. So we're talking about quite a winter mess across the area, and not in a hurry to go anywhere because the cold temperatures are going to remain around here for a while. Here's what it looks like. We've got the snow right here across parts of southern Kentucky. This is where it's going to really amount up. And then we've got this area where it looks a lot like snow, but we do see primarily sleet through this area. That's where the radar is reading it. And right here along this line, this is where we've got that changeover. We've got some sleet, we've got some freezing rain. Some of you may be seeing a snowflake here or there. And then it's primarily freezing rain that is down here to the south. And I know a lot of folks are wondering, what happened? What happened to all our snow? Well, keep in mind when you get snow, you've got a column of air that's cold all the way down. So what's happened is our area of low pressure pulled a little bit farther off to the north. That allowed a little warm punch of air to come in, so that snow melted and then had time to refreeze before it hit the ground, making those ice pellets, and that's the reason we're seeing the sleet. And then we had enough of a punch of warm air for some of you, particularly to the south. Even though it's freezing at the surface, this warm layer is extended far enough that the snow melts before it reaches the ground, and then we have it looking like rain, but it freezes when it hits that cold 32 below surface.
And the ice is causing problems. I want to share some more pictures from Twitter and Facebook, including this one here that has come in from the Rob in Murfreesboro. So this bus just came in from Arkansas. Look at that. That is just a mess. I'm going to share as many of these pictures as I can. Again, the number of pictures being posted is getting a little bit overwhelming, so we're going to try to share as many. Frozen shut in Brentwood, Tennessee. This is from Christina, and we have some more pictures that have been posted as well. This is Samson in Cadiz, Kentucky. He gets to play around in the snow because he's on the Kentucky side of the border. Lyles, Tennessee, this is mostly sleet accumulating there. Hopkinsville, quite a bit of snow. I'm going to show you a ruler picture in just a second. Survival kit, fireplace, potato chips, some soup, snowbird slippers. You got the milk. You're all set there. Outside right now, this is, I'm not sure where this picture's from, but that's sleet with a little bit of snow on top of it. This is Cadiz. That's a lot of snow that is starting to add up. We're talking several inches of accumulation there. This is, though, all ice. Not sure about the location. Paula posted that picture a little while ago. South Clarksville, you've seen a transition from sleet to now mainly snow, and now Dixon is seeing a lot of sleet still with some freezing rain mixed in. Spring Hill, just ice. The pups are going to have a hard time finding some traction there on the roads or on the driveway or the sidewalks. This is on Bell Road, freezing rain. You see it accumulating to those icicles. The Goodlettsville, the swimming pool starting to freeze over with the sleet on the patio. Dixon, Tennessee, a lot of people taking pictures of their cars because they don't want to venture too far out into the yard, I think. Hopkinsville, that's 5.5 inches of snow that is already added up there in Christian County, so thank you to Sheila for posting that picture. Ice is the other problem. Southern Middle Tennessee, this is where you could pick up in those purple shaded areas 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice from southern Middle Tennessee into the southwestern corner of the mid-state. I think ice accumulations around Nashville. There's going to be enough sleet mixed in. Eventually it'll change over to snow. We shouldn't have enough ice accumulating on the tree branches and power lines to cause any power outages around Metro Nashville, but it's going to be a close call. Farther south, this is where you have the ice storm warning. You can pick up 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice, and that's enough to snap those power lines. So overall, it is a mess, just taking many different forms of wintry mess. Lisa?
And we have worked on our snow totals a little bit, taking a look at how things are coming together. We're still looking at 8 to 10 inches of snow here across the south part of Kentucky, and right along that state line, 5 to 8 inches. And then just below that, another area around 3 to 5 is a possibility. We've trimmed it back for 1 to 3 inches right here around the Nashville area, including Waverly, to the east around Cookeville. And then we're looking at up to an inch. Now, not all of this is snow. We're talking about sleet. We're just talking about accumulations itself of sleet and also snow. And then down to the south, as Paul mentioned, icing really quite a problem in many of these locations. Now, I said it's not going to be going anywhere fast, and here's why. These temperatures, only 31 degrees for an afternoon high in Nashville today, 22 for your low in the morning, 30 during the afternoon, with about a 30% chance of a little more snow. Not like we're seeing today, but a bit more snow, and that continues through Wednesday. And then notice Thursday, we have another forewarned weather alert in effect because of record-setting temperatures. That 3 below will be a record for the day if we get that low. Also, it will be the latest that we've had a sub-zero temperature. So that late in the year, at least by a day. So that'll be another record that we'll be setting. And Paul, you said maybe even the record for
the all-time
record
for the month of February.
Wow.
Between now and the next weather segment, I will look that up and confirm that information.
Absolutely.
But that is stupid cold. 3 degrees below zero.
Yeah.
And then another mess, potentially shaping up by Friday, changing over to rain by Saturday.
And here we go.
We hope.
I tell you.
Ann?
We have breaking news in forewarned traffic. This is out of Rutherford County. This comes from the EMA in Rutherford. We have a 12-car pileup on the interstate out there, according to their Twitter account. We're working to gather some more details on this. This is I-24 West at mile marker 94. Again, reports of 12 cars involved in this crash, and we've already had a lot of problems in Rutherford this morning. We had a crash involving an officer just about a half an hour ago, where the officer was taken to St. Thomas Hospital. He lost control and hit a sidewall there at Middle Tennessee Boulevard and Rutledge Way. So a lot going on in Rutherford County with ice on the roads, snowy conditions out there right now. Let's take a look outside in the metro area. I-65 at I-24. This is just north of Trinity Lane. There's a crash in this area right now. The road looks like solid ice to me right there, and we don't see any cars. I think that people are having a lot of problems in this area just north of downtown Nashville. Let's take another look outside Briley Parkway east of the Cumberland River. We're seeing a good layer of ice there, and another live picture for you. This is I-65 at Wedgwood south of downtown, and we're seeing spots that seem to be clear around the downtown area, and then these really icy patches where we've seen our problems this morning. Again, you just want to drive slow if you have to drive this morning, and we keep stressing it, but if you can stay in, that's the best way to go. Back to you.
Goodness. All right, Ann, and we're just now hearing about I-24 West in Coffee County. Apparently this crash is involving several vehicles. Westbound traffic right now affected and eastbound, so they are diverting everything to alternate routes. But so many problems this morning, and THP is just saying stay off the roads. Many problems all over Middle Tennessee. All right, coming up next, team coverage continues of our forewarned weather alert.
We are all over the mid-state so that you'll know what to expect as you head out the door if you have to. And as we go to the break, we'll take a look. Well, it's one of our live shots, one of the TDOT cameras, and again, you can see how slowly cars are moving. If you don't have to drive, don't do it.
Tonight at 6, buildings that once were home to adult entertainment now house women who are turning their lives around. We'll show you how one group is helping folks in one of the most challenged parts of town on Channel 4 News at 6.
We need opportunity.
and we need security. And they provided that for us, and they have the skills.
Granite Retirement is offering a personal income tax return for $79 for Middle Tennesseans age 55 and older. Call now to schedule an appointment.
President's Day deals could be yours at American Signature Furniture. This week only, get free delivery, plus savings as good as a tax break, or 60 months no-interest financing. So let's review. Free delivery plus big savings or 60 months financing. American Signature Furniture. Style comes easy.
Attention men. It's a proven fact that a lack of intimacy in a relationship can kill self-esteem. Has erectile dysfunction or premature issues bruised your ego? Get your confidence back with one visit to the Tennessee Men's Clinic, offering same-day solutions for all erectile and premature issues, including the revolutionary new Priapus shot. Meet with licensed medical providers and be sure to ask for the limited time special of $99. Call 615-953-9010 or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com.
President's Day mattress deals could be yours with free delivery, plus savings as good as a tax break, or 60 months no-interest financing. Plus, this week save over $100 off the Simmons 2-piece queen mattress set. Each piece just $199. American Signature Furniture. Style comes easy.
Good morning to you. Here it is 8:18 in the morning. We are back with a live look. This is downtown. Cars moving very slowly. Look, we're calling it an ice storm to this point because the snow is really not there except for a layer on top of all this ice that's on the ground. We have other cameras as well. Another live camera. This is Clarksville, Tennessee. Parking lot, you can see much more significance as far as sleet and snow covering over the top of that.
We have a couple of different cameras. This is one where you can see the Cumberland River there, riverfront there, and you can see, quite a bit of this icing on the road. We're talking about lots of problems, slippery conditions, and this is another look from one of our cameras this morning, one of our TDOT cameras, and it's frozen. You can see the freezing rain. We've been talking about that. Lisa and Paul are telling us, keeping us posted on the very latest that's falling in our area, but most of Nashville not really seeing snow, mainly ice. So a major ice storm for us this morning, unfortunately. Well, this ice storm is causing some big problems on the roads and at the airport as well. This morning we're joined by Shannon Summerall with the Nashville International Airport.
Thanks for being with us, Shannon, so much. We have people who question us, wondering about cancellations and delays this morning. Can you give us any sort of an update?
Yes, absolutely. At Nashville International Airport, we are having a few departures take off, and we're going to have our first planes coming in for landings in the next 30 minutes. But with that being said, we have a lot of cancellations. So we're advising everyone, check with your airline before you head to the airport. There's no reason to have to fight this ice on the road just to get to the airport for your flight to be canceled. So make sure you check with your airline first.
You have the capabilities there to try to keep the runways as clear as possible. You have de-icing machines and such, so you'll just wait and see if this might change during the course of the day, or do you anticipate kind of a long day of a lot of delays?
We are anticipating a long day with a lot of delays, but right now at Nashville International, we have 4 runways. We already had 1 under construction, so we only had 3 operational. And of those 3 operational, we only have 1 open right now. We're concentrating all of our efforts on making sure that 1 runway is de-iced, swept, and it's as safe as possible by checking the brake traction out there. With that being said, that only leaves 1 open.
Only 1 runway open. All right. So we know across the country thousands of flights have been canceled or delayed. As far as these few departures, these flights that are taking off from our airport, what kind of delays are we seeing with any of those, or how is that shaping up?
Well, all operations have been pushed, so yes, all are pretty much delayed or if not canceled this morning, which is why it's very important that you check with your airline. And with that being said, with the weather across the country, that affects our airport too, while we're waiting for those other planes to come in that were scheduled to help with the operations. That messes up. Maybe we are operational here, but if the planes are not here yet, that's going to cause delays as well.
Shannon Summerall, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us with the Nashville International Airport this morning.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Goodness, so many problems out there. But by the way, Flight Tracker, we've made it easy for folks. If you do have a flight and you are wanting to fly out this morning, if you want to check on that, just go to our website. We have it connected for you, WSMV.com, and we'll have a link.
TDOT, go to their SmartWay system, because that'll tell you how roads are, conditions are throughout the area, and some of them are closed. I mean, there's a lot of trouble out there. That's another way to try to check on that.
You can call 511 as well.
Yes.
All right, let's check in with Paula and Lisa for the latest on the system that's moving through Middle Tennessee Tennessee and southern Kentucky.
Some of these pictures, some of these live cameras have been showing enough to scare you off the roads because the sleet and the ice are really accumulating.
Yeah, and that's not the fun stuff. A lot of people hoping for snow to, you know, go outside with the kids and the pets and play around. That's stayed mainly on the Kentucky side of the border, but northern Middle Tennessee now starting to see a little bit more of that.
Yes, yes. So we're going to keep a close eye on what's going on, and we are going to start off our headlines with predominantly sleet. That's what we've seen a lot of for today, and that is accumulating itself and making for some icy conditions. Then you sometimes get a little freezing rain on top of that. Wow, that is really a mess. So we've got the snow that's farther to the north, the freezing rain farther to the south, and then that changeover section. Well, we're going to see a little bit more of that later on into the late afternoon and evening hours when we can see a little bit more snow, and that actually may help in some instances our driving conditions because it does give your car a little bit more traction. But here is where the snow is right now, and that's across the north where we're going for some pretty significant totals, as you'll see. But farther down to the south in our sleeting, kind of sleet mix area here. So that snow, as Paul is highlighting there, and this is the sleet area with a little bit of snow mixed in. This is where we are definitely looking at some messy traveling conditions, but even more so when you get down here when you've got the sleet and the freezing rain that is mixing in. And even farther down to the south, that is where ice is just accumulating on those roads, on those branches, and that is where we could have some power outages too.
That is the main concern for southern Middle Tennessee. Anything over a ½ inch of ice accumulating is enough to bring down some power lines. We're seeing some ice accumulated now on the tops of frozen ponds. This isn't a view you see very often in Middle Tennessee. This is from Columbia. This is the view in Hopkinsville, and that snow is definitely adding up. Birds just showing up and trying to find a bite to eat, but having a little bit of a hard time there. Freezing rain and sleet, the Shady Grove community in Hickman County. You're far enough south, you've seen mostly sleet and the freezing rain. Fort Campbell now picking up more and more snow. And this is Millersville, picking up a lot of sleet and some freezing rain on the power lines as well. Clarksville, now you've had that transitioned over to some snow, and it's really reducing visibilities. This is what it does on your car. It adds up, and this adds up on the power lines. All those icicles, that your car can handle that, but power lines and tree branches, that ice gets really heavy. Now the dogs can have a little bit of fun. This is from Franklin, Kentucky. Again, that's where they've picked up the snow for the kids and the pets to play in. Coopertown, Tennessee, steps are covered with sleet and a little bit of snow on top of it. Hermitage Springs, and it's mostly sleet there. Paris, seeing a little bit of a transition from sleet to snow, and finally seeing that transition. This is northeastern Robertson County. You've gone from sleet to snow, and now it's starting to add up. Icy roads in Charlotte and icy birdhouses in Hendersonville. Have seen a number of these types of pictures from around Hendersonville where the ice has really added up. This is about 3½ inches of accumulation, almost 4 from Scottsville as just a few minutes ago. This is the concern on the roads. Those sleet-covered roads, it's not a lot, but it just takes a little layer between your tires and the roads in front of you. And somebody decided to post a picture of a beach to torture us. Thanks. Appreciate that one, Nancy. Let's take a look at what's happening out there. It's not our Nancy, another Nancy. 28 degrees the temperature in Nashville. It's warmed up a little bit, but I think that's temporary. It's going to wobble back and forth, which means the dividing line between the sleet and freezing rain, which is along I-40, that's going to wobble back and forth. The dividing line between snow in southern Kentucky and extreme northern Middle Tennessee, and that sleet, that's going to wobble back and forth. So we're going to have all different types of icy precipitation. The wind chill is really cold. 19 Nashville, 7 Clarksville, feels like 9 in Hopkinsville. As we head through the day, here's the temperature loop, and we'll show you it doesn't change a whole lot. Struggling up to around freezing. Better chance of maybe some cold rain in southeastern Middle Tennessee might help to limit your ice accumulations. That's the best case scenario, though. Looks like we are going to stay below freezing in Nashville, Lisa.
All right, that is definitely the word as the cold temperatures will continue. Now, we want to continue to watch that timeline, which shows that it's going to be later on this afternoon into the evening when we expect to see perhaps a little more snow moving into the area. But right now, the snow is north of I-40 and more ice to the south. So quick look at our updated snowfall totals. 1 to 3 inches is now what we're going for right here through Nashville. Still looking for the big amounts, 8 to 10 off to the north. And do want to let you know, this cold air is not going anywhere. 30 degrees for our afternoon high tomorrow, after 31 today for the high. Look at Wednesday morning's low, 16, a little more snow in the forecast on Tuesday, Wednesday. Our big cold day this week is Thursday with 3 below for our morning temperature, and then another winter mix is in the forecast on Friday before we thaw out over the weekend. And
we have a new picture just sent in to us from a viewer. Thank you for sending this, and this shows what's going on in downtown Nashville right now. This is at Church and 5th Street. An MTA bus is stuck there because of snow and ice on the roads in downtown. just gives you an update on what we're seeing in that area. Back to you.
Goodness, lots of problems this morning. Thank you for the latest. And right now, we're at 8:27 for you. Coming up next on Channel 4 News Today, we'll, of course, have the very latest on this morning's ice storm.
Very busy. We're going to take you live across the mid-state, tracking today's forewarned weather alert next. Stay with us.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
And good morning to you. You're waking up to a winter storm, winter weather that is mainly ice and sleet and all kinds of miserable weather that we've got to contend with out there. Means the roads are very, very slick. We're also tracking a winter storm on Middle Tennessee's only live Doppler radar. So there's a lot going on. That's why we've been on for a very extended period of time. Good morning to you. Welcome to Channel 4 News Today. I'm Rudy Kalis.
And I'm Holly Thompson. Thank you for tuning in. We are under a forewarned weather alert. So let's check in with meteorologists Paul Hagan and Lisa Spencer for the very latest as this storm is moving through our area.
It is, but boy, we've got a ways to go, Paul.
Yeah, the back edge of this is all the way back in Arkansas, even still some lingering stuff in Oklahoma. So this is going to be a process, and we've really only been in it for the last 6 or 7 hours. It's going to continue for at least that long into the future, probably more like 12 hours to go.
Yeah, and if you're just waking up, getting up, it is a bit of a disappointment for a lot of folks because we are seeing more sleet than we are snow, particularly here in the middle of the mid-state. Now, if you're up towards that Kentucky border, you've got a little more snow there, and then it's really icing down to the south with freezing rain. So that's sort of the split for us. North snow, more ice to the south, and then Nashville smack dab in the middle here between that snow and also that ice, with the promise perhaps of a bit more snow, Paul.
Right, we do have some snow in southern Kentucky right now. I've highlighted the areas. The white all shows the sleet and snow, but there's no difference on the color display between sleet and snow. Definitely a difference in terms of how it adds up. Sleet uses up a lot more moisture, so the snow adds up much more quickly. Let's zoom in here to the northern half of the mid-state. I'm talking snow in southern Kentucky adding up at a good clip. The sleet adds up, but we're talking about slippery roads either way. And then that rain-snow transition, the freezing rain to sleet transition line is basically right along Interstate 40. You head farther south of I-40, much more likely to see freezing rain causing icy accumulations. Little hint here at the bottom of your screen of some just plain old rain down towards Huntsville. That may sneak into southeastern Middle Tennessee, as we've been alluding to throughout the morning. That would help to limit your icy accumulations, but the southern half of the mid-state up to more than ½ an inch of ice adding up and maybe causing some power outages. Lisa?
And I will even mention, too, anybody there in the southeast, even if we do warm up, it's going to drop down again tonight, and we could see some bridges and overpasses as big issues even in that area. But this is definitely where we're looking at the icing conditions, and then up to an inch to a ½ inch of ice stretched here from around Decaturville, kind of in this arc over towards Smithville. We have trimmed back these totals a lot, actually, because of the sleet factor, where we've got sleet more so than snow. So that combination of the two will mount up to 1 to 3 inches by the time we get to tonight, and then 3 to 5 inches farther to the north. And when you get on that border itself, 5 to 8 inches. And in Kentucky, we expect to see some snowmen pictures out of there with 8 to 10 inches of snow. 27 degrees is what we'll see around 9 o'clock. So our temperatures stay below freezing in Nashville, 30 around noon, 31 degrees around 3 o'clock. And this icing factor is just really causing some big time problems on the roads this morning.
It surely is, and if we can get to our TDOT map, that would be wonderful right now to show you. All right, we're starting with a downtown photo that we just got in from a viewer downtown. Thank you very much. This is at Church and 5th Street. An MTA bus is stuck there right now, and we do have major problems in Coffee County right now. There is a crash involving multiple cars. Rutherford County EMA tweeted, and I believe that they tweeted about this accident. They're saying it's a 12-car pileup, I-24 West at mile marker 94. The mile markers we're getting are mile marker 94 and mile marker 97, so it looks like the situation could be within a few miles right there. And we do have Mobile 4 on the way to that scene. We should be getting some more details on that very soon. It looks like that's Mobile 4 right there, and we're stopped at this point, but we are going to bring you the latest as soon as we get more information. Back to you.
That's right, and we're going to do that right now. Interstates and roads are shut down because of all this ice. This morning, we are joined by Bill Miller with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Bill, we're glad you joined us. Thank you so much for doing that. We understand I-24 at Coffee County is shut down right now in the westbound lane. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Rudy and Holly, good morning. Yes, what we have at the it's approximately the 94 to the 100 mile marker that's on the westbound side of I-24. There's a large area of that interstate that's covered with ice, and as traffic is traveling, they're hitting the ice, losing control. We have multiple vehicles. The preliminary information indicates that there's approximately 12 to 13 vehicles involved in this location. We currently have TDOT, our partners with Tennessee Department of Transportation. They are on scene, spraying ice now as we're speaking. The roadway is going to be closed probably till about 1 o'clock. The interstate, that stretch of interstate will be closed about 1 o'clock. We do have our troopers there on the scene working this instant, trying to get it cleared up as quickly as possible. We are also rerouting traffic from I-24 at the exit 97. That will take your listeners and take your viewers as well over to Highway 64 and then over to Highway 41. And Highway 41 runs parallel to I-24, so that will get them back where they need to go. But also, like I said, this is on the westbound side, but it is affecting traffic on the eastbound side as well due to rubberneckers and people wanting to see what's going on.
Okay, so again, this rerouting at exit 97. So you're saying folks that need to head this way on I-24 westbound to go over to Highway 64, then onto Highway 41, which runs parallel to I-24. So that's one way to get around that.
That's excuse me, yes, ma'am, that's correct. Just really want to reiterate also, if your listeners and your viewers do not have to get out into this mess, do not get out. For your safety, for everyone's safety, for the well-being of your vehicle. You don't want to crash your vehicle, and so if you can stay in, please stay in. But if you do get out, if you do find yourself in some type of incident on the interstate or on any highway, county, city, state, it doesn't matter. If you find yourself in a situation and you need assistance, dial star 847. That's a free phone call on any mobile carrier, and that will get you to the nearest Tennessee Highway Patrol dispatcher. That dispatcher will send a trooper to you. Our vehicles are all GPS tracked, so the nearest trooper will come to you. If you're in an emergency situation and you need assistance, dial 911. Do not sit out there and freeze. Do not stay up in this cold. Please get assistance.
But again, that first number, if it's not an emergency, you said was that star 847?
Yes, ma'am. Star 847 on your cell phone. That stands for Star THP, and we will get a trooper to you just as rapidly as we can get to you.
Any other hot areas that you know offhand, real concern areas as well? I know it's all over the place, but any place else?
Well, from state line to state line, it is a mess in Nashville. It's a mess down in Memphis area, but Middle Tennessee is being hit really hard. Chattanooga is being hit really hard. The Coffee County area coming into Murfreesboro. It's just a mess. But luckily, we did plan for this. We did plan with our partners with Tennessee Department of Transportation. They did pre-treat the roads with the saltwater solution. I believe it's called a brine solution. Yes. The roadways were pre-treated, so that gave us a little bit of a head start on battling this weather. So we do have our troopers on standby. If we have to bring additional troopers out, they are already notified. They're already alerted. Their equipment's ready to go. So if we need to get additional troopers out, we definitely will. But it's a mess, Rudy, all across the state. And we just really want to advise your drivers, if you don't have to get out, if you have enough food, if you have enough milk and eggs and bread, as the old cliche goes, please stay in your house. Don't get out.
Stay off the roads. Bill Miller with THP, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Bill.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all be safe.
Well, just to quickly recap, so he said 12 to 13 vehicles involved. I-24 West, this is right there at between mile marker 94 to 100. Right. And the bottom line, he said slick conditions everywhere to stay off the roads.
That's kind of the story everywhere. We had another crash at I-40, eastbound Dixon County, jackknife tractor trailer there. So it's all over the place. I mean, we see some people driving. I guess they feel they either have to or are trying to. But if you want to save your car, the best idea is to not do it if you can.
Ice.
Our team coverage will continue. We've got a lot more to talk about. Continues in Montgomery County, where folks are dealing with a lot of sleet there as well, with some snow on top of that.
Yeah, it's been coming down for several hours now. Channel 4's Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville. Good morning to you, Adrian. So what are you seeing right now?
It is slow going at this point. We're on Wilma Rudolph, exit 4, just off I-24, and you can look, there are more cars on the road right now, but there's a lot of slush from that snow and the sleet and the icy and freezing rain buildup. So the people who were pushing it a little bit earlier, yeah, they're not so much anymore. There was a guy drove by in a pickup truck, and he yelled out the window and said, hey, let everybody know if you don't have a four-wheel drive, you don't need to get out here. And that's not quite the case, but it's getting to that point. It's getting more and more difficult for people to maneuver around, especially in those cars. So if you do have to head out, just know it's going to take you a lot of extra time to get where you're going because of what we're seeing. And I'm guessing we're probably standing at about 3.5, maybe 4 inches of snow and sleet on the ground, and underneath that, a layer of ice. So that's why they're just asking everybody, if you don't have to go out, don't. And if you do, definitely give yourself extra time to slow down. Live in Clarksville, Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
And what a trooper you've been. Thank you so much for that latest report, Adrian. But sleet, snow, freezing rain, terrible combination, unfortunately, for folks. All right, we also have some video this morning.
Well, this is our photographer, Jason Klaus, and I didn't know that he worked for a living, actually. So he is shoveling the snow at his house. Way to go, Jason, just for the camera. But it is tough out there, so we appreciate you sending that in. He lets me pick. He flies with me on Touchdown Friday.
We appreciate you, Jason. 8:40 is our time right now. We have more team coverage for you continuing with this morning's storm. We are live with a complete look at our forewarned weather alert right after the break.
Watch Channel 4 News today to win our big ticket giveaway. Watch tomorrow morning and call when you see the cue. The fourth caller wins tickets to either Stevie Wonder, Def Leppard, or Jerry Seinfeld. Watch and win the big ticket giveaway tomorrow morning on Channel 4 News today.
Hiller will clean any drain for $99 with your coupon from happyhiller.com. It flows or it's free with Hiller's 100% satisfaction guarantee.
Call a Happy Face truck today.
Brookside chocolate now has a crunch. Brookside Crunchy Clusters. Crispy multigrains and sweet fruit-flavored pieces dipped in rich dark chocolate. Discover Brookside Crunchy Clusters.
More excitement. More adventure. More tunes. More versatility. Now through President's Day, get holiday bonus cash only at Nissan Now.
Get up to $1,000 bonus cash on top of existing offers on select models. Or choose from 15 models with 0% APR for up to 60 months.
Get to Nissan now. Holiday bonus cash and soon.
Shop ChooseNissan.com. Innovation that excites.
What if you could find peace of mind with Got Your Back Checking? Discover Ascend's Preferred Checking, where rewards and security are the key to a balanced financial future. Earn cash back on purchases at your favorite retailers. Plus, our ID theft protection, card patrol, and extra security mean your finances stay safe and sound. Open or upgrade to an Ascend Preferred Checking account and see what's possible.
When you see the happy face on our truck, you'll be confident your drain will be unstuck.
Hiller cleans any drain for $99 with your coupon from happyhiller.com.
Call a Happy Face truck today.
And we are still under a winter storm watch in a good deal of the mid-state, but farther to the south, it is not kind of a generic winter storm. It is ice.
Yeah, ice storm warning for southern Middle Tennessee. Already seen some accumulations. We'll share some pictures in a moment, but I want to begin with what you can expect for the rest of the day.
That's right. And here's a look at it. Just look for really more of the same that we have going on right now, which is kind of a winter mix, best way to describe it, because to the north, we're looking at snow falling. That includes you in Kentucky. And then we've got this sleet mix that is along that I-40 corridor, a little bit north of that, a little bit south of that. And then much farther to the south is all freezing rain that we're seeing. And that is rain. Looks like rain anyway, but it freezes when it hits that frozen surface. That means that it's going to form a layer of ice. We've got the sleet also forming layers of ice as well. So as a result, we've got terrible traveling conditions, and this is not going to be in a hurry to go anywhere because the temperatures will remain so cold, and even a reinforcing shot of cold air coming our way on Thursday, which you'll see in a few minutes. Looking right now, this is our area of really concentrated snow here across the north. Some of the pictures we're getting out of here, just incredible. Now, we've got some snow also in places like Portland. I've seen some pictures out of there. It's really mounting up. Other spots up here where it appears white, it's kind of a combination. In Clarksville, I know you've had some sleet and a little bit of snow. And then we're looking at sleet and also some freezing rain reported around Lebanon a bit earlier. And then as we look through Nashville, we're talking freezing rain. Had reports of a ½ inch already collecting there in Franklin, and also seeing some icing in Murfreesboro as too. And this red line, that's our forewarned live Doppler radar. Now, we've got the only live radar here in Middle Tennessee, and it's showing us where we've got lots of things falling, as you can see right there. Snow, sleet, and that freezing rain, Paul.
And this extends all the way back into Arkansas and even Oklahoma, so it's going to continue to accumulate. We're going to stay in Nashville right on the edge of the freezing rain sleet line, which means in Nashville we could see some accumulations of ice like this. This is a picture from Facebook. This is from Greg in Spring Hill, and this is about 1/3 of an inch of ice that has added up so far. So this is what freezing rain does. It's liquid rain, but it gets super cool. It's cooled below freezing, but it doesn't freeze into a sleet pellet. It freezes as soon as it hits, and it forms that glaze on anything that's off the ground, and thus a little bit colder. So it's adding up to about 1/3 of an inch of ice, but we've still got hours and hours left to go. Power outages, over 3,000 people without power around Metro Nashville just reported, and we're going to be seeing more issues with that as we head through the morning, just wobbling back and forth between the sleet and the freezing rain. Farther north, snow, and that snow sleet line is going to just wobble back and forth as well. 28 in Nashville right now. The only warm spot is not even warm, 30 degrees in Fayetteville. It feels even colder. The threat is going to continue to be from all three types of winter precipitation: sleet, freezing rain to the south of I-40, snow in southern Kentucky and the northern part of the mid-state. Those threats will continue through the afternoon. Finally, though, we're going to see a transition over to all snow showers as we head into the late afternoon and evening hours. So a layer of snow on top of the sleet and freezing rain. Significant travel problems any way you slice it, Lisa.
So this is what we're looking at for really much of the day today into the evening. We've got that snow accumulation still to the north. 8 to 10 inches, a good possibility. That's where you're going to see the snowmen and a lot of folks playing in the snow. Then we've got another area around 5 to 8. Then we start getting into that sleet mix. And so we're looking at sleet and snow accumulations through here, 1 to 3 inches, including Nashville, and more of an icing situation where some spots it's possible we could see up to an inch. We'll be watching that. That's going to wreak havoc on our power lines and just for traveling in general. Now, I mentioned this is not going to go anywhere because it's so cold. 31 degrees our afternoon high today in Nashville, 22 tomorrow morning, then a 30% chance of snow showers on Tuesday as well as Wednesday. And then look at Thursday. We've got that red outline indicating another forewarned weather alert day because of the bitter cold, 3 below, a record for the day for a low, and also the latest it has been sub-zero into February. So very cold conditions coming up. Another little batch of winter mix on Friday.
And I want to update you on the situation in Coffee County right now. We just heard from Tennessee Highway Patrol about this ongoing situation, a 12 to 13 car pileup. This is I-24 west between mile markers 93 and 100. This is very close to Rutherford County. We actually have police from Coffee County and Rutherford County responding to this. And so there's a little bit of confusion with that in the first place, but this is spanning for a couple miles in that area. And we do have an alternate for you. If you are in Coffee County, you're going to want to exit at exit 97, take Highway 64 to Highway 41. 41 runs parallel to I-24. I'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Ann, thank you. This morning, we are now at 8:47, and the storm has made its way to the metro area where the road conditions are deteriorating, unfortunately, this morning. Channel 4's Haley Mason is live for us out on I-440 at West End Avenue with the latest on how it's shaping up there. So, Haley, good morning to you. What's the latest right now?
Good morning. The latest right now is that we're dealing with a lot of slush. This rain is moving from freezing rain to sleet back and forth. If you look to my right, we're at the 440 exit going toward the West End Avenue exit. It's just slush right here. You can see the rain. If you can get a tight shot on that, you see the rain is falling into these layers of ice. As cars have driven over that, the friction has caused some of that to melt. Again, that's good for drivers because they can at least control what they're doing on the road Road get a little more traction there. Now down on 440 below, going eastbound, they're still sticking to this right lane. Drivers are sticking to the right lane here, but on the westbound side, you've got about 2 lanes opened up. We've seen a few snow plows coming through and really sweeping this slush off to the side and off to the middle center median. So drivers are driving slowly. They seem to be pretty taking the precautions that they should be taking right now. But if you're standing out in this, it does not take long to have a sheet of ice. If you see my arm here, we've only been standing here for a few minutes and a sheet of ice on my jacket. So that's what we're dealing with here. A lot of freezing rain and sleet. Reporting live on the west side of town, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
Dangerous driving conditions. All right, Haley, thank you for the latest. 8:48 right now. Coming up next, our team coverage continues of this morning's winter storm.
We are live with a complete look at our forewarned weather alerts.
Channel 4 News, home of forewarned weather.
Welcome back. It is 8:51 in the morning. We continue to stay with you because there's accidents everywhere. There's ice everywhere, and we just want to make it as safe as possible for you. Now, we have Chuck Morris on the phone with us. He's driving through South Nashville. Good morning to you, Chuck. What are you seeing there?
Good morning, Rudy. I see a lot of slushy roads. I'm on Interstate 24 in Murfreesboro, and it's just, you've got tracks. I'm doing about 30, 35 miles an hour. And it's really slick out here. I haven't seen any accidents. I drove up from Shelbyville, and actually the roads, the Highway 231, was in better shape than once I got on the interstate. The interstate seemed a lot worse shape than the back roads, or so to speak.
Wow. Now, we know there have already been at least 2 different, maybe 3 now, these tractor trailers that have jackknifed right there on I-24 in the Rutherford County area. So as far as volume, have you seen it? You were talking about you were going really slow and slippery conditions. Are you seeing many other cars out there right now?
There's quite a few cars out here right now, a lot more than as I've watched during the day. There's a lot more out here now. I think people now that got to 8, 9 o'clock, they've decided to venture out a little bit. Everybody's got their flashers on to let people know they're going slow. And one other thing I did notice before I left the house, the Shelbyville Police Department was tweeting that the bridge over the Duck River on Cannon Boulevard near the square was icing over, and salt wasn't helping very much. As soon as they would salt it, it was icing. So, a lot of conditions are out there.
Yeah, certainly, folks. Just be careful coming into work. We appreciate it, Chuck. Thanks for talking with us this morning.
All right, see y'all in a bit.
Okay. Now, a little bit earlier, we were talking about that I-24 area. So between Rutherford County, Coffee County, near that line, Ann was talking about between mile marker 94 and 100, 12 to 13 vehicles have wrecked. So just a heads up for folks as you head out and about this morning to be careful.
There's some video in Mount Juliet. They've got a layer of snow. I guess most of that is slushy and icy underneath that. Try to chip a bit of that away, and that's kind of the whole story in this area. We're calling in more of an ice storm now than a winter snowstorm, which is a shame. Would have been nice to make a snowman, but no such luck. And now you just want to keep your car in one piece. Let's send it over to Paul and Lisa if they've got an update for you. Oh no, we'll do that in a minute. We'll do that. We'll let them gather their stuff.
We're at 8:53. We have much more for you coming up on our team coverage on Channel 4 News Today. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. We're at 8:55 right now. We've got pictures and video from throughout Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky where so many crews are out and about just trying to remove the ice or the snow in their area. And I believe we've got some right here. This is not far from
it's our parking lot.
From where we are sitting at this very moment. But this is all that we've been seeing if we just look out the window. That's right up here in Nob Hill. So we're in West Nashville area, just off of I-40 off White Bridge Road. But you can see there's our hill. You've got to be careful, certainly, as you're heading out and about, or even walking. I'm getting emails from folks to remind everyone, even as you're just walking through a parking lot, to be careful out there this morning. Lots of viewer pics as well.
There you go. A couple of different inches. Well, just a whole variety. That's the main deal there. You get it on your windshield, on your car. You've got to chip it, try to get it clean, and realize that most of this is ice. It's an ice storm as opposed to a snowstorm with a layer of snow on top of it, and we're all affected. There's so many crashes out there. People's lives are being changed, cars being crashed. and things that don't want to do, but that's what's happening.
All right. Hey, send your weather pictures to us. We want to see what's happening where you are. And you can send those pictures to Pix, that's P-I-X, at WSMV.com. Be sure to include your name and location so we can talk about that right here on this extended version of Channel 4 News Today.
And
By
we're
the way,
not done.
We are on for at least another hour.
We're loving it.
Stay with us.
Try to keep you safe.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
And many of you are waking up to an ice storm here in Middle Tennessee. Snow for some of you, but lots of ice out there as we deal with this winter weather that's moving through right now. Good morning, everybody. So much to get to with this winter storm warning. But welcome to this extended version of Channel 4 News Today. We're just trying to keep you posted, keep you safe with the very latest information.
Yeah, we're staying on because there's so many crashes in the area, so many shutdowns, power outages, an awful lot going on. And we're trying to help as much as we can and give you as much information as possible. So let's begin, right? With our meteorology team. You guys first. I'm sorry.
No, that sounds good to me. We are definitely dealing with a lot of different kinds of weather this morning, from sleet to snow to freezing rain.
Yeah, all of the above, and maybe even a transition to plain old cold rain in the offing for southern Middle Tennessee. But most of us aren't going to be that lucky. It's not the fun snow for a lot of folks, but it's just nasty, icy stuff.
That's right. So what you can expect will be below freezing temperatures, not just today, but for the next 5 days. I want to tell you that because whatever has fallen is not going to be in a hurry to go anywhere. We've got sleet, snow, freezing rain, remainder of the day, and just terrible traveling conditions as a result from that. And here's what it looks like right now. We've got the snow off to the north. Now, primarily snow. As we clarify that across southern Kentucky, snow with some sleet mixed in here a little farther to the south, all showing up as white. And we had pictures out of Portland that just show beautiful coating of snow there. We've had a couple of inches of snow reported in Clarksville, and here comes that forewarned live Doppler radar around. Now, the pink shading here, that is where we are seeing a combination of some freezing rain, and also we've got some sleet mixing in there as well. So that's making for a messy, messy condition. We do want to let folks know about the reason for this transition from what we thought might be a huge snow event to what has become more of an ice event. We were anticipating a lot of snow. Well, to get snow, you've got to have that cold column all the way up and down. Well, what happened is our area of low pressure, it pushed farther off to the north, and as a result, a punch of warm air came in, melted that snow, and then with the colder air towards the surface, it was refreezing as sleet pellets. So that's why we had the sleet as opposed to the snow. And then for some of you, even thicker layer of warm air, and that melted it all to rain. And then it's not freezing until it hits the surface. And that is the freezing rain that we're seeing right now across the area. So we've got quite the combination showing up, Paul.
And that freezing rain is really the problem for icy accumulations. I want to share some pictures that have come in on Facebook. This is from Whispering Hills near Dover, where you're seeing sleet changing over to snow, northwestern Middle Tennessee there. This is Clarksville, where it's starting to add up to a greater extent as sleet has changed over to snow in the northern part of the mid-state. Turkeys trying to find something to eat. A lot of pictures of birds and pets frolicking in the sleet and snow across the area, including Brady here. Not quite sure what to think about his first snow, and apparently decided to go ahead and just play in it. That's awfully adorable. Thank you for your pictures. This is from Tanya. Pictures. This is from Nolensville, and we're looking at Erin, Tennessee, showing some more sleet accumulation. Sleet, ice, that can lead to power outages. Had a report of about 7,000 without power in the Hermitage area due to the ice load on the lines already, and we are hours away from this coming to an end. We'll have another update coming up in just a few minutes. Ann?
We have a new crash to report right now in Lebanon. This is closing down the interstate in Lebanon right now. It is at I-40 West and exit 239. This is a jackknife semi-truck there. So be aware of that in Wilson County this morning. We have another big crash involving 12 to 13 cars in Coffee County at I-24 West and mile marker 94. And we have crews on the way there, so we should be able to give you a live picture of this coming up fairly soon. And this is a salt truck that you're seeing. A car spun out apparently, and it looks like somebody stopped to help. Where is this? 40 and 46th Avenue in Metro. So, what was that? Oh, West Nashville. That was West Nashville. Also, this is 40 at 440. And this is just the conditions we're seeing all around the metro and other parts of the mid-state right now. Ice and snow caking the interstates. Back to you.
Thank you.
All right, Ann, thank you. You've gotten so much work that you have to do, so many things to put together. The ice storm is making our roads very, very treacherous. We have Heather Jensen, kind enough from TDOT to be on the phone and join us this morning.
Hey, good morning, Heather. So TDOT, we know, has crews all over the state this morning. Tell us the worst areas right now throughout Middle Tennessee. What are you seeing?
We're seeing a lot of problem spots. You just heard some of those accidents. I do want to tell you that accident on the west side of town did involve a TDOT truck. Someone struck a TDOT truck, which just goes to show you how dangerous conditions can be. We're out there because we have to be. We don't want people out there who don't have to be. Right now, our tough spots right now are Interstate 40, talking about through Hickman, Humphreys, and Dixon County. We also have some problems in Murray County. The Hickman and Murray County have seen probably the most precipitation in terms of our roadways that we've seen across the region. So we are looking at Hickman and Hickman and Murray County as probably our biggest trouble spots. 65 in Murray County, obviously 40 in Hickman County. And I mentioned earlier about us kind of pulling back our resources, and I did not mean to in any way imply that we are not working those roads. We are, but we are focusing on one lane of travel to hopefully have at least one lane of travel open for motorists so that if they absolutely must travel today, that they have that lane open to them and it is passable. But all of our roads were open until just a couple moments ago when we had that jackknife tractor trailer along 40 in Wilson County. And as I mentioned, Wilson County is one of our trouble spots where we have got too much traffic on the roadways, too much precipitation happening, and just not being able to really fully clear these roadways. And that's a point that I cannot drive home enough. We cannot make this go away. It's going to be a while before a lot of people see blacktop. So just keep that in mind. We're doing everything we can to clear the roads, but it's going to take time.
Heather, you talked about what you're doing on the interstate, so you're working on one lane, trying to make sure that that's passable, but people will have a tendency to try to ease into that other lane, maybe even to pass at times or whatever, but there's a big difference between those two lanes, isn't there?
Absolutely. We're using plows and salt, and it is effective, but it's not the same as having dry pavement. And again, that's just in the lane that we're working. So if you're trying to pass and get into the other lane, please rethink that. Do not do that, because that, I guarantee you, is a solid sheet of ice.
We do have several folks who say they do have to get out and about. And if that is the case, is 511 still the best number? What should they do to check on a specific road condition?
Absolutely. Call 511. Look online before you leave. Hopefully you have electricity to do that, but look online. Call 511. Get the road conditions before you go. And probably the biggest thing to keep in mind is just your speed. Most of these interstates, if they are moving at about 30 miles per hour. Please do not try to push that and try to go past someone. Just take your time and give yourself plenty of time to get there and understand what is happening right now.
All right, Heather Jensen with TDOT. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Yeah, I think another thing is spacing. Make sure, you may think, I'm only going 30. That makes no difference. It takes twice as much to stop.
Yeah,
so.
Especially on ice, for sure. Well, our team coverage continues this morning for you, where many of you are seeing some sleet and snow.
Clarksville is expected to be one of the hardest hit areas, is already, and that's where our road warrior, Adrian Flores, has been all morning long. You have seen the weather, the temperatures change, the conditions change. You've been honked at by drivers. You've had it all, haven't you?
Had it all. And you know what? Talked to dispatch a few minutes ago, and they say we're kind of afraid to jinx it, but you guys in Nashville having many more problems than they're having out here in Clarksville. And Clarksville, you can see what we're dealing with. We've got several inches of snow and sleet and freezing rain that fell overnight and ice on the roadway. And still, despite all of that, they're not working. Not one accident here in Clarksville. As of 15 minutes ago, nothing. Partially because people are staying home. They had the day off anyway, or they stayed home because of the weather. And those who are out, you see them right there, they're taking their time. They're leaving early. They're giving themselves extra time. They're slowing down. And that's the good thing out here. We're on Wilma Rudolph Boulevard, just off exit 4 and I-24, and you can see it's still slushy in the road. Some people starting to fishtail a little bit. You can see that Camaro right there having a hard time turning around that corner, but otherwise people are doing just fine out here. They're not having a whole lot of problems. Now the road not going to be cleared anytime soon, which is one of the reasons why TDOT is asking people to stay at home. If you don't have to go out for any reason, just stay home to give their trucks some time to get through this mess. And they say it's going to be several hours, but again, they are working on it. We saw the snow plows out, but it's going to take a little extra time to get through all of this. Live in Clarksville, Adrienne Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Adrienne, you become a rock star. Everybody honks at you, waves at you. They've seen you out there for hours.
Yes, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. Our team coverage continues. We've got Channel 4's Haley Mason live on I-440. And they're talking about all kinds of stuff, trying to make sure their picture is right, and she is there, I-440 at West End Avenue. And you've got some slick conditions there as well, I think. We're going to catch her. This is live TV, and that's the good part about it. They're working on it.
She's been bringing us the issue there, and she's been talking about the freezing rain primarily that she's been experiencing and seeing on the west side of town here in Nashville. Much different than what they're seeing in Clarksville for sure. Hey, we've been talking about power outages as well, and I was just looking up. NES is now saying more than 7,000. The latest number right now, 7,472 as of 9 o'clock this morning. So I'm also seeing about 3,000 in the Mount Juliet area. So most of these folks, the NES customers. So we'll continue to bring you the very latest, but continuing problems out there as far as electrical lines. There's ice.
You get that ice on there, pull them down, or trees slap against that electrical line. A lot of different troubles. All right, we've got our weather team that has been on top of all of this and will tell us how many more hours we've got to go through.
A ways to go. And something I do want to share with you, I was following Mike Looney, who is the superintendent in Williamson County Schools. Of course, they're out today, obviously. But he said, you know what, be thinking about it, because possible we'll be out tomorrow, and I'll make a decision at 3 o'clock. And I think that's going to be a lot of school systems.
I would really be surprised. Most school systems aren't out, and some are out tomorrow anyway for a day after President's Day, school holiday. But we've got hours still to go. Yeah, some schools cancel for widespread sickness as well, but we still got hours to go here. The back edge, look at the radar loop behind me here, and we see the back edge of these showers all the way back in Arkansas, as I try to not trip over office chairs everywhere around us. That still has to go all the way through eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, and across the mid-state before we'll see this stuff tapering off. Plenty of time for it to keep adding up and adding up.
That's right. So we're going to keep watching it for you and letting you know, kind of tweaking our forecast as we go along to reflect exactly what's happening now. And it's a lot. Now, we've got quite the combination. Snow to the north and then sleet, kind of a mix of it along I-40, that corridor, and some freezing rain to the south. And freezing rain looks like rain falling, but it forms ice when it makes contact with the ground. Layers of ice, that is a big problem today, from the sleet piling up to that freezing rain coming down. And then anytime you drive through that snow, you make some slush, it refreezes and causes icy conditions too. And the cold temperatures, they're not going anywhere. They're going to stick around for at least the next 5 days before we get a really good thaw out, with even a reinforcing shot of some much colder air by the time we get to Thursday. Here's what we're looking at on our Forewarn Live Doppler radar, the only live radar here in Middle Tennessee. This is all snow that we see here around Burkesville to Franklin. And boy, have we seen the pictures out of here. We had someone tweet a little while ago having a little fun with us, said, oh, here's our dusting of snow in Hopkinsville, when it was clearly piling up there. And then we've got kind of this mixed bag of precipitation, from sleet to a little bit of snow. We had snow there in Portland, and then the line right here in Nashville, where we've got a mix of some sleet and some freezing rain too, just making for terrible traveling conditions. And more of it is freezing rain the farther south that you go. Paul?
Yeah, zooming in a little bit closer to Metro Nashville here, and we're just going to straddle that line here for the rest of the morning, which means we'll see some sleet. It'll go to freezing rain. It'll go back to the snow, though, is going to stay to the north of Metro Nashville. I do want to share some pictures from Facebook, rather, that have been posted, because we've been sharing as many of these as we can. From Fairview, you get the freezing rain that adds up on elevated surfaces like the window panes and the mailbox, and of course on the power lines and tree branches. Stuff that adds up on the ground, those pellets, that's the sleet. That's the difference between freezing rain and sleet. As we look at some other pictures along the way, Highway 431 in Springfield, that's just completely covered over with snow and some sleet underneath it. I like this picture, a Louisiana girl shoveling the snow. Well, welcome. Let's take a look at what's happening here. Springfield, about 4.5 inches of accumulation just north of Springfield, Tennessee. Hopkinsville, Kentucky, the critters looking out and going, what is going on? Talking about 6 inches of snow on the ground in Hopkinsville. Clarksville, starting to see more snow on top of the sleet, so it does hide those icy conditions. Snowbirds of a different sort. Some flamingos there with some icy accumulations, and Donaldson, that ice accumulating on the ground, but also again the branches, and those branches can get really heavy with the ice adding up and falling onto power lines. We'll just keep straddling that line between the sleet and freezing rain. So it's sleet and snow in blue. On Futurecast here, it's freezing rain in the pink color, and so we're just going to wobble back and forth. The computers are changing over to just cold rain showers in southern Middle Tennessee. That's your best case scenario. I'm concerned this is going to stay as freezing rain, and you're really going to add up a lot of ice. Take a look at those forecast amounts in just a second here. It's going to start to taper off as we head through the afternoon. A change over to snow anticipated in Nashville, but maybe an inch on top of the couple, inch or two of ice. It adds up and causes problems on the roads nonetheless. Continuing to move farther to the east as we head through the evening and off the Cumberland Plateau, basically as we head towards about midnight tonight. But what's going to be left behind is a big mess on the roads. And as Lisa alluded to, the temperature's not going to be above freezing for the next several days. Adding up the snowfall pattern with just a computer model, we'll show you our forecast in a second. It's got a pretty good handle on it because it has backed off on the snow and sleet amounts around Metro Nashville. Such a very tight gradient between hardly anything other than just ice and then a lot of snow in southern Kentucky. The ice accumulations are going to be heaviest in the southern half of the mid-state, and the newest computer run is adding up close to an inch of ice here around Lawrenceburg. Now, specifically, that might shift a little bit farther to the north as the whole storm system is shifted north, but that inch of ice accumulation would cause profound power outage issues. So we'll be keeping posted on that as we head through the rest of the day as well, Lisa.
And interestingly enough, it doesn't take much of a shift of a storm to totally change what kind of precipitation that you're going to get. So a lot of folks in Nashville said, where's all that snow that was in our forecast? Well, it's right up here in Kentucky. That's how much the storm shifted. So they're getting 8 to 10 inches of snow here. Around Nashville, our accumulation is going to be sleet and also some snow on top of that. So 1 to 3 inches is what we're expecting through here. And then ice is much farther down to the south. So quite the combination. No matter how you look at it, it's terrible traveling wherever you are from the south up to the north. Our forward forecast shows that we're going to continue to see a variety of winter precipitation today with a high of only 31. 22 tomorrow morning, 30% chance of seeing a little bit more snow late on Tuesday into Wednesday. And then look at Thursday. Another forewarned weather alerts issued there for record-setting temperatures 3 below our morning low on Thursday, the coldest it's ever been on that day and the latest it's ever been below freezing for us here in the mid-state. And then another winter mix is possible on Friday. But we've got a lot to contend with today on our roads.
We sure do. We have 3 active crashes right now. I'm going to take you to those crashes with our TDOT cameras. I-40, this is West Nashville near 46th Avenue. The camera shot changed, but this was that area. You can see it actually over there in the distance where the car hit one of the TDOT trucks that was out there patrolling the roads and trying to fix things out there. So lots of problems throughout the morning. Another crash, I-40 West at the 24 split. And this is not the right camera, but at this camera location, we can see the conditions. This is I-65 at Trinity Lane, just north of town. And we are still seeing sleet and a nice layer of ice on the roads there. I-40 west of Spence Lane, we had a crash here. It has since cleared. And I think we have one more camera view. Oh, and look at that camera. You can't even see through it. I don't know when that's going to go away. I'll send it back to you folks for now. Holly.
Frozen. Oh, my goodness. Sorry.
Icy stuff.
Well, we are dealing with icy roads. We've been talking about that, power outages, as well as multiple crashes right now.
And we're joined by Lieutenant Tyler Chandler with the Mount Juliet Police Department. Kind enough to call us on the phone. Good morning to you, Lieutenant. Thank you for spending a little time with us. What kind of crashes have you got, and what's your situation there in Mount Juliet?
Well, thank you, and certainly good morning to you both. You know, right now, considering the very hazardous road conditions that we do have, we're doing pretty well. We have not had any crashes since the event started. 3 cars did spin off the roadway. We've helped them out of the road, but there was no property damage. So we've been very lucky. The roads, they're an icy, slushy mess. They're slick, they're dangerous, and we're just hoping that people stay off the roadways and don't come out if you don't have to. It appears that, you know, our neighboring jurisdictions are having a lot more problems than we do. and we're thankful for that right now, and hopefully our good luck will continue.
Let's briefly touch on power outages. I was reading a report just a few minutes ago on an email that had come in involving about 3,000 or so without power in your area. Do you know the latest on that?
I don't know the exact details on that. One of our neighborhoods, Cobblestone Landing, is without power. NES did inform us that it was due to the ice load that is collecting on the power lines. We're hoping that their power will be restored shortly.
Good news. I know they'll be wanting to hear that very soon, but we certainly appreciate your time, and we're glad to hear that there are no crashes as of now, but just slick roads. Lieutenant Tyler Chandler, thank you for joining us this morning with the Mount Juliet Police Department.
All right. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate your time. Nice to know things are going right there, but it's all over the place. A lot of different things. Some of them are working well. Some of them are really troublesome. So.
Right. MTA is just saying, folks, stay off the road. We're hearing from THP. They're saying, stay home if you can. All right, 9:18 is our time right now. Coming up next, more team coverage continues of our forewarned weather alerts.
We continue to stay with you. This is extended coverage because we're concerned. We want to make sure that you're as safe as possible with as much information as possible. And we want you to know what to expect if you happen to go outside. And as we go to the break, we've got other photos, well, you can see there. Live looks. This is kind of the hazy look of what Nashville in this area looks like with the sleet, the bit of the snow, and the treacherous conditions. We'll be back in just a moment.
Good morning, everybody. 9:20 right now. This ice storm is causing some big problems on the roads and at the airport. This morning, we're joined by Shannon Sumrall with the Nashville International Airport.
Shannon, thank you again. You're kind enough to join us because there are people who obviously want to travel. Are you seeing more cancellations, any more delays going on this morning?
Absolutely. We just got word from Southwest. They are canceling all flights inbound and outbound for the remainder of the day.
Wow.
So that's a large majority of our flights come through Southwest, so please check with Southwest for more details. The rest of our carriers have not made a decision yet.
All right, can you give us a number as far as a little earlier you were saying there were a few departures, but as we're scrolling down with this flight tracker here, we're seeing lots of canceled, lots of delayed, and is that basically the status for the entire day? How's it playing out there at the airport?
It's really by the hour. Things are changing. We have had Delta and American have both requested to pull up to the gate, which means they'll be departing soon. So we are having some take off, but it's very few and far between. We're still working with one runway open at this time.
Are you continually having to work with that runway? Because I wonder about Southwest making an overall blanket decision that way. I know you're working hard for that one runway. You've got your de-icers working and such. So is it just a decision on their part and others are going to make their own choices as to what they want to do?
Yes, absolutely. It's on a carrier-by-carrier basis. So Southwest has made that decision for themselves, and the other ones, if choose to, they will as well. But right now, we've had no official decisions just from Southwest.
All right, and again, the very best information earlier, you're still encouraging folks to check with their airline before they head to the airport because there's a really good chance it's delayed, if not canceled already, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Please check with your airline before deciding to travel to the airport.
Shannon, you're great. Thank you so much for checking in with us. Gives us a great deal of information and opportunity to give people more insight on it. So thank you for spending time with us.
And by the way, we've made it easy for you folks at home if you are planning to fly because we have a link on our website for flight trackers so you can connect by just going to WSMV.com. Hey, right now we're going to kind of give you a tour with some of our different cameras throughout Middle Tennessee and let you see what's actually happening in these different neighborhoods. First, we're going to head out in Montgomery County. You can see a live picture from Clarksville. This is where Adrian has been reporting live, and it began with the sleet and the snow, and then it turned to more snow, and then back to more sleet. So kind of a variety of mix there, but much of this snow actually sitting on top of ice. So treacherous conditions as far as driving in many of these areas.
Yeah. I tell you who we've got on the phone. Dennis Ferrier, our crack reporter who is out there and is willing to give us some sort of an insight. Dennis, are you out in a car or are you just trying to get around, or what's your status and what do you see, my friend?
Hey, well, let me tell you, I just got to the station, but I was sending video the whole way. I came down Highway 100 all the way from Bellevue, and my first observation is this is a fantastic day to go to Kroger. Forget about yesterday. There were 2 cars there. So I'm going to go with that. But, you know, seriously, although it was covered, and, you know, this is my, I think, our third ice storm in the past 22 years that I've been here anyway, and it's there were no wrecks, 0 wrecks, Rudy. This is all the way from, you know, basically Highway 100 county line all the way into, you know, White Bridge Road, and I saw 0 wrecks. Now, part of, I think, contributing to that was the so few cars out. I think everyone really got the word. Very few cars. I do have 4-wheel drive. It just wasn't that bad. I mean, I came in careful at 25 miles an hour. I didn't slip once, but you know, you're just worried that at any point you're going to hit a patch of ice. But anyone who lives out in the Bellevue area knows that the only flat way in is Highway 100, because, you know, if you go on the split on 70S there, you hit 9 Mile Hill. McCrory Lane is very steep. I mean, on an icy day, as we've all learned, you've got to stay away from any kind of elevation change. So that's the key. And we also left our garage door open because on one ice storm, we lost power and the garage door was closed, and my wife got stuck with the car in the garage. So now we leave, when it's icing like this, we leave the garage door open in case she had to leave in case of an emergency or move out. You don't want to have to mess with the garage door manually opening with a car inside there.
Way to go, Dennis. I agree with you. I think the hardest things is be careful going down hills or up hills, because you mentioned a 9 Mile Hill in Bellevue, people who don't know it, but either going down or up, those are the 2 treacherous roads.
Yeah, period. I mean, that's what it is. You want to avoid the elevation change. I don't care where you're from. And I know, you know, you were born in Wisconsin, and I worked there very early in my career for 6 years, but it's flat, and you don't, you know, the car will stay on the road if you're careful and you don't jam on the brakes or overcorrect if you're in a flat area. But if you get any kind of hill, boy, you know, it just changes the game completely. And so if you're thinking about your plot, or if you have to go in, because I know we're saying don't go in, but some people had to go in. We had to come in and just see what is the flattest way, what is the way to where you're going, A to B, with the fewest amount of hills. Up or downward slope, you're going to be a lot better. I got in with, like I said, I didn't slip once. You know,
Good.
It wasn't as bad as it's been in the past, but it sure looks as bad as it's been in the past.
So,
all right,
bottom
Dennis.
line, plot the flattest course wherever you have to go if you do have to get out. Dennis, we appreciate it this morning.
If you see Dennis tonight, you'll see him with his big old Russian hat. He knows how to do it.
He's famous for that, isn't he? All right, we have much more of your team coverage. We've got a couple of pictures we're going to show you real quickly. Keep these coming. Send those to PIX at WSMV.com, and we will show these throughout this extended version of Channel 4 News Today. We'll be right back.
Live with a forewarned weather alert, this is Channel 4 News Today.
Good morning to you. It's 9:30 in the morning. This is an extended version of Channel 4 News this morning. Today, we are here for you. We are tracking an ice storm that is going through Middle Tennessee. All this you can see. We have our live Doppler radar as well. So thank you for joining us. And we have done this and stayed on for a longer period of time, try to be as helpful as we can with so many accidents, power outages, difficulties, planes that have been canceled. So that's why we've been with you.
Trying to keep you informed with the very latest. Thank you for staying tuned with us. We are under a 4-1 weather alert and an ice storm warning. Let's check in with our team coverage. We have Lisa Spencer and Paul Hagan over in the 4-1 Weather Center with the latest.
We have got a combination of weather today that is making just treacherous travel from snow to the north to sleet to freezing rain.
Yeah, it's onion weather. There's a bunch of layers and they all make you cry, basically.
That's a good way to put it. All right, well, here's what we're looking at. Predominantly sleet around the Nashville area. Some freezing rain is showing up, and you get those combo together, and it is definitely a mess out there. Wait a minute, I wasn't quite done with that. So we've got snow farther north, and then some freezing rain to the south, which means we've got some icing. Now, a lot of folks have said, well, what about the snow? Are we going to get any snow? Well, actually, this afternoon into the evening, there is a chance in Nashville we could see that change over to some snow again, and that means snow coming on top of the icing situation that we already have across the mid-state. Here's what we're looking at, though. This is snow that you see here right across parts of Kentucky. Kentucky, and then we've got a little bit of sleet mixed in this area too. But your snowier conditions are definitely along that border. Now, when you get down here to where we have some of this pink shaded area, well, that is where we're going to see the mix, because Paul's writing on there, sleet right here where it's white, and then we've got the pink indicating a little bit of sleet, but freezing rain. And freezing rain looks like rain falling down, but it is actually freezing on contact. So that's when you get the freezing rain situation that we're seeing across the area. Now, we do want to show you that we're not going to be done with this anytime soon. I'll pull out here and show you that there's a lot of moisture still coming up from the south. And look at the back edge of this. Really, you've got some breaks in Arkansas, but it extends all the way back across the western part of the state. So we're continuing with this winter mix for a while to go.
Right. We are going to see some significant accumulations of ice along in south of Interstate 40, snow along and north of the Tennessee-Kentucky state line, and sleet kind of in between. And there will be a transition to snow, at least briefly, for Metro Nashville, but not for several more hours. We're going to take a look at those total accumulation forecasts, and we'll have many more details coming up in just a few more minutes.
Hey, I'm Ann McCloy. I'm in for Jennifer Herron this morning in forewarned traffic. We have some new photos just sent in to us by Larry Flowers, our reporter in Rutherford County. And this is a crash. A BMW hit the guardrail at 8:40. And this is the north on-ramp near I-24. There's also a plow truck in one of these photos, and he says there seems to be some sort of issue right there, and he's working to gather some details on that for us. So thank you, Larry, for sending those in. I want to check out our TDOT cameras. We have a couple of issues on I-40 and I-440. This is where those two interstates meet, and we're just seeing that thick layer of ice that's causing a lot of problems since we got on the air at 3 this morning, and we have had just dozens of accidents in the metro area because of the weather that we're seeing. If we could move to the other camera, we have a problem over in this area, I-40 at 46th Avenue. There's a crash in the area, and it looks like we have a salt truck there trying to fix the problem. Back to you.
Goodness, so many problems. And thank you. Now, the interstates and roads are shut down right now because of so much ice out there. This morning, we are joined by Bill Miller with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Bill, thank you for joining us again. You spoke with us a little earlier. We understand that I-24 in Coffee County is shut down right now in the westbound lane. Any more of an update on that for us, Bill?
Yes, actually, we've been able to get that reopened. It is now reopened. Traffic is moving slowly, but it is moving. And we are down to one crash around the 105.
That's a big help, isn't it? Any other areas you're concerned with, though?
Well, we're still concerned with just all of Tennessee, basically from the Montgomery County line down, going east and west. We're experiencing a lot of ice. So we just want your drivers to just stay off the roadway and just please don't be out in this. Well, another problem that we're experiencing is drivers are not slowing down. You know, if you're going to be out in this weather, if you're going to be out in these type of conditions, you really have to use extreme caution. You cannot drive like it's a beautiful sunny day. You have to slow your vehicle down. You have to give yourself enough room to stop. Don't follow so closely to the vehicles in front of you, because you obviously cannot stop on a dime. You cannot stop quickly enough to prevent a crash.
You said a little earlier, if you don't have to get out, stay off the roads. And that wreck we were just talking about, if folks missed that, it's multiple vehicles, about 13 vehicles involved with that crash a little bit earlier. If folks need assistance, let's say it's not an emergency, they don't need to call 911, what was that number that you gave us a little bit earlier that you said it's good for all our viewers to know?
Yes, if you do not need 911, and 911, they're taking extremely high priority calls that we need to get first responders, ambulance, fire,
right,
police to them. So if you have a situation that is not an emergency situation, dial *847. That is *THP on your cell phone. That is a free phone call for any cell phone provider. It does not count against your minutes or your data. That will go to the nearest Tennessee Highway Patrol dispatcher. That dispatcher then will look on her map or his map, and they will see the nearest trooper. Our vehicles are all GPS tracked, and he or she will then dispatch the nearest trooper to your location, and we will be to you as rapidly as we can. Most of our patrol vehicles are four-wheel drive vehicles. They're all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. We can go a little bit better, but we can't go as well as we would like to on ice. No one can, so we do have to practice extreme caution as well. but we will get to you.
Okay, good to know. Star 847. We appreciate your time. Bill Miller with Tennessee Highway Patrol this morning.
Thanks, Bill. Kind of him to spend some time with us, give us that update. Good that the road is back open to an extent. Yeah. Our team coverage continues in Montgomery County, where folks are dealing with a lot of sleet, and there's snow there as well, and it's been coming down there for hours. Channel 4's Adrian.
Adrian Flores is live for us in Clarksville with the very latest. She is our trooper out there. She has been standing strong.
Put the hood up, girl.
We appreciate you and all your many reports. How are you doing out there? How are the roads and conditions?
I am hanging in there. It sounds like Rudy is the one with the brain freeze this morning and not me. He's the one that's been standing outside all morning long.
Hey.
Yeah, you know, we got our first report. Hey, I'm sorry, Rudy. We got our first report of anything that it's not major, but it's something that the police department's dealing with right now. Just talked to dispatch, and they said that there is a semi over at Gate 1, Fort Campbell Boulevard, that apparently is blocking the northbound lanes of Fort Campbell Boulevard. So they're going to respond to that right now. A couple of minutes ago, we had some guys that were having a hard time pulling into the McDonald's parking lot. They had to rock their car back and forth to get it in. Now you see two other cars there also having problems. And it seems that if you're in an SUV, not a problem. People who are in cars, those are the ones who are really having difficulty on this road. And you can see why. We're on Wilma Rudolph Boulevard, and it's just packed with snow and sleet and slush and some ice underneath all of that. There's a thick layer of ice underneath all of that. So right now it's slowing down traffic. People are heeding the warning. They're either staying home, which is why you don't see a lot of cars out here, or those who do have to come out, they're taking it really slow. This guy here in the blue pickup, he's been here for about the past half hour or so. She's trying to tow that VW Bug and just not having a whole lot of success at this point. Broke out the shovel, tried to dig the tires out, and nothing worked. And so that's really what people are going to be dealing with. If you do have to head out today, you're really your best bet is to just stay inside. But if you do have to head out today, just give yourself some extra time and know that you're definitely going to have to slow down out here. We are live in Clarksville. Adrian Flores, Channel 4 News Today.
Hey, Adrian, for the record, I didn't want to hog the introduction, so I stopped. That was all. That's all there was.
No brain freeze. Okay,
no.
Rudy.
I'm too young for that.
Okay.
Adrian, thank you so much this morning. Well, the storm has made its way to the metro area. We've been talking about it here, and the road conditions have been deteriorating.
Channel 4's Haley Mason is live at I-40 at West End Avenue, and well, I see some cars moving behind you. Anything going any better over there?
Yeah, first, I know you remember my last name, Rudy, but this is really the best that we've seen today. I mean, at this point, it's just rain, not even the sleet that was coming out. 40 east and westbound, this is as clear as it's been. You pretty much have two lanes open on both sides, east and westbound. People have picked up the speed, even though it's not necessarily what we're recommending. You still want to be pretty cautious because there are some patches of ice still out there. But here on the west side of town, going toward the West End Avenue exit on 440 east and westbound. Very clear as these ice trucks have come through. The plowing has been, I guess, successful so far. So again, not a lot of traffic. We haven't seen any accidents, a few incidents with TDOT help trucks, but right now things are moving smoothly over here. Reporting live in West Nashville, Haley Mason, Channel 4 News.
All right, Haley, thank you so much. Keep warm as well.
All right, been talking about freezing rain and sleet, mainly here in the Nashville area. Let's check in with meteorologist Paul Hagan and Lisa Spencer for the latest. Good morning.
It is truly a winter mix, Holly. Good morning to you. I tell you, we have had slick conditions because of the snow, the sleet, and freezing rain.
Yeah, it seems like that freezing rain line is drifting just a little bit farther to the north of Interstate 40 now, and that's kind of the worst type of winter weather because it accumulates on the trees and power lines, and we get a lot of power outages with those freezing rain events.
Yeah, and it fools you too because you think it's just rain coming down. Let's have a look at how things are coming together, what else you can expect for this day today. That winter mix will continue. We're not talking about an hour or two. We've got ways to go. This extends back through Arkansas. So we've got snow mainly to the north, and we've got that sleet mix along I-40. But as Paul said, that freezing rain is kind of inching into that, and then definitely freezing rain to the south. And that's where it looks like rain, but it freezes when it hits those surfaces that are very, very cold, forming these layers of ice and almost like a glaze out there. And then plus the sleet is piling up too. So we continue to see accumulation, and the cold air is going to be relentless. We have a reinforcing batch coming in on Thursday, and I'm talking below zero temperatures there. Snow is coming down right now across the north, mainly up here in Kentucky from Burkesville, Franklin to Hopkinsville. We've had some beautiful pictures of several inches of snow, and it's continuing to fall. And then we saw the beautiful snow in Clarksville, where Adrian is located. We've had gorgeous pictures coming in over to Portland too. So these are the areas that are getting snow, but also this line in here of sleet. But you see the purple area has inched just a little bit to the north. That's the freezing rain, the rain that looks like just plain old rain, but because it's so cold, it's freezing and making quite a mess out here in the form of some ice. Paul.
Right, zooming into Metro Nashville, there's that line that has shifted just a little farther north. It's freezing rain. Everybody's temperatures are below freezing. The best case scenario is that maybe we see enough warm air to produce a changeover to cold rain, but that warmer air is much, much farther down to the south. Want to share a few more pictures that have been sent in via Facebook. This is the dog named Coda's first snowfall in Clarksville. Seems a little bit uncertain about it. Got one paw up in the air. Probably a little bit cold there. Take another look, and well, somebody posted a meme, so we'll skip past that one. This is from Lewisburg, Kentucky on Lake Malone, 7 to 8 inches of accumulation. This is as of about 45 minutes ago. This is Stewie the Labradoodle, the only one enjoying the ice, according to his owner, Audra. So thank you for your pictures. We've tried to share as many as we can. I know there's some that we haven't been able to get on the air, but we have really just been overwhelmed by the number of pictures you've been sending in, and we appreciate all of them. Futurecast, though, well, it's trying to bring that cold rain into southern middle Tennessee, but the freezing rain amounts are going to be substantial, and then we're talking about sleet around Metro Nashville. A brief changeover to snow to add up a layer of snow on top of the sleet and ice, and then things will start winding down as it gets pushed farther and farther to the east. But the back edge of this precipitation right now, it's still way back in Arkansas. We've got several more hours to go, and things are just going to deteriorate, especially with the ice accumulations for the southern half of the mid-state, and potentially even Metro Nashville seeing some power outage issues because of that ice continuing to add up. How much snow? The computer forecast version, we'll share our version in just a second, but again, you see how fast we transition from almost nothing to a ton of snow, and most of what is accumulating here around Metro Nashville is going to be in the form of sleet with just a little bit of snow on top of it. So this is sleet and snow combined. You add up the ice, though, that layer of freezing rain accumulating on elevated surfaces, and that's when we're talking about over a ½ an inch of ice accumulation. Forecasting a widespread amount of that in the southern half of the mid-state, and if this shifts a little farther north towards Metro Nashville, as everything has been shifting farther north with this entire storm system, that could cause some significant issues with that ice adding up on power lines or the tree branches that fall into power lines. And of course, you have to be careful on the bridges and overpasses with that type of scenario as well. Lisa's going to add everything up in terms of what we expect for the rest of the day.
That's right. These are our forecasted totals, and we don't want to say snow totals because it's not just snow. It's sleet mixed in there too, and then we have the ice here to the south, where we could see a ½ inch of ice from Loretto over to Winchester and Tullahoma, and then an area in here that maybe even a little bit more. When you get that kind of ice on those power lines, that's going to cause some power outages. So just be aware of that if you live in Decaturville, Clifton, over to Murfreesboro, into McMinnville and Crossville. We may have some of those issues. We have trimmed back our totals from what we had earlier as far as total accumulation. This is sleet and also the possibility of snow coming down on top of that here around Nashville from 1 until 3 is 1 to 3 is the amount, and 3 to 5 a little farther off to the north. And then our significant snow totals are much farther into Kentucky, where 8 to 10 inches is still a very realistic possibility because it's already been piling up there and continues to snow. And for this afternoon, 31 will be our afternoon high in Nashville, so we are not expecting any of what does eventually freeze to melt unless we could see a surge of warmer air. But right now we're going with 31 degrees, 30 for tomorrow, with a 30% chance of snow showers coming in late, continuing through Wednesday. And here is another forewarned weather alert that has been issued for Thursday because we are looking for record-setting temperatures 3 below on Thursday morning. That will be the coldest it's ever been on that date. Also, that will be the latest we've ever had a sub-zero temperature in February. So that could be quite the record. And then another winter mix is possible on Friday. Ann?
We just got a new picture in of that semi-truck that's jackknifed in Lebanon. This is I-40 West at exit 239. And thank you so much for sending this in, the viewer that sent this. We really appreciate it. That shows why there's a closure, because you can see the lanes are blocked there on I-40 West. And we're working to figure out when they'll be able to move that truck and get those lanes back opened this morning. Let's go over to our TDOT cameras and show you what it looks like around town. Ellington Parkway at Briley. Briley is iced over all around Nashville. Not a lot of people taking Briley for that reason, thankfully. Let's go to the next camera and show you another shot. This is Briley at Brick Church, so another view. Looks very similar, but there are a few people over here. It looks like they may have put some salt down on that part of Briley Parkway. Another camera view for you this morning. And here's I-65 north of Rosa Parks. This is near the farmers market, and it looks like this looks better than it did a few hours ago. So it looks like the road may have been treated right there. Back to you.
All right, thank you. We're at 9:47 right now. The amount of power outages for the most part have been on the rise. Right now, the very latest with NES, the number was 7,500 people. More than that were without power. That number has just dropped to 137 families, actually. So good news there. Nashville Electric Service customers have been affected, though, throughout the morning. Outages throughout the mid-state as well. Now, we'll continue to bring you the very latest numbers. We've been following Cumberland Electric as well and Mid-State Electric, and we'll continue to bring you the very latest. But some good news. That number just dropped for NES just seconds ago. All right, coming up on 9:48, just ahead, our team coverage continues of this morning's winter storm.
We are going to be live with more reports, a complete report on our forewarned weather alert. Look at the roads as we go to the break. A bit of it is, it looks a little more moisture and such. Maybe there's some hope, but we'll muddle through, and we'll have more for you and when we come back.
Good morning, everybody. Our team coverage continues with Channel 4's Alana Otler live out in Brentwood for us.
Alana, what are you seeing out there? That's one of those areas we were concerned about.
Well, Rudy, it's hard to see it all with all the snow and the sleet and the ice coming down. Whatever it is, it hasn't let up for the past 10 minutes. Now, we're off Route 31 in Brentwood, and this street looks like a lot of the local avenues that we've seen around here in Brentwood. Some of it looks manageable, and some of it is completely frozen solid. As you can see, there are some brave drivers who are trying to traverse the roads out here, and some of them are doing a good job of keeping it slow. Others, you just heard somebody honk. They should try to be a little more patient. But we've actually seen far more snow plows out here on the local roads in Brentwood than we did see on I-65. Things aren't much better out on the interstate. We saw several cars stopped on the side of the road, and the thing about it is the most problems I'm seeing with drivers is when they're trying to switch lanes or take an exit. It's when they're shifting that they're really starting to lose control of the vehicle. We're also seeing that here on the local roads. We saw local plows around here trying to clear some of the smaller streets as well as the parking lots. So we are seeing the asphalt finally here in Brentwood, but it's going to take a lot more than that. Like I said before, some areas are completely frozen solid. So if you do have to go out, please take it slow. But of course, like we've been saying all morning, if you can stay inside, that's probably the best bet. It's definitely cold out here, and it's starting to get hard to see and to talk, so take it from me, stay inside if you can. Reporting live in Brentwood, I'm Alana Otler, Channel 4 News.
I like that. You've got a good attitude toward it. Now, this is that area, I think maybe we're on that edge of where Paul was talking about. We could get a bit of the rain that would comes in. So does some of it seems to be knocking down as far as the icy part of it, does it? You there with me? Here's what
Yeah, it's... Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Oh, I know. You've got all that ice going. I said I thought this might be a little bit on the edge of that area that Paul had said we could maybe get a little bit of that ice cold or sort of rain. Is that a part of what you're getting?
Definitely. It's really hard to tell what's coming down right now because sometimes it feels like snow, but if you take a real close look at what's falling down, it's like little balls of ice. So it really just depends on what minute it is, because 1 minute it's snow, 1 minute it's a little wetter, and then the next it's solid. So we could see a mixture of things throughout the morning, Rudy.
All right, Alana, thank you so much. Try to stay dry out there as best you can.
All right, we have a picture that has just come in, and this is a truck fire. You can see this is an 18-wheeler on fire. This is at the Flying J in Fairview this morning. So obviously dealing with all kinds of issues this morning, mainly because of these wrecks that are happening with the slippery road. So folks, just continue to send us your pictures. You can do that at PIX at WSMV.com, and we'll continue to show these. We are going to have much more coverage for you coming up at noon today with the very latest of what folks have been experiencing all morning long. And as our weather folks have been talking about, this system continues to move through the mid-state. It's not over. Several more hours of this will be moving through Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. We have a video as well. You can see where the ice really has frozen much of what's outside.
Well, and we were on that line. Paul talked about it last week, and then of course coming into this we were hoping we might be a little bit on that snowy side. We were not. So we get all of this ice and the things that pull down on tree branches and wires and knock out power and all the stuff that is not near as much fun as having a good snowfall and making a snowman. And all the wrecks. Ann McCloy has been busy all day long, all morning long here trying to keep that up to date.
All right, we have more video we're going to show you. This is part of what we've been seeing this morning. Some pictures that were sent to us from Channel 4's Adrian Flores. We've talked about lots of wrecks out there with going out west on I-24. We had a 12 to 13 car pileup which shut down part of I-24 a little bit earlier. Lots of secondary roads where you could see snow actually topping the ice that's causing the treacherous driving conditions as well.
All right. Paul, if you don't mind, have you got kind of a final thought? We've got about 30 seconds or so as to what you think.
It's just going to keep going for about the next roughly 8 or so hours, because the back edge of this is all the way back in Arkansas, so it's just going to have to move its way through. We're going to be going back and forth with sleet and freezing rain in Nashville. Don't get your hopes up for any additional snow here other than just a little bit at the tail end of this system. So again, just a little jog in the storm path, maybe 40 miles or so, which you look at the size of the country and the size of this weather system, that is like the difference between me standing here and me standing here. It's not much of a difference, but it did pull those higher accumulations farther to the north and pull the ice farther to the north across the mid-state as well. So we'll keep you posted as we head through the rest of the day. Facebook and Twitter, we'll have updates there as well. So keep it here.
All right, stay with us right here. WSMV.com as well. More coming up at noon, folks.